Qin Shuyao carried a steaming bowl of wontons back. Gao Xianghua's face darkened. You only bought one bowl. Qin Shuyao nodded. Didn't you say to be frugal? There are so many dishes, it would be a waste to not eat them all. One bowl is enough for me. You scoundrel, pretending to be important for 2 days. He really thinks he's someone special, but now he's just useless. If it weren't for saving face in the future, he wouldn't even deserve to eat with her. Cheap guy. Useless little white face. She had spent quite a bit on Gao Xianghua, dining out, buying clothes, and she hadn't seen any money come back yet. Now she suspected that Gao Xianghua's success in his past life was because he was stingy. She dared to control Gao Xianghua like this because she held his life in her hands. Gao Xianghua still relied on her. As the weather got colder, a bowl of hot meat wontons was just right. Gao Xianghua sat opposite her, his eyes almost glued to the bowl of wontons. That smelly woman actually dared to eat alone. He sniffed hard, the aroma of meat wafting into his nose, making his stomach churn with acid. The smell of the meat in the wontons tortured Gao Xianghua. He knew the meat was delicious. He had a few coins in his pocket, and this bowl of meat wontons was worth 2 of his ordered dishes. He swallowed hard, unconsciously rubbing his fingers on the table edge, and with a shameless face said, Yao Yao, let me try a bite. No, this is enough for me. Sharing with you is enough. You eat cornmeal pancakes. Qin Shuyao deliberately pulled the bowl of wontons closer to herself, slowly scooping up a wonton, squinting her eyes, and deliberately sighing contentedly. So fragrant. Gao Xianghua looked down at the 2 plain vegetable dishes in front of him, bland and without a hint of oiliness, instantly losing his appetite. If I had known earlier, I would have ordered some wontons too. Gao Xianghua's throat moved as he muttered silently about Qin Shuyao being stingy, but he smiled more politely and said, Look at this bowl. It's so full. Sharing half with me wouldn't be a problem. After saying that, he reached out with his chopsticks. Qin Shuyao chuckled and tapped his chopsticks with her own. Your corn and vegetable pancake hasn't been touched yet. Gao Xianghua smiled awkwardly, pinching his palm under the table, thinking to himself, this annoying woman. Once his work is settled, he would deal with her. Seeing Gao Xianghua get a little embarrassed, Qin Shuyao felt happier. Serves him right. Meanwhile, Qin Yuqing stepped outside and saw Shin Yuqing pushing a bike waiting by the roadside. She quickly walked over. Feeling better. Want to come along? It's not far, just walk there. Okay, Shin Yuqing pushed his bike slowly. The cinema wasn't far, a nice walk after dinner to digest. They walked and talked quietly, not many words, but it wasn't awkward. At the cinema, Shin Yuqing went to park his bike first, and Qin Yuqing queued up to buy tickets. Shin Yuqing wanted to pay, but Qin Yuqing stopped him. Let me treat you this once. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to go out with you. Shin Yuqing was honest, as expected. Qin Yuqing thought, since she was using her dad's money, she felt uncomfortable not spending some on him. It's reasonable to spend her dad's money on her son. There was still some time before the movie started. The two wandered casually. Shin Yuqing's eyes caught a shop nearby selling popcorn. He had heard many people say in the army that watching movies is best with popcorn, especially with girls. Eating popcorn can create good feelings. His steps unconsciously moved toward the shop. Qin Yuqing grabbed his arm. Don't buy it, I'm not hungry. I'm just playing. I heard it goes well with movies. Qin Yuqing raised an eyebrow. He was quite clever. Have you ever eaten popcorn during a movie? Shin Yuqing shook his head. No, the army doesn't allow it. When they watched movies in the army, they sat upright and serious. No one dared to eat anything, and even going to the bathroom had to be reported. I don't feel like eating now, mainly because Qin Yuqing didn't want to hold it. Shin Yuqing still bought some. In case I want to eat later, I'll hold it. Someone willing to go through the trouble, Qin Yuqing felt at ease. A bag of popcorn and a soda didn't cost much. As the sky darkened, people started lining up. Most were young couples, some friends, mostly young people. Shin Yuqing protected Qin Yuqing from being pushed around. The movie was an old film. Qin Yuqing had seen it before. Watching it now was about nostalgia and making up for her lost youth. Shin Yuqing took care of her the whole time. He didn't watch much of the movie. When Qin Yuqing moved her hand, Popcorn automatically appeared in her hand. The popcorn was still the original flavor, a little sweet sometimes. Cream and other toppings weren't common yet, but this was pretty good. After the movie, the popcorn was a little crushed and the soda was too. But Shun Yuqing thought it was worth it. Everything was useful. "I'll take you home," he said. "No need. I can go by myself." Qin Yuqing quickly refused. The cinema was a bit far from her home. If Shun Yuqing took her back and then went back himself, it would be a hassle. She still had the habit from her past life of not wanting to trouble others. She always felt uneasy about making things difficult for people. "Are you sure you don't want to ride because you dislike me?" Qin Yuqing. She really wanted to open Shin Yuqing's head and see what was wrong inside. How could he be so straightforward with that face? People say this era is reserved, but that's nonsense. She was a little overwhelmed by Shin Yuqing. She could tell he was serious, and that was what troubled her most. Shin Yuqing asked, "Is it not okay? If you want the trouble, then I'll give you a ride," she replied. Qin Yuqing didn't dwell on it for long. If she couldn't understand something, she'd put it aside for now. After clearing her mind, she would think carefully. Shin Yuqing was in a good mood. It wasn't that he didn't like her, he was just worried about bothering her. "Wait for me. I'll get the car," he said. Qin Yuqing stood still, looked up at the night sky. People came and went around her, noisy and lively, but she felt detached. Sometimes she wondered if her rebirth was just a dream. "Let's go. Hold on to the car. It's crowded here. You can get in once we're outside," Shin Yuqing suggested. He initially wanted to say, "Hold my hand," but thought she might refuse, so he came up with a compromise. Qin Yuqing shook off her thoughts, smiled, and grabbed the car seat. "Let's go," she said. They finally moved out of the crowd with the flow of people. Shin Yuqing became more skilled at guiding others. He turned to Qin Yuqing and said, "I'll ride slowly, so you can get on comfortably." Qin Yuqing's energy had recovered. She held onto his waistcloth with one hand, tiptoed lightly, and sat gracefully on the back seat, moving steadily without swaying the vehicle. "I'm here, let's go." The cool evening breeze couldn't dispel Shin Yuqing's restlessness. Her hand resting on his waist was soft and warm, subtly touching his clothes, intentionally or not, teasing his nerves. This time, Shin Yuqing rode faster. As they reached the alley, Qin Yuqing said to him, "Just take me to here." They were near her home, so there shouldn't be any problem. Just a few more steps. The alley was uneven, and sitting behind him tested her balance. Qin Yuqing chose safety over convenience, without hesitation. They say men shouldn't be touched on the waist, but her smart decision was finally made. She grabbed Shin Yuqing's shoulder, and no one saw them late at night. Shin Yuqing cleared his throat softly. "We're there." Qin Yuqing jumped off the bike, not noticing Shin Yuqing's uncomfortable gaze. She hesitated whether to be polite and ask him to take the bike away, so she could walk to work, but she didn't want Shin Yuqing to deliver her early in the morning. Both options felt unfair to herself. Now, she didn't want to hurt herself. Feeling sorry for the unlucky man, she decided not to be kind anymore. Shin Yuqing didn't mind at all, and didn't think much about it. "You go inside. How will you go back?" Qin Yuqing still decided to ask out of politeness. Shin Yuqing smiled. "This little distance isn't a problem for me. Can I come to pick you up tomorrow?" Qin Yuqing thought for a moment. "I need to visit Grandpa Xiao tomorrow, so I probably won't have time." She wanted to cool down and think carefully. Also, she believed that a man's career was more important, and relying on oneself was better than relying on others. Shin Yuqing felt a little disappointed but nodded. "All right, I'll come find you the day after tomorrow if I'm free. Some things can't be rushed." He was willing to wait. Qin Yuqing nodded in agreement. She couldn't keep rejecting him every time. Shin Yuqing watched Qin Yuqing enter the yard, heard the door latch, then took a walk around the area to ensure everything was safe before leaving. He didn't go back to the guest house but headed straight to the police station, hoping to resolve things cleanly before they met again tomorrow. Qin Yuqing carried the popcorn from the basket into the house, casually placed it on the table, and let out a breath. She took a small sip of concentrated spiritual spring water to improve her health. She needed to adapt to the training intensity and couldn't be exhausted every day. She sat at her desk nearby, calming her mind to study. The next day, Qin Yuqing didn't notice anyone following her on the way, so she relaxed a little. Shun Yuqing rode his bike behind her from a distance, saw her go inside, and turned around to leave. As soon as she entered the changing room, someone stood beside her. Yuqing, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Qin Yuqing glanced at Zhou Yan. She was the second person in their group. Besides singing, she also spent a good amount of time on dancing. The singing part is a bit tricky. Can you help me check it? Qin Yuqing felt tired. She had just received the music yesterday and was in a hurry. Captain Jiang said to memorize the lyrics first. We can practice after she finishes teaching today. I'm just worried. There isn't much time. Captain Jiang said yesterday that you should guide us when you have free time. Qin Yuqing didn't refuse. The reason was simple. If she refused, rumors would spread that she was uncooperative and arrogant. I'll change and go out. You wait outside. Hurry up. I'm waiting for you. Qin Yuqing changed into her new training clothes. Usually, she only bought one set, but she bought an extra one herself because washing and drying took time, especially in winter when clothes often don't dry in a day. She didn't have time to wash yesterday, so she used the new set today. When she went out, Zhou Yan was already humming a tune. Qin Yuqing frowned. Her mood was off. She thought Zhou Yan would look at the sheet music, but her sense of pitch was way off. She was just singing randomly based on her feelings. Singing is about getting used to the tune early on. She was worried it would be hard to fix later. She looked at the training hall. There weren't many people there. She quickly retreated and went back to the changing room. People were arriving one after another. Qin Yuqing quickly looked around and finally found someone. Hu Ping, you're here. Hu Ping looked at Qin Yuqing, who had already changed into her training clothes. You arrived even earlier than me. I just arrived a little earlier. I was waiting for you. Hu Ping responded with a hum. She didn't speed up her changing process. She was slow and steady. Qin Yuqing wasn't in a hurry either. They were part of the same performance team, and during training, they had to work together. Hu Ping felt a bit jealous of Qin Yuqing. She was immediately noticed by Captain Jiang, which made her feel unfair, but she had no real power. Instead, they benefited from Qin Yuqing's presence, giving them a chance to show up. But she was truly annoyed inside. When the two of them went out together, Zhou Yan already started to indulge herself, while Qin Yuqing kept her head down silently. Was she really clueless? Or was she doing it on purpose? It made her think more and become cautious. She had experienced this kind of trick in her past life. Hu Ping also saw Zhou Yan and suddenly got anxious. She shook Qin Yuqing's arm and said, Zhou Yan has already practiced, so let's hurry too. Qin Yuqing's mouth twitched. Everyone was so competitive, making her feel out of place. She needed to find a way. Continuing like this was pointless. She wanted to compete for first place, but she couldn't accept using physical effort as a way to win. Yan, you came so early, Hu Ping said, clearly more enthusiastic toward Zhou Yan than toward Qin Yuqing. Qin Yuqing didn't mind. They had known each other for a long time, and some friends weren't just about flattery. She approached Hu Ping to avoid trouble. Yan, why did you start singing? Captain Jiang said we should wait until she finishes her speech before practicing, she asked. Zhou Yan's face showed a hint of discomfort. I just wanted to practice earlier, so we can be faster when Captain Jiang is done. Yesterday, Yuqing also sang and Captain Jiang didn't say anything. Hu Ping didn't dare to say anything. Even if that was the case, Captain Jiang was still watching Qin Yuqing closely. Yuqing, come over and see how to sing this part. I don't understand what these symbols mean, Zhou Yan asked. Qin Yuqing didn't move closer. She stretched her arms and said, let's warm up first. We can practice after Captain Jiang finishes her demonstration. Zhou Yan suddenly changed her expression. Are you afraid I'll learn too much and surpass you? That's why you don't want to teach me? Qin Yuqing thought to herself, look at this. No matter what I do, someone always tries to blame me unfairly. She said calmly, Zhou Yan, you misunderstood. I'm just worried I might teach you the wrong way, and then you won't be able to change it. Captain Jiang might get angry. Zhou Yan took a step forward aggressively. If you don't want to teach, just say so. I see right through you. You have no team spirit at all. If Hu Ping hadn't pulled her back, Zhou Yan's gesture looked like she was about to slap Qin Yuqing. Qin Yuqing's eyes suddenly turned cold. Her voice was calm but firm. I am just following Captain Zhang's orders. She asked me to help you, but only after she finishes her demonstration. You want me to go beyond Commander Zhang? If something goes wrong, are you willing to take responsibility? Qin Yuqing directly exposes Zhou Yan's hidden intentions. Even if she had given some guidance this morning, even just a little, then when Commander Zhang scolds her, Zhou Yan can easily shift the blame onto her, making it seem justified to criticize her. Since Zhang Lihua asked her to help with guidance, she had already thought of this possibility. Now, more and more people are listening, and they understand Zhou Yan's plan. Qin Yuqing is new here. If she didn't know, that would be okay, but they've been practicing here for a long time, and this rule has been around for a while. Before demonstrating or explaining, no one is allowed to train on their own. Qin Yuqing stands with her hands on her hips, looking around. Zhou Yan, why are you silent now? What are you really thinking? Say it out loud. Everyone is listening. Zhou Yan's face turns pale. She clenches the corner of her training uniform tightly, opens her mouth to speak, but can't find the words to refute. A flash of panic crosses her eyes. She feels a bit resentful. Last night, she checked the lyrics and found she was just a little short. Why can't she be the main performer? If she practices well, Commander Jiang might change her mind. The air in the rehearsal hall freezes. No one speaks up for Zhou Yan. Most are jealous of her and her friends, who went from being in the back row to becoming the main performers. Anyone would be upset. They are thinking, why isn't it them? They are not worse. Some whisper quietly, some lower their heads pretending to fix their dance shoes. Others pretend to warm up but are listening carefully to the conversation. Qin Yuqing doesn't take advantage of the situation. She calmly withdraws her gaze. I still say the same thing. Wait until Commander Jiang finishes demonstrating, then come find me. After saying that, she walks to the side to warm up. She doesn't want to be seen as a joke. She just arrived and already caused trouble, which isn't good for her. Now she's in the spotlight, and it's enough to make her stand out. Zhou Yan's chest rises and falls violently with anger. She didn't expect Qin Yuqing to directly expose her intentions in front of so many people. Hu Ping pulls Zhou Yan aside. Yan, let's warm up first. Zhou Yan grits her teeth, nails digging into her palms, and forces out. Stop pretending to be nice here. She turns around angrily and runs to the side. Hu Ping stands there stiffly, glancing at Zhou Yan, then at Qin Yuqing, her eyes dark and unreadable. She slowly lowers her head. Qin Yuqing sighed. This time, she used Hu Ping, and it seemed she had already guessed it. She probably also made an enemy. Should she apologize? No, Hu Ping is not a good person, just good at hiding her true nature. She is someone who only cares about her own benefits. Giving her a little favor is more useful than apologizing. In the past, Hu Ping almost broke her leg. Because they were both considered leftovers, when choosing between two contestants, Hu Ping viciously made sure she could never dance again. All of this started with Zhang Lihua's words, but she was the one who paid the price. It's ridiculous. As expected, Zhou Yan was scolded. Zhang Lihua didn't know Zhou Yan had practiced in advance. She only knew Zhou Yan kept singing off-key. She corrected her mistakes, but then Zhou Yan sang wrong again. Zhou Yan, can you still sing? If not, change someone else. Zhou Yan's voice was the loudest among the six, but if she kept making mistakes, Zhang Lihua didn't dare take the risk. Zhou Yan got anxious and immediately promised, Director Jiang, give me one more chance. I won't make mistakes this time. This was the second most important role after the lead, with more than a minute of extra screen time. For a dancer, a minute means a chance to be famous and to be remembered by the leaders. Qin Yuqing stood silently to the side, her head lowered. To outsiders, she looked distracted, but inside her mind was racing. Half of the practice time in the morning was wasted on Zhou Yan. Qin Yuqing was actually quite grateful. She didn't sweat heavily and reviewed her previous notes again. At mealtime, Qin Yuqing went alone to get her food. Teamwork isn't just about effort. As long as the dance parts go smoothly, that's enough. After washing her lunchbox, Qin Yuqing stepped out of the cafeteria. Song Lei called her back. Qin Yuqing, wait a moment. Qin Yuqing looked at the busy cafeteria entrance and pointed to an empty spot beside the road. Let's talk there. Say what you want to say, she replied. Song Lei's eyes flickered slightly, hesitating before saying, You should go see Leader Su when you have time. Qin Yuqing blinked, suspicious. Did she hear wrong? You want me to see Su Lanin? Yes, Leader Su was hurt because of you. You should go see her. Song Lei emphasized the words because of you. Qin Yuqing looked up at the sky. What day is it today? Someone casually accused her of something, but she just asked, What's the reason? You shouldn't blame Team Leader Su. If you hadn't caused trouble, she wouldn't have gone to see Director Wang. If she hadn't gone, Director Wang wouldn't have sent someone to scare her. Everything started because of you. Now, Team Leader Su is still in the hospital. Qin Yuqing laughed bitterly. Sometimes, when people are speechless, they really just laugh. Song Lei, I used to think you were just a coward. Today, I realize your mind isn't very good either. Song Lei's face turned red. He stared at Qin Yuqing and said, Don't deny it. This whole thing started because of you. If you had a conscience, you would go and see her. What do you mean, because of me? Since I entered the prop team, Su Lanin has been looking for trouble. Can't you see that? I forgot you're just a coward. Did I force her to find Director Wang? Don't you want to think about why Director Wang would send someone to deal with her over a small matter? Maybe she was just too overbearing and pushed people into a corner. You've accepted Su Lanin's kindness, but I haven't. I don't owe her anything. In fact, she owes me an apology. If you want to show her respect, do it yourself. This whole thing was caused by Su Lanin's own actions. She was just overreacting. If you're not smart enough, don't go around causing trouble. You're just a crazy person who can't tell right from wrong. Stay away from me in the future. Qin Yuqing turned and walked away. She felt that if she stayed longer with Song Lei, she might lose her temper. The world is full of all kinds of people. Song Lei had never been humiliated like this before. His fists clenched tightly. The place where they were talking wasn't far from the cafeteria. People coming and going made Song Lei uncomfortable. Embarrassed, he quickly left. Qin Yuqing didn't go back to the training hall. She found a random spot to sit down. At this time, some people were still practicing overtime in the training hall, so it wasn't safe to go inside. Although Song Lei's behavior was upsetting, Qin Yuqing learned one thing. Wang Menglan's arrest had nothing to do with her. When she returned in the afternoon, Qin Yuqing felt she was being excluded. She just smiled and didn't say anything. That was better this way. Jiang Lihua didn't notice anything unusual among the team members. She kept training hard. Qin Yuqing could only focus on her own part. Shin Yuqing arrived early at the route Qin Yuqing took after work. When he saw her figure, he followed her all the way until she entered a small courtyard, then stopped. He turned around and rode his bike away, waiting at the usual spot. It wasn't until it was dark that he saw Qin Yuqing riding her bike. Shin Yuqing followed behind her, and whenever she seemed to notice him, he would turn onto a side street and catch up from another route, making sure she arrived home safely. After returning home, Qin Yuqing hurriedly entered her space, carefully took out the medicine package, and put on a mask. This was a self-defense tool given to her by Grandpa Xiao, an anesthetic divided into proper doses. She casually mentioned wanting some self-defense items, and Grandpa Xiao gave her this, saying he would teach her how to make more next time. After leaving the space, she heard the noisy commotion outside and immediately opened the door to go out. The alley was crowded with people, heading toward Aunt Li's house. Qin Yuqing took a few steps, but then turned back to lock the door. When Qin Yuqing arrived, the fight was already over. Only Aunt Li, with messy hair, and Granny Zhang, who was sitting on the ground, were left. Granny Zhang was sitting on the ground, pounding her legs and complaining loudly. Qin Yuqing looked around at the crowd and asked, Aunt Lu, what happened? Fat Aunt Lu lowered her voice and said, Old Lady Zhang's family lost a piece of cured meat. They suspect it was the dog from the Li family. They argued and fought. My wife has been saving and rarely eats, but now it's all gone. Aunt Lee brushed her hair back and pointed at Granny Zhang on the ground. You're lying. There are many families in the alley. Why blame us? My big yellow dog has been kept at home the whole time. I think you, an old fool, want to cheat us. Seeing that it wasn't a big deal, Qin Yuqing felt it was pointless and turned to go home. Such petty disputes happen every day in the alley. Losing a piece of cured meat was a big deal in this era. On her way back, she couldn't help but glance at Ahua's alley. She thought she saw a man riding away on a bike, but didn't pay much attention. Qin Yuqing took out the leftover rabbit meat from last time and enjoyed her dinner. The next morning, she was awakened by screams. That thief stole my dog. My dog is gone too. My 2 old hens are missing. One after another, voices rose in complaints. After a while, everyone realized they had been robbed, collectively robbed. Qin Yuqing looked at her yard. It was empty. There was nothing to steal. Subconsciously, she felt this was not a good sign. Without the dog, there would be no warning system, making it easier for thieves. Hearing that some people went to find the patrol team and others to call the police, she knew she wouldn't hear the gossip results because her work hours had started. Thanks to Zhou Yan, Zhang Lihua decided to temporarily stop practicing singing and focus on dance training instead. In the morning, Zhang Lihua didn't notice anything unusual, thinking it was just due to unfamiliarity with the rehearsal. However, Qin Yuqing sensed that there was some intentional targeting. At lunch, Qin Yuqing took her lunchbox and approached the table where 2 of them were sitting. The other 4 were not in the dining hall. Perhaps they had gone back to their dorms after getting food. When Qin Yuqing set down her lunchbox, one of them immediately stood up with her own.
Sit down.
Let's talk. Lu Guixiang snorted and walked away with her lunchbox, glancing at her companion. Xiaoying, let's go. Chen Xiaoying looked a bit confused. Qin Yuqing was not in a hurry. She took a bite of her bun and said, if you want to leave, I won't stop you. But many people are interested in your spots. Chen Xiaoying was about to make a move, but immediately stopped. Lu Guixiang turned to look at Qin Yuqing. What do you mean? Qin Yuqing smiled and said, can't you understand? Of course, I want to replace you and bring in new people to work with me. Lu Guixiang felt a bit guilty. She stretched her neck and argued, you can't make that decision. Qin Yuqing was calm, took a sip of soup, and slowly looked up. It's not certain. After all, this script was chosen by Captain Jiang for me. Guess how likely I am to replace you. At this point, Lu Guixiang panicked. She could see how much Captain Jiang valued this script and Qin Yuqing. If she spoke up, they would have to choose sides, and they would definitely be the ones eliminated. Chen Xiaoying didn't even dare to breathe heavily. This was just the beginning. If they replaced people, Captain Jiang would surely agree. Qin Yuqing seemed to ignore the struggle in Lu Guixiang's eyes. Can we sit down and have a proper talk now? Lu Guixiang reluctantly sat down. Why are you targeting me? The 2 remained silent, afraid to admit that someone was instructing them. They thought it made sense and participated together. Qin Yuqing didn't make things difficult for them. She directly named names to make them understand she knew everything. Is it Zhou Yan or Hu Ping? Chen Xiaoying whispered. They both said it. Lu Guixiang glanced at Chen Xiaoying silently scolding her for being a traitor. Who started it? Think carefully before you speak. Qin Yuqing wanted to find out who was really behind it. Zhou Yan seemed fierce, but not very smart. She was more inclined to believe it was Hu Ping, who never showed her true colors openly, but was secretly more cunning than anyone else. Chen Xiaoying quietly glanced at Lu Guixiang, who looked indifferent and unbothered. I don't remember, Chen Xiaoying said, then lowered her head. Qin Yuqing smiled quietly, understanding but not saying anything. While eating, she asked casually, not wanting to delay the meal. As for the 2 women, Qin Yuqing didn't care. After a morning of frustration, she needed to vent somewhere. What benefit do I get from targeting you? I think you're both smart enough not to be fooled and used by others, or maybe I offended you. I just arrived and don't remember doing anything wrong. If I did, just tell me and I'll apologize. Both women lowered their heads at the same time. What they were thinking, Qin Yuqing didn't ask or guess. Remember, we are a team. If we work well together, everyone will get a reward. If you want to cause trouble, I don't mind ending the show. I don't want enemies. I want to get along with everyone. Of course, if you don't want me around, I won't mind. Just do your part and perform well. That's all I have to say. If you want to leave, you can. The two women looked at Qin Yuqing, who calmly continued eating without giving them a single glance. They exchanged a quick look, realizing they couldn't continue eating comfortably here. Sitting around made them uncomfortable. Chen Xiaoying whispered, "Well, we'll go first." Before Qin Yuqing could respond, they hurriedly left. Qin Yuqing ate her meal in silence. Sometimes, avoiding problems doesn't work. You have to take action. She didn't want to be passive again. She needed to break the deadlock. She didn't mean to cause trouble, but that didn't mean trouble wouldn't find her. She needed to establish her authority and take control. Jiang Lihua, who had the most influence in the performance team, had to support her. But Qin Yuqing didn't know Jiang Lihua well. She needed a way to find out more. Knowing her opponent was the key to making the right move. In the afternoon practice, Qin Yuqing felt much smoother. At least Lu Guixiang and Chen Xiaoying no longer tried to trip her up. Others remained the same, but Wang Lanjin didn't participate and trained honestly. Qin Yuqing guessed that Lu Guixiang and Chen Xiaoying hadn't told her they went back. Only a naive fool would still be doing foolish things without knowing. During the break, Qin Yuqing took the chance to go to the rest area while Jiang Lihua was away. Zhou Yan saw Qin Yuqing and snorted, turning her head to the side. Qin Yuqing looked at the relatively neat group of people and said, "Zhou Yan, I know what you're planning. If you cause trouble again, I will fight back. I don't think you'll be able to handle it then." She then changed her tone. "Hu Ping, do you think I used you? I didn't know about what happened yesterday. I was just thinking that since we are on the same team, we should stay united, so I waited for you." You saw that Zhou Yan made the decision to practice singing on her own, and she lost her temper. You can't blame me for her mistakes. Whether Hu Ping believed her or not didn't matter. She just wanted to make her position clear. I see your little tricks these past 2 days. I hope they stop now. Let's all train happily and finish the performance to get our reward. Suddenly, her tone turned cold. Stop your little tricks, or I won't mind telling Captain Jiang. Or, do you want to cause trouble for Captain Jiang? Qin Yuqing looked at the 6 people and repeated what she said at lunch in the cafeteria, but more politely. She wanted to show them she had the power to decide their fate. If they didn't want to listen, there were many others waiting for their spots. Sometimes, a little intimidation works better than kindness. After observing their expressions, she smiled and said, "It's better to speak openly than to keep things inside. I hope we can get along peacefully in the future." Qin Yuqing deliberately walked in front of Hu Ping. "Hu Ping, I'm sorry you were upset. From now on, we should still be friends, right?" She reached out her hand in front of Hu Ping. After hesitating, Hu Ping took her hand and said, "Yes, we are friends." Zhou Yan's face turned almost green with anger, but she didn't dare to curse her openly. She was afraid Qin Yuqing's words might be true. She didn't want to go back to the chorus team. She was still hoping to make a name for herself this time. Qin Yuqing found an excuse to leave for a drink of water. If possible, she wanted to replace Hu Ping, but not now. She needed a good reason, an opportunity. She ignored what was being said behind her. She didn't want to listen or care. She had seen too many people who act one way in front and another behind. If she kept worrying about it, she would only live in pain. Zhou Yan looked at Qin Yuqing with hatred in her eyes and then turned to Hu Ping. "You actually agreed to be friends with her." Hu Ping glanced at Zhou Yan. "What else can I do? Wait for her to change." Zhou Yan started to understand but still couldn't let go of her resentment. "Let's just forget about it." Hu Ping's eyes were dark and unclear. She looked at Qin Yuqing walking away and said, "We can't do it alone for now." Like she said, it's just the beginning. We can be replaced easily. They could wait until the rehearsals were almost over. Then, it wouldn't be her decision anymore. After resuming training, there were no more small tricks. Besides some coordination issues and occasional mismatched movements, there were no big problems. Qin Yuqing didn't have to split her focus anymore. Training became easier, and she finally felt comfortable. Thinking about how to find out about Jiang Lihua, she didn't know many people. In the end, She focused on Lu Jigang. He had worked here for many years, so he should know someone. After work, she pushed her bicycle out and saw Shin Yuqing from afar. He arrived very early. Shin Yuqing hurried to meet Shin Yuqing before many people came out. She looked around and asked, "You didn't ride your bike?" "Yes, I didn't have a spare bike to borrow." Shin Yuqing didn't doubt Shin Yuqing's words. She thought, after all, he's an outsider and unfamiliar with this place. Shin Yuqing naturally took Shin Yuqing's bike and said, "Let's go eat first." Shin Yuqing nodded. She didn't want to bring it home. The incident this morning warned her. If the police came to investigate and Shin Yuqing left in a few days, it would be troublesome if they asked. She could guess how lively the alley would be today. The women there would definitely be busy complaining. The two went back to the state-run restaurant. Shin Yuqing said, "I'm not very hungry today. Let's order less." Shin Yuqing nodded. They ordered 3 dishes, a soup, and 8 bread. He then asked, "Have you thought about moving somewhere else for a while?" Shin Yuqing sensed there was more to his words. She asked, "What's wrong with where I live now?" Shin Yuqing looked at her. Seeing she didn't seem angry, he slowly said, "Today I heard about the theft in your neighborhood. I heard about it this morning." "Did they find out anything?" "No, the thief is probably experienced and habitual. Tonight, Zhouang will investigate the black market." Shin Yuqing understood. During this time, most stolen goods were sold on the black market. Going to another city wasn't realistic. Zhouang said this had happened several times before. Maybe they would come again. It would be better for you to move somewhere else first. Stealing from so many homes in one night definitely wasn't done by one person. It was probably a gang of 4 or 5 people. No matter how capable Shin Yuqing was, she couldn't handle so many people at once. "No, I am leaving now. Guess what the people in the alley will think. I have a way to defend myself." She moved away, and maybe those rude people will think she's an accomplice with the thieves. Shin Yuqing didn't keep persuading her. Shin Yuqing's point made sense, so it all depended on whether Zhouang would be helpful tonight. "Are you free tomorrow?" Shin Yuqing smiled and looked at Shin Yuqing.
No.
Seeing Shin Yuqing as a child, Shin Yuqing had a bad feeling. "I want to become a disciple. I'll probably be busy after that." Shin Yuqing told Shin Yuqing about her plans, hoping he would give up. If they weren't on the same page, their relationship wouldn't last long. A disciple? Shin Yuqing was surprised. He had thought about many things, but not this. Yes, in traditional Chinese medicine. "You want to learn medicine?" Shin Yuqing processed this news. He wondered if helping to arrange the cultural troupe was too impulsive, without asking what she really wanted to do. Seeing Shin Yuqing's bright eyes, he felt she had a special glow that he couldn't quite describe. His voice lowered unconsciously. "So, the cultural troupe." Shin Yuqing understood what Shin Yuqing meant and explained, "I like singing and dancing too. I also like medicine. I just want to learn more when I have time." Their local cultural troupe still had 6 or 7 years left. After the 1980s, it was reorganized and merged into a neighboring county. Shin Yuqing was surprised by Shin Yuqing's response. She thought he would oppose it or suggest just learning one thing. "Can I treat you to dinner tonight?" Shin Yuqing looked up. Going out for dinner and movies wasn't as simple as it sounded in later times. It wasn't just a date. It was almost like an unspoken agreement to get married. She was worried Shin Yuqing might suddenly say, "Let's go get a marriage license." Just as Shin Yuqing was looking for an excuse to refuse, Shin Yuqing spoke. "The day after tomorrow, I'll be going back. I want to treat you to a meal on my last day here." Shin Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she could leave. After dinner, they didn't go to see a movie. Instead, they took a walk in a nearby park. Shin Yuqing wasn't sure if this counted as a date. There wasn't much there, no scenery or facilities, just natural, untouched nature and few people. "I'll apply for a transfer when I go back. It might take some time." Shin Yuqing hesitated. "Actually, there's no need to transfer. They are unsure about the future." Shin Yuqing admits that during their recent interactions, she has developed a slight liking for Shin Yuqing, but only a little. He doesn't have the typical male chauvinism of this era. He asks for opinions and seems to be very calm emotionally, at least from what she sees. Yes, being in a relationship too far apart can affect feelings. Shin Yuqing couldn't help but laugh. "You know a lot. Shin Yuqing doesn't want to say he's knowledgeable, he's just experienced. He hasn't chased someone before, but he can learn. If he is to get married someday, he'd rather try hard to pursue someone he likes than be forced into a relationship. I want to see you every day. Qin Yuqing glanced at Shin Yuqing, who was serious, then quickly looked away, her heart beating a little faster. This man always unintentionally stirs her feelings. If I don't agree, wouldn't you be wasting your efforts? For Shin Yuqing, the best opportunity is definitely in Jing City, where there are good prospects. Then it's worth it, Shin Yuqing answered without hesitation. Trying hard is better than doing nothing, and he won't regret it later. Qin Yuqing was silent, unable to find words for a moment. Don't feel pressured. This is my decision, and it has nothing to do with you. I was too reckless before and didn't consider your feelings. I will give you time to get to know me. When you're ready, tell me your answer. Whatever the outcome, I can accept it. Qin Yuqing tried to find any falsehood on Shin Yuqing's face. There was none. His sincerity made her feel ashamed. After a while, Qin Yuqing nodded. Okay. Shin Yuqing's lips curved slightly and the coldness on his face disappeared. Although he hadn't changed much, Qin Yuqing could sense that he was different from before. Have you prepared for the apprenticeship ceremony tomorrow? Qin Yuqing shook her head. I was thinking of buying things tomorrow. There's no need to go too early for the ceremony. Around 9 o'clock should be fine. Waking up a little earlier will definitely be enough. Shin Yuqing nodded. Qin Yuqing wasn't too worried about the ceremony, but she was uneasy about the safety of her residence. Ahua was too quiet. The police hadn't found anything on her yet. She could only hope that the thieves, if any of them contacted Ahua, might reveal something. You said earlier that similar things happen elsewhere and no one was caught. I've caught them before, but they only admit to the evidence found at the time of arrest and deny any gang involvement. Someone must have given them guidance, so their conviction is not very effective. After reviewing all the case files yesterday, Shin Yuqing felt very frustrated. These people are very clever and refuse to admit guilt. Sending them to a farm for reform or keeping them locked up for 2 or 3 years won't solve anything. This was also the reason Shin Yuqing decided to take action. Zhou Ong said Qin Yuqing was already being watched. They have strengthened their defenses nearby, but haven't caught anyone yet. Last night's theft started with the dogs being eliminated. When the temperature drops later, their alertness will decrease at night, making theft easier and more reckless. Qin Yuqing sighed deeply, feeling she could only rely on herself for now. It's getting late. I'll take you home, Shin Yuqing said. Qin Yuqing nodded. Although it wasn't very late, she had no desire to wander around. Let's just stop here. Don't go into the alley. The women there are probably complaining inside. Shin Yuqing nodded. All right, I won't see you off anymore. Before dark, there were still voices in the alley, but Shin Yuqing was not worried. He turned and went to the department store. As Qin Yuqing expected, every household had their doors half closed. Some were working while chatting with neighbors. Others sat at their doorways, working and cursing at the same time. Those thieves have caused trouble for my family. If I catch them, I will make sure they never have children. My new clothes got soaked yesterday when I hung them outside. Qin Yuqing quickly rode her bike past them and went home before they could react. Life is hard these days. Losing a basin makes people upset for a long time. Thieves don't discriminate. They take whatever they can grab. She closed the door tightly, checked the house's safety, and found nothing wrong. Then she went into her space to start farming. She used about 1/3 of her seeds. Now the cabbages and radishes are growing very well. Tomatoes are not doing so well. Only about 1 in 10 plants survived. The seeds might have been stored too long, and even the spiritual spring water couldn't revive them. 7 seedlings have survived, enough for Qin Yuqing to eat. The only problem is she doesn't have cucumber seeds and needs to find a way to get some. Among her seeds, there is a handful of beans. She planted them, and when she harvests next time, she will plant more so she won't run out of beans. After finishing my chores, I checked the homemade incubation box again to make sure everything was okay. The temperature was still steady, so I carefully covered it with cloth. Outside, I heard noise, so I opened the door and asked, "Andy, what's going on?" "It's not a thief. Our alley has decided to take turns watching for trouble. I didn't say anything. If everyone else had someone to watch, I was the only one in my family. The middle-aged woman talking seemed to understand my situation and said cheerfully, "Most men are working outside, so no need for women to watch." I felt a little relieved and nodded, then asked, "Has it been decided yet?" I saw that the neighborhood committee members had also arrived, and a group of people was gathered and making noise. "No, I think it's still early." I stayed for a few more words, then found an excuse to go home. I didn't dare go into the space for now, just in case I couldn't hear if someone knocked. When the noise outside stopped and no one knocked on my door, I finally felt at ease. The night became very quiet.
No dogs barking.
I was a little uncomfortable at first. Before, I thought the barking was noisy, but now I found it comforting. Many people shared the same thought, so that night, many probably couldn't sleep. The next day, I changed into clean clothes and carried my bag as I went out. When I reached the alley entrance, I saw Shen Yuqing already waiting. "How long have you been here?" Shen Yuqing handed me something and said, "This is your gift for becoming my apprentice. Here, take it." It was wrapped carefully in red cloth. I gently pulled back a corner and guessed it was a set of tea utensils. No wonder Shen Yuqing asked Grandpa Xiao about preferences yesterday. The packaging looked expensive. I asked, "How much did it cost?" "I'll pay you back. It's not much."
Just take it.
"I have time to go with you," Shen Yuqing said, worried I might misunderstand. "I won't go inside. I'll just deliver it to the door." After I took it, I also noticed a box on top, probably tea leaves. It was quite complete. Shen Yuqing prepared it better than I could. His experience was beyond what an ordinary person like me could compare to. Just the red cloth wrapping was unexpected. I thought I could just carry some things over. "All right, it's settled. I'll treat you to dinner tonight." Shen Yuqing smiled and said, "Okay. Do you want me to take you there?" I looked at my watch and said, "No need. Let's go." She thought simply, someone bought her a gift, saving her money, just to buy her time. She should be more sensible. "Let me push." Shen Yuqing naturally let go, and Shen Yuqing took the bicycle. They walked side by side. Shen Yuqing asked, "Did you have breakfast?" She didn't know how long Shen Yuqing had been there, but since there was enough time, she asked casually. "I ate a little." Shen Yuqing had sneaked a bun from the police cafeteria. He didn't know exactly when Shen Yuqing left, so he arrived a bit early. Based on Shen Yuqing's personality, when he said he ate a little, it was probably true. Unsure, she asked, "Maybe you want to eat something else?" "No need, I came to see you." Shen Yuqing. Her face turned a bit red at his words. Without giving her time to react, Shen Yuqing continued, "I might be gone for a while this time. The paperwork will take about 2 months. When I have time, I will come to see you." His refusal sounded a bit harsh, but Shen Yuqing didn't want to ruin the morning mood, so she just responded casually, "I'm almost there." "The small courtyard ahead, is it?" Shen Yuqing had been there before, so he knew, but Shen Yuqing pretended not to know. "I'll just see you off here. I'll wait for you here this afternoon." There was a tree by the roadside with a few stone benches underneath. It was probably left by residents nearby for resting, which was convenient for Shen Yuqing. Shen Yuqing nodded. "I'll try to come early. No rush. I have nothing to do today. I can wait." He couldn't interfere too much with the case, after all. It wasn't his territory. He was really just a bystander. Shen Yuqing walked quite a distance, then looked back and saw Shen Yuqing still standing there, waving to signal him to go back. Shen Yuqing obediently left, watching Shen Yuqing enter the courtyard, then returned to stand under the tree by the road. Before he sat down, he saw the courtyard door open again. A young man ran out, looking like he had just escaped danger, frowning slightly. As soon as Shen Yuqing entered, she was greeted with tears. Xiao Huaibo eagerly pushed a cart. "Sister, you're finally here. Go inside quickly." Xiao Huaibo turned to leave, then took a step back and pulled out a red paper package from his pocket. "Come often from now on. My life depends on you. This is a gift for meeting." In Shen Yuqing's stunned state, Xiao Huai suddenly opened the door and ran out. Shen Yuqing was holding the red envelope, feeling confused. Something was wrong with the situation. Grandma Xiao came out and said, "Take it. It's the right thing to do." Shen Yuqing was an outsider. Although she sensed there were stories in the Xiao family, she didn't dare to ask about them. Thinking today was her apprenticeship ceremony, she quickly composed herself and took the gift inside. Grandma Xiao had already prepared tea. Inside the main room, a faint scent of sandalwood rose, showing they valued this moment. Xiaorenji sat upright in the grand chair, no longer showing his usual kindness. His expression carried the dignity of someone who had experienced many years. Qin Yuqing took a deep breath. She held the red silk-wrapped gift with both hands and said, "Disciple Qin Yuqing, I come today to formally become your student." She knelt on a prepared mat and raised the gift high. "Please accept this, teacher." Xiaorenji had been waiting for this moment. He cleared his throat and said, "Tea, please." Grandma Xiao immediately took the package, placed a teacup in Qin Yuqing's hands, and she carefully held it with both hands. The tea was just the right temperature. She respectfully said, "Teacher, please enjoy the tea." A faint smile appeared in Xiaorenji's eyes. He took the cup, took a sip, and then set it down. The porcelain bottom clinked softly against the table, making a clear sound. From his sleeve, he slowly took out a small bamboo tube and an old, yellowed book. "This is a gift from me to you, as a token of our meeting. Thank you, teacher." Qin Yuqing carefully accepted the items. She guessed the bamboo tube probably contained acupuncture needles, and the book was definitely related to medicine. After the simple apprenticeship ceremony, Xiaorenji didn't delay. He immediately started teaching her how to identify medicinal herbs. Meanwhile, Shun Yuqing had already gone to eat with Xiao Huai. Xiao Huai was busy complaining, almost revealing all his secrets. "Where are you going later?" Xiao Huai sighed. "Where else? Just wandering around, then coming back when it gets dark." He couldn't go home because he wasn't married, and his fiancée hadn't decided yet. Xiao Huai looked at Shin Yuqing and said, "I actually envy you." Shin Yuqing responded with a nod, implying that Qin Yuqing was much more reliable than his fiancée. It was obvious he was being played by a woman. Shin Yuqing checked that he wouldn't be a threat and stood up. "I'll pay for the meal. I have to go back for a bit." Without giving Xiao Huai a chance to stop him, he left quickly. At noon, Qin Yuqing had lunch with two elders. Grandma Xiao had bought plenty of meat in advance, making the meal very rich. Xiao Huaibo had nowhere to go and quietly pushed the door open, unable to resist the tempting smell of meat. Feeling the aroma, he looked inside pitifully. He dared to come back because he relied on Qin Yuqing. His father would give him face. Qin Yuqing noticed the teacher snorted, and Grandma Xiao stood up. "I'll go check." She pointed to the kitchen, where some leftover dishes were. Xiao Huaibo didn't mind not being able to sit at the table and happily ate the braised pork on the stove. This wasn't about taking in apprentices. It was more like he had gained a magical shield. Qin Yuqing saw the old man glancing over repeatedly, looking angry. She quickly changed the subject and asked, "Teacher, do you still like the sauce I made before? Did you make that yourself?" When it came to the beef sauce, Xiaorenji was even more annoyed. He only took 2 bites but didn't want to eat more. He didn't see it and was eaten by that kid, who finished most of the bottle. Qin Yuqing was happy to hear that. "Yes, I made it. I'll make more for you when I have time." She hadn't made much, and most of it had already been given away. Troublesome. "Just tell me when you have time." Xiaorenji wasn't blind. He could tell it wasn't pork. He didn't want Qin Yuqing to trouble herself again. Changing the subject, Xiaorenji stopped staring at his son and asked about Qin Yuqing's life. He didn't know much about his new little apprentice. Qin Yuqing remembered her promise to Shin Yuqing and didn't tell Xiaorenji the full truth. Even the old man couldn't help but gossip, and she didn't want to make too much noise before confirming everything. Remember to review what we discussed today when you go back. Next week, if you're free, I'll take you into the mountains, okay? Teacher, as usual, I'll come in the afternoon if I have time. Now she was rehearsing with Jiang Lihua, so she wasn't sure if she could leave work on time. Let's go. It's too late, and it's not safe to be out on the road. In winter, it gets dark earlier and earlier. Xiaorenji finally learned about Qin Yuqing's family situation and felt more affection for his diligent little apprentice. After Qin Yuqing left, Grandma Xiao called her husband. "This girl probably didn't buy cheap things, right?" Xiaorenji looked and was very pleased. It was a Zisha teapot made by a master. She had put a lot of thought into it. Stop looking. I'm asking you, isn't this stuff expensive? And this box of tea leaves. Grandma Xiao thought about what to give her later. She didn't want the child to spend too much. Xiao Renji sighed, not just expensive. It's not easy to buy it easily. In the future, take good care of Qingqing. She's a good child. Later, I will find other things to make up for it. Qin Yuqing pushed her bike out and saw Shen Yuqing standing under a tree from afar. Shen Yuqing seemed to sense her presence, looked up, and after meeting her gaze, he quickly walked over and asked, "Are you tired?" Qin Yuqing smiled and said, "Not tired. Let's go, I'll treat you to a meal. I'll take you." With experience, they naturally became more comfortable with each other, no longer awkward like at the beginning. After dinner, Qin Yuqing asked, "When will you leave tomorrow?" "Probably around 9 o'clock. I have a ride that's on the way." Qin Yuqing thought for a moment. There was still enough time. "Can you wait for me at the alley entrance in the morning? I want to give you something." "Okay, I will be there before you go to work." No matter what, her father and son gave her money and helped her. Not returning the favor made her feel a bit uneasy. When she got home, Qin Yuqing started making meat sauce. Her cooking skills were decent, and she wanted to prepare something special as a gift. She made baked beef strips and pork jerky. Seeing the beef being used up, Qin Yuqing felt truly distressed. But when she thought about the money they gave her, she felt less upset. After working late into the night, she finally finished the gift, which didn't seem too shabby. She packed it into a bag. She set an alarm and went straight to sleep. The next day, she got up, washed quickly, ate some breakfast, and left. She couldn't delay Shen Yuqing's departure. Qin Yuqing thought she had woken up early enough, but when she reached the alley, Shen Yuqing was already leaning against the wall. "Why did you come so early?" she asked. Qin Yuqing glanced at Shen Yuqing's clothes, unsure how long he had been waiting. She wished she had given a specific time. Shen Yuqing replied casually, "Just arrived." Qin Yuqing didn't bother to say more. She handed over her bag.
These are some small snacks I made.
Don't keep them for too long. If you go home, you can also give some to Uncle Shen and Annie to try. I have to go to work now. Saying this took a lot of courage. She was afraid that others might not like what she made, but not saying anything would seem rude. Shen Yuqing's expression softened a little, and he smiled as he replied, "I will. When I come back, if there's anything, just find Zhou Wang. I've already told him." Qin Yuqing responded hurriedly and rode away quickly, her cheeks burning. She still couldn't shake her feelings of inferiority. Their family is not the kind that would appreciate the small things she makes. Shen Yuqing picked up the weight of what he was holding, then turned around and pushed the bicycle out from behind. He followed Qin Yuqing closely until she entered her workplace, then turned back. He looked back once. If he came again, it would be a long time later. Just that one glance showed his anger. Gao Xianghua had just seen Qin Shuyao off when he noticed Qin Yuqing staring fiercely at someone and then walking a few steps forward. Today, Qin Yuqing was preoccupied and didn't notice anything unusual, but Lu Jigang saw it. Standing at the door, Gao Xianghua met Lu Jigang's fierce gaze and awkwardly turned away. Shen Yuqing remembered that Gao Xianghua and Qin Yuqing disliked him.
He paid more attention to them.
They really disliked him. Qin Yuqing was right to scold him. If he had more time, today Gao and others would have wanted to talk to him. After Qin Yuqing entered the changing room, she gradually calmed down but soon noticed something was wrong. Someone had touched her locker. She looked around but saw no one. There was a trace of green liquid at the bottom of the locker, dried up, but she remembered there was none before. The keys to these lockers had been passed through many hands, so they were not safe. She slowly took out her training clothes from the locker, opened the folded clothes carefully, and saw they were slightly damp. When she unfolded them, she noticed traces of green liquid. The clothes were dark-colored, so it was hard to see without paying attention. Qin Yuqing smiled and casually threw the clothes into her space, then took out a spare set. In her previous life, she had seen this substance before. It seemed to come from a certain plant. When it got on the skin, it caused itching, redness, swelling, and in severe cases, blisters. She didn't expect this stuff to be used on her. She changed into the clothes and walked out without looking at anyone. Whoever stared at her would probably be the culprit. Qin Yuqing walked out of the changing room as if nothing was wrong. Near the door, Zhang Tian was standing with two people not far away. When she finished changing, she smiled. Qin Yuqing also smiled. How foolish, she didn't know how to hide her feelings. It was almost certain that they were the ones. Qin Yuqing kept track of the accounts and was now fighting back. It was too easy for them to be caught. Revenge takes 10 years for a gentleman, but she didn't need 10 years. About half a month was enough, once she prepared the medicinal powder. Not long after starting her training, Zhang Lihua came in and called Wang Can away. Others didn't know what was happening, but Qin Yuqing understood clearly. She guessed she wouldn't be able to stay much longer. Recently, Wang Can has been very obedient and hasn't caused any trouble. She is mainly being watched because there are many people around her, making it easy to find faults. This time, the team decided to save her trouble by dismissing her, probably because of Wang Menglan. Without support, no one would bother to defend her. In the past 2 days, Qin Yuqing has also learned a bit about Zhang Lihua's personality. She cares a lot about the team members' achievements. If you have talent, she will try to keep you. I guess in her previous life, she was too ordinary, which is why Zhang Lihua disliked her. Wang Can felt the same way. If she had a solid foundation, she wouldn't have been driven away. Sure enough, within half an hour, Wang Can came in crying and packing her things. The training ground instantly became chaotic. Zhang Lihua frowned and sternly said, "Just now, I told you to train seriously. The new year is coming soon. We absolutely cannot embarrass ourselves again." Training resumed with great energy. Zhang Tian and the others felt anxious because Qin Yuqing's reaction seemed normal. During a break, a few of them whispered, "Is the medicine not working? It shouldn't be. Why isn't she reacting?" Qin Yuqing sat quietly in a corner resting, occasionally smiling at them. Zhang Tian and the others felt uneasy. "Do you think she noticed something?" "Impossible." Wang Lanjin, who had been silent, and Qin Xiaoying approached Qin Yuqing. They spoke softly, a bit shy and embarrassed. "Comrade Qin, may I ask you a question?" Qin Yuqing smiled and asked, "What do you want to ask?" She couldn't keep making enemies all the time. She needed 1 or 2 supporters. Wang Lanjin whispered, "My singing is always just okay. I don't know what the problem is." Qin Yuqing had already figured out where the issue was. Zhang Lihua also knew, but she only criticized specific ways to improve and practice, without giving direct guidance. She had to figure it out herself. That morning, Wang Lanjin was called out 3 times. The more anxious she got, the worse she sang. "Your pitch is too high, and your voice is too gentle. Also, your lung capacity isn't very good." Zhang Lihua always complained that Wang Lanjin's voice was too soft. Since she hadn't had systematic training and relied only on natural talent, she didn't understand much. To satisfy Zhang Lihua, she sang loudly but eventually couldn't hit the notes. Most of the performers in the troupe were selected from local towns. Many didn't know professional techniques and relied solely on innate musical talent. If it weren't for her previous life, where she spent money on systematic learning, Qin Yuqing would be just like them. Qin Yuqing told Wang Lanjin how to sing better next time and even demonstrated it. She had Wang Lanjin practice twice, and Wang Lanjin felt her performance was much better than before. Her impression of Qin Yuqing improved a lot. "Thank you so much." "You're welcome." Qin Yuqing explained everything in detail because she appreciated that Wang Lanjin didn't mess around with them. Qin Xiaoying saw how effective this was and immediately asked, "Yuqing, what about my moves?" "Captain Jiang is never satisfied, but I really try my best. Is there any way to improve?" Qin Yuqing sighed inwardly. Those who get kicked out usually have reasons. Qin Xiaoying's limbs are stiff. She's taller than others, lacks flexibility, and is a bit older, with stronger bones. She also doesn't stretch seriously, afraid of getting hurt. "It's difficult for you unless you're willing to work hard. I can work hard, just tell me what to do." Qin Yuqing didn't believe her. Otherwise, Captain Jiang wouldn't put her at the back with the fewest dance moves. "Your body lacks flexibility. You need to train very hard." Qin Xiaoying knows her problem. Stretching hurts too much for her, and she can't do it. Qin Yuqing didn't force her. She did a few difficult moves in place. If you can do any of these moves, you won't be so stiff when you jump. It's not that she doesn't teach. It's that Chen Xiuying isn't trying hard enough. Chen Xiuying's face turned pale. She couldn't do any of them. When she was stretching her legs before, the three of them pressed down but couldn't get her to lower. The bell for assembly rang. Qin Yuqing stopped talking and immediately gathered everyone. When the lunch bell rang, Qin Yuqing was the fastest to rush over because she was starving. Halfway through eating, she heard someone outside shouting, "There's a fight." "Come see. Where's the fight? Looks like it's over by the scriptwriting team. Hurry up. I heard they're here to catch the mistress." Such shocking news caused half the cafeteria to leave. Qin Yuqing quietly continued eating, staying out of the chaos. In her previous life, there was an incident where the original wife caught and beat the mistress. She knew she would have to go to the performance team later to find someone. The safest place was the cafeteria, so she didn't join the crowd. She remembered those who gossiped, but didn't help later got punished. Qin Yuqing had a good appetite. Halfway through eating, her food was gone. She looked at the empty cafeteria area and took her lunchbox to ask, "Andy, I don't have enough to eat. Can I get some more dishes?" "Yes," someone replied. Since everyone was watching the scene, no one was eating. The dishes were mostly gone, and they were worried they would be left with nothing. An older woman inside quickly stood up and scooped a big spoonful of cabbage with vermicelli.
Thank you, Auntie.
That's enough. Qin Yuqing carried her food back. The portion was too much, so she only ate half and kept the rest for dinner. She didn't see any reason to dislike her leftover food. Qin Yuqing had been working in the cafeteria all afternoon until it was time for her shift. When she entered the training hall, she overheard some people talking. It's hard to believe she's that kind of person. Yeah, she looks pretty quiet usually. Could they have mistaken someone else? That doesn't seem likely. Look at her wife's fierce expression, and Zhang Yueran didn't defend herself. I think it's probably true. Qin Yuqing knew the name, but didn't recognize the person. Everyone be quiet. If I find out who's spreading rumors, I will cancel their performance immediately. Zhang Lihua, with a cold face, entered with two other instructors. Qin Yuqing stood quietly, knowing this was a serious matter. As expected, Zhang Lihua quickly named a few people. You and you and you reprimand. Everyone was so nervous they didn't dare make a sound and listened carefully. Teacher Song. Later you bring the men's team over for harmony training. Qin Yuqing kept her head down silently. Usually the men's and women's teams trained separately. When they heard about combining the teams, many people got excited. Qin Yuqing understood. It was a confusing time for feelings, and it was easy to get carried away. That's why they separated the teams in the first place. Before, when the two teams trained together, many people lost focus. Training with the team was important for the New Year's performance. Zhang Lihua had to give up on their small group of 7 to help train the group performance. Qin Yuqing spent another lazy afternoon. When she was about to leave, she glanced at Zhang Tian and the others. They looked guilty and didn't dare to meet her eyes. It seemed like Qin Yuqing already knew what was happening. Otherwise, why would she be so free all day? Qin Yuqing pushed her cart to the door and saw Lu Jigang sitting inside. She knocked on the door. "Uncle, how did your face get hurt?" There was a clear fingernail mark, and Qin Yuqing understood immediately. It was from that woman's scratch. Lu Jigang first realized how strong women can be. Don't mention it. You can't stop them. Who tries to stop gets beaten. Qin Yuqing took out some chili sauce and a jar of meat sauce, which was made with pork and mushrooms. The meat was little, but the flavor was excellent. "Uncle, I made this at home over the weekend. Try it. You must have made it well. I haven't finished the chili sauce from before. I'll give you a new jar once I finish it. No rush. I brought it early to show off my new skill." "I'm lucky to have you." Qin Yuqing happily shared her news. "Uncle, I got into the performance troupe." "Really? That's great." Everyone knew that members of the performance troupe earned good money and got promoted quickly. Winning awards could help them level up. Lu Jigang was genuinely happy for Qin Yuqing. He felt sad that such a kind, pretty girl was assigned to the props team. "Uncle, I just joined the troupe. There are many things I don't understand. Do you know how things work there? Lu Jigang thought for a moment. I don't know much, but I do know Captain Jiang and Director Lu. I met them before when I was in the army, and I watched their performances. Qin Yuqing knew she found the right person. Uncle, tell me more. I'm training under Captain Jiang now. I really admire her. Lu Jigang started to recall, and Qin Yuqing listened carefully. After talking, she learned a lot about Jiang Lihua. She thought to herself, your uncle is still your uncle. He claims to know everything, but his details are almost like intelligence reports. Having gotten the information she wanted, Qin Yuqing said goodbye to Lu Jigang. Uncle, I'm going back. Take care on the way. Got it. Qin Yuqing rode her bike happily. Her problem was now clear. Jiang Lihua was eager to win awards and get her leader's attention because she wanted to be transferred back to the military district. Her family was there, and she was anxious about not being able to go back. Jiang Lihua used to be part of the military district's cultural troupe. She was an excellent performer in singing and dancing. But she had an accident during pregnancy, injuring her leg, which led to her retirement. This explained why Jiang Lihua's singing was good, and she could demonstrate well, but she struggled to teach others. She was just pushing herself too hard. Knowing the situation, Qin Yuqing prepared herself. She planned to fully win Jiang Lihua over. She hoped those 6 people wouldn't be foolish. Otherwise, she wouldn't mind seeing their efforts go to waste. Qin Yuqing returned home without even eating and started writing lyrics that would fit the times and help Jiang Lihua perform on stage. She finished most of it in one night, read it a few times, but felt something was missing. The next day, Qin Yuqing went to work with dark circles under her eyes and saw Qin Shuyao at the door, looking swollen like a pig's head. She couldn't help but laugh. Sure, she was pretending to be nice yesterday and got slapped. It looked satisfying. Yao Yao, why is your face so swollen? Do your partners still recognize you like this? Qin Shuyao, already worried about being seen, tried to hide her face, but Qin Yuqing's loud voice drew attention from all around. Stop gloating here. Qin Yuqing really enjoyed her misfortune. Guess what? Can you still keep writing that script? Without your backup, can you stay here? This incident had a very bad impact. In this era, such things could land someone in jail, and even a death penalty would be considered lenient. Qin Shuyao was truly frightened by Qin Yuqing's words. She was only a temporary hire and her reputation had been damaged recently. The one who caused the trouble was her team leader. After being beaten yesterday, the boss allowed their department to leave early. Today, she was just trying to find out what was happening. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone out with her swollen face. Qin Yuqing did it on purpose. Seeing Qin Shuyao distressed and uncomfortable, she felt pleased. She was about to hum a tune as she went in. From her last experience, she checked herself carefully before changing clothes, knowing she could only use the trick once. After changing, Qin Yuqing did some simple stretching and vocal warm-ups, not joining any conversations. Most people hadn't yet recovered from the argument and listened quietly to the gossip around them. Zhang Yueran disappeared after being beaten yesterday, probably losing her job. Losing a job was minor. In this era, a bad reputation could cost a woman her life. Jiang Lihua still focused on the group performance. Qin Yuqing finally had some free time to rest. Hu Ping took the opportunity to get closer. Yuqing, you seem so impressive, knowing everything and understanding those music sheets. Qin Yuqing rolled her eyes inwardly, took a sip of water and slowly replied, I just liked it and learned a little. Hu Ping deliberately moved closer. Can you teach me? Back then, Qin Yuqing spent nearly 100 yuan learning this skill. She wanted to get it for free, thinking she could just take it without effort. Did she think the teacher would just let her go easily? Maybe you should ask Captain Jiang to teach you. He's a professional. I also have many things I don't understand, and if I teach you wrong, it could cause trouble. Hu Ping looked sincere and begged, it's okay. Even if I make mistakes, I won't blame you. It's better than not understanding anything now. Qin Yuqing smiled and said, you should ask someone else. I remember there are a few others in our group who know this. If she remembered correctly, there are 2 people in the men's team and 3 in the women's team who know it, plus Wu Shanshan, who pretends to understand but doesn't. No one wants to share their skills openly. Everyone knows the saying, a master who teaches his apprentice might starve himself. Now, Most skills are kept secret, and no one is generous enough to share. Hu Ping came today to test her. She knew everyone was hiding their skills, but she still dared to ask. She really thought she was naive. It would be foolish to agree. Hu Ping is definitely the type to eat her fill and then complain. Hu Ping looked a little embarrassed when she was rejected, but quickly adjusted her mood. Yuqing, just teach me how to understand the song we're singing. Captain Jiang told you to guide us when you have time. Don't you want our performance to win awards too? Qin Yuqing saw through Hu Ping's scheming and ruthlessness. Hu Ping, do you really want to learn? Her eyes lit up and she nodded. Yes, I want to learn. Then sing your part of the song. Hu Ping immediately stood up and started singing. Qin Yuqing didn't care much and looked toward Jiang Lihua. The three of them gathered, seemingly discussing the formation for the performance, but they seemed to have different opinions. Yuqing, can I teach after I finish singing? Qin Yuqing lazily looked up. Your singing is fine. No need to waste time learning. Hu Ping's smile disappeared from her face. What do you mean? Are you playing me? Qin Yuqing wanted to say yes, that she was teasing her, but that would be too arrogant. Your singing is so perfect and talented. You don't really need to learn this. If you don't believe me, ask Captain Jiang. Hu Ping knew she was being played, but didn't dare to get angry. If Captain Jiang found out she wasn't focusing on rehearsals, she would definitely be scolded. Someone had wanted to learn something before, and when they mentioned it to Captain Jiang, they were scolded harshly. Hu Ping still remembers a few of the words from that time. Before you learn to crawl, you want to run. Our job is to perform well on stage and train well off stage. Don't keep thinking about things that aren't yours. Do you want to climb onto my head? Qin Yuqing didn't really know about this, but seeing Hu Ping's frustrated and annoyed look, she was happy. She wasn't afraid of making enemies. She was afraid of not making any. After the break, training continued. Qin Yuqing gradually got used to the rehearsal pace. Sometimes she would see Song Lei in the cafeteria and would avoid her. Qin Yuqing felt pretty good about this. She was no longer alone. One or two people from a performance team would greet her and sit together to eat. As long as there was no serious hostility, Qin Yuqing could speak politely. She hadn't fought with anyone outside of the Wu Shanshan group, but every time they met, there was a lot of glaring and scowling. Qin Yuqing didn't mind. There's a saying, I like to see you hate me, but can't do anything about it. Comrade Qin, your skin is so nice. Is it natural? Qin Yuqing knew she wouldn't become friends with someone without a reason, so she thought it was necessary to change her reply. Not exactly natural. I take good care of it, both inside and outside. With time, it gets better. Women are always most interested in topics about beauty, no matter the era. Because of this, many people suddenly appeared around Qin Yuqing. More people made it easier to gather information. Is there a good script? How's the progress? Don't ask. Everything stopped now. They're all under investigation. I heard the chief writer has already been detained. Everyone was chattering, and Qin Yuqing pieced together the information she wanted. She felt completely at ease. No wonder she hadn't seen Qin Shuyao these days. Maybe she really was fired. She planned to go see her and see how miserable she looked, and maybe find a chance to kick her while she was down. She loved to kick those who were already fallen, especially her dear uncle's family. It was almost the weekend, and Qin Yuqing felt the timing was right. She decided to leave a little later and go find Jiang Lihua. In her office, Jiang Lihua was busy looking at the rural outreach schedule for next week. The art troupe often visits the countryside to bring comfort, especially around New Year and the Spring Festival, so there were many performances scheduled. She knocked on the door. Captain Jiang. Jiang Lihua looked up. You're still here? Do you need something? Her tone wasn't very polite, but Qin Yuqing understood that this was just how Jiang Lihua spoke. Qin Yuqing pulled out a chair and sat across from her. Actually, I have a song that I think suits you, Captain Jiang. I brought it here for you to see. Jiang Lihua finally stopped what she was doing and looked up. What do you mean? Qin Yuqing first handed over the lyrics. Take a look, Captain Jiang. Jiang Lihua suspiciously took the paper and read it. She thought it was really good, uplifting and inspiring. But then she frowned and asked, what does this have to do with me? Qin Yuqing started to use her words carefully, drawing on her past experience in service. I've heard you sing before and know your skill. It's hard for anyone else to perform this song as well as you. Most of our performances are group songs, with few solo acts. If we do something new and different, we might have a better chance to win. Zhang Lihua was silent, or rather, she was moved. Qin Yuqing had done her homework. Captain Jiang, although each art troupe has a quota, there's also an option for the leader to participate freely. The goal was to encourage healthy competition, learn from each other, and work together. But few leaders actually took part personally. Your voice is widely recognized as excellent. I'm a bit worried about the current rehearsals. We haven't been able to perform the song all the way through yet, and I fear there might be surprises when we perform on stage. Zhang Lihua looked at Qin Yuqing with a scrutinizing gaze. She knew the situation well. Every practice session had some small issues. Qin Yuqing kept her expression neutral, already knowing what she was going to say. Captain Jiang, I probably shouldn't tell you this, but since you helped me move from the props team to the performance group, I want to thank you. I've been thinking of repaying you. I've seen how dedicated you've been these days. You work so hard, and I want the honor to thank you. Zhang Lihua suppressed her doubts. She had also quietly checked on Qin Yuqing. After all, she had some disagreements with the props team before, but Qin Yuqing never caused trouble and was reliable. She was here to do her job honestly. She never caused trouble. Zhang Lihua shifted her gaze to the lyrics. They were really good, but time was short. She still needed to compose music for it, which was a bit tricky. Qin Yuqing whispered, Captain Jiang, you know I can read sheet music. I tried to write a tune myself, but I feel something's not quite right. Let me see it. Qin Yuqing deliberately took out several pieces of scrap paper with music notes drawn on them. This is the first song I composed. These few lines feel a bit strange. To give Zhang Lihua a chance to show herself, Qin Yuqing intentionally left some mistakes while writing the music. Zhang Lihua took the sheet music and hummed along, gradually feeling more confident. I'll keep this music and lyrics for now. I'll study it later. This was originally prepared for you, Captain Jiang. As long as you like it. Zhang Lihua hadn't heard such kind words in a long time. She felt relaxed and happy. Qin Yuqing hesitated on purpose. Just say what you want to say, Zhang Lihua said happily. She was good at reading people and knew how to handle small issues. She was willing to satisfy Qin Yuqing. Captain Jiang, about the song, can we keep it a secret for now? Don't let others in the team know. You see, my skills aren't great, and some people want me to teach them how to compose. With my level, I might just lead them astray. About this matter, Zhang Lihua immediately thought of the things she asked Qin Yuqing to help with. Seeing Qin Yuqing nod, Zhang Lihua relaxed. Don't worry. This song won't be performed publicly, so it won't be exposed. Zhang Lihua had come from being an ordinary team member. She knew all about the scheming and clever tricks within the team. Qin Yuqing felt she was almost done. She had completed half of it and knew she shouldn't rush. She stood up and said, Captain Jiang, I'll go now. Zhang Lihua waved her hand, her mind full of thoughts about performing on stage and winning awards. She had a feeling that maybe this time she could succeed, go back, and feel excited all over again. She wasn't suited to keep dancing, but her voice was good. She could fully show her singing talent. The lyrics of this song were very nice. She had a premonition that even if she didn't sing, others could succeed with it. Qin Yuqing walked out but didn't go far before hearing singing behind her. She smiled. She waited for Zhang Lihua to notice and naturally join the chorus. When she left the gate, she specifically greeted Lu Jigang. Uncle, see you next week. See you next week. 1 week has passed. Qin Yuqing counts the days. The eggs she ordered tonight should be delivered, and the rumors about the black market have probably died down. Zhouang probably isn't still watching the black market. Around 11 p.m., everything is quiet. Qin Yuqing doesn't hear any dogs, which makes her a little nervous. Carefully, she pushes her bicycle out the door. The night breeze feels cold. Qin Yuqing tightens her clothes and pedals hard to stay warm, since she's dressed lightly. She stops a little farther from the black market. Looking into the darkness, she notices fewer people there. Qin Yuqing takes a different route, passing through an alley. Most vendors are long-term stallholders, and there aren't many stalls. It looks like there's been a big disturbance. She reaches the spot where she made the deal last time. Only one young man is sitting in the corner, eyes shifting around. He hasn't bought much. He might be either waiting for someone or just keeping watch. Since he's wrapped up tightly, Qin Yuqing can't tell for sure. She steps closer and quietly asks, "Are you waiting for someone?" They only show their eyes, staring at each other. Qin Yuqing pulls down her mask a little and says, "I ordered eggs. You're the one. I've been waiting for you," the young man says happily. "Follow me." Qin Yuqing follows him through several turns, arriving at an old, rundown yard. This is a typical hideout. Inside, only two people are packing things. The young man says to one of them, "Bring out that basket of eggs." Soon, a basket is carried out. Qin Yuqing glances at it. As she expected, it mostly contains eggs, 13 duck eggs and only 5 goose eggs. Is that all? Yes. Business has been slow these days. There have been frequent inspections and many people were taken a few days ago. If Brother Hua hadn't been clever and abandoned the yard, they might have been caught too. What about the other items? The young man shakes his head. Only this basket of eggs was delivered the day before yesterday. The authorities have been checking closely these past 2 days. After finishing this order, we'll probably have to stop for a while. All right, I'll take everything. Qin Yuqing pays him and carefully puts the eggs into her cloth bag. Judging by their attitude, they plan to rest for a while, so no need to remind them. Not long after, she makes sure no one is watching, then puts her things into her space and takes her bicycle home. She can't go to the black market for now. Her supplies are almost gone. She'll need to visit the market a few more times for rice, flour, and oil, but she believes she can still have a good new year. At dawn, Qin Yuqing packed some food, mounted her bicycle, and set out. Today, old Xiao was taking her into the mountains to find herbs. They left her bicycle at Xiaorenji's house before heading into the mountains. "Teacher, I hired a car to take us to the foot of the mountain," she said. "You're spending money unnecessarily," he replied. Qin Yuqing helped Xiaorenji onto the car and smiled, saying, "I think it's worth it. Walking to the mountain takes a long time and wastes energy. Using the car saves time and effort, so she can spend more time learning on the mountain." At the foot of the mountain, Xiaorenji said, "There's not much good stuff at the bottom. Let's go up." Qin Yuqing carried Xiaorenji's basket on her back and said, "Teacher, I'll go ahead to look for the path." They stopped and started along the way. When they found herbs, Xiaorenji pointed them out for Qin Yuqing to identify. He also taught her how to dig for herbs. Qin Yuqing took a small notebook, listened, and took notes. At noon, they found a shady spot to eat. Qin Yuqing took out some preserved meat and plain bread, offering it to Xiaorenji. "Teacher, you eat first. You eat your own food." "I have mine," he replied. Xiaorenji felt a bit embarrassed to eat Qin Yuqing's food again. He had some steamed bread and pickled vegetables. "Teacher, this is my gift to you. You need to eat well to have the strength to teach me. I especially like eating corn-steamed bread," she said. Qin Yuqing naturally picked up a piece of steamed bread and took a bite. The beef was cooked in her space, which helped reduce fatigue. She could probably walk a bit further after eating. After lunch, Xiaorenji didn't go deeper into the mountain. Instead, he looked around for herbs. Seeing Qin Yuqing's intention, Xiaorenji stood still and looked at the deep mountain. "To go further in, we need more people. There are many wild animals here," he said. Qin Yuqing finally realized that the mountain wasn't safe. Wild boars and venomous snakes are common, and wolves and other fierce animals are the most dangerous. She could hide alone, but she didn't dare risk bringing old Xiao along. Luckily, they had reached the middle of the mountain, where there were plenty of herbs. "I'll teach you how to prepare herbs later. Then you can sell them to the pharmacy for money," he said. Qin Yuqing was very happy. She now had another way to make money and thought that someday she could go into the mountain herself to gather herbs. "It's almost time to go down the mountain," she said. Lost in collecting herbs, Qin Yuqing forgot the time. Seeing the setting sun, she said, "Teacher, I'll pack up now." The days were getting darker earlier. Qin Yuqing packed the herbs into her basket, carried her basket, and headed down the mountain. After walking halfway, Qin Yuqing saw a bullock cart and approached to ask, "Sir, are you taking passengers?" The old man looked at the sky and hesitated. Qin Yuqing quickly said, "2 people for 60 cents, how about that?" Normally, the fare is about 1 or 2 cents per person, and it's a bit less for friends. At night, the price might be higher. She was definitely asking for a high fare. The old man heard the amount and happily agreed. Okay, I'll turn around. Qin Yuqing waved to Xiaorenji, saying, Teacher, we'll catch a ride back. They didn't mention the darkening sky, but she was worried about tiring Xiaorenji, as he had other things to do tonight. Before it got completely dark, they arrived at the door. Qin Yuqing pushed her bicycle to leave, but was stopped by Xiaorenji, who said, If you're free tomorrow night, come over. These herbs can't be kept for too long. Okay, Qin Yuqing understood he wanted to teach her how to prepare the herbs. She wasn't in a hurry to go home. She rode her bike around a few turns and arrived near Qin Shuyao's rented house to collect some interest. Qin Yuqing looked at the light that was off. Was no one home? Was Qin Shuyao not there? Now going over to check might cause trouble. She glanced at the time, just past 7. She decided to ride home first, bought a cabbage and carried it openly. She greeted everyone she saw in the alley, then quickly closed her door when she got home. Qin Yuqing rolled up her sleeves and started cooking. To make future outings easier, she often prepared extra food for storage. Just as she was about to eat, she heard a knock on the door. She looked at the table, swapped the plain steamed bun for a corn cake, and put away the meat and vegetables, leaving only a vegetable dish. I'll be right there. When she opened the door, it was Aunt Lu, who was plump. Qin Yuqing quickly moved aside and said, Auntie, why are you here? Aunt Lu lowered her voice and lifted the cloth covering her basket. I brought you some salted vegetables. I just made them today. Remember, you used to like eating them. No wonder she came at night, afraid of being seen. Qin Yuqing didn't refuse. Thank you, Auntie. I was just saying how fragrant the alley smells today. We don't have much at home, but we do have salted vegetables. Just tell me if you want some. Auntie, sit inside. Wait a moment, I'll return your bowl. Qin Yuqing took a bowl, poured out the salted vegetables, and washed it clean. She didn't give the vegetables immediately. Maintaining good relationships with neighbors is not simple. There are many unspoken rules. Aunt Lu also wanted to see Qin Yuqing's life, so she followed her inside. She glanced at the table and saw the dishes, which told her Qin Yuqing hadn't eaten yet. But she was taking care of herself fine, so she felt relieved. Aunt, I'll give you a bowl. I just made some pickled vegetables. Once they're ready, you can try them. That's nice. Okay, I'll go now. Aunt Lu didn't delay Qin Yuqing from eating. After seeing her off, Qin Yuqing sat back down to eat, thinking about what gift to give. Something too expensive wouldn't be good, and something too ordinary wouldn't be suitable. She hadn't made many pickled or preserved foods, so she decided to make more later to store as favors. After tidying up, she looked at her notes from today's mountain trip, recalling details to add. She checked the time, changed her clothes, and first put her bicycle in the storage space. It wasn't because she was careless, but because there had been patrols nearby these days, and she didn't want to cause trouble. Late at night, it wasn't good for a woman to go out alone, especially with rumors spreading. She was worried someone might lose something again, which would be hard to explain. Mostly, what she planned to do wasn't exactly good. She knew the terrain well and the patrol schedule, so she could avoid trouble. Quietly, Qin Yuqing closed the door without locking it. There was nothing valuable inside anyway. She walked out through the alley, where almost no one was around, and turned into another alley to get her bicycle. She headed straight to Qin Shuyao's rented place. This time, there was light inside. Qin Yuqing hid in the shadows and took out some sleeping powder from her pocket. She had been waiting for a chance to test it on someone. Now, she finally had one. After making sure no one was in the corridor, Qin Yuqing carefully tied special cloth shoes over her regular shoes and took a deep breath before knocking on Qin Shuyao's door. Inside, Qin Shuyao's voice came out. Who is it? Qin Yuqing didn't answer, just kept knocking. After a moment of silence, when the door didn't open, she thought to herself that this girl was quite alert. Qin Shuyao was feeling scared inside. Things hadn't been going well lately. Not to mention the influence from her parents, she had finally found a job using her skills from her past life. But her team leader's lack of discipline caused trouble, and her whole team got involved. The higher-ups said they were investigating and told her to wait at home. She had waited 5 days with no news. She had also gotten into the arts troupe through director Wang's help. Recently, she had joined, but she felt even more uncertain inside. In the past few days, she has started to think about her options. Business is not going well, and she hasn't been able to relax. If she's careless, she might be accused of speculation or illegal trading. Traveling far without a proper introduction could get her arrested at any moment. Most importantly, she dares not tell Gao Xianghua about this. She finally managed to change Gao's impression of her. If Gao finds out she is unemployed again, what will she think? Knock, knock. Qin Yuqing continues to pick at her nails with her index finger. Who's there? If you don't speak, I'll shout. Qin Shuyao grips the stick by the door. A few days ago, an elderly woman was robbed while out at night. Qin Yuqing doesn't know about that incident. She just thinks Qin Shuyao, having lived through this life, is much smarter than before. She touches her neck, opens her mouth slightly, and in a low voice says, "It's me." She isn't sure how well her imitation sounds. She is trying to mimic Gao Xianghua's voice. "Xianghua, is that you?" Qin Shuyao asks through the door, her voice full of joy she can't hide. Recently, her face was injured, making it inconvenient to meet Gao Xianghua. Today, after scolding someone without conscience, she still came to check on her. It shows she still cares a little. Hearing the sounds inside, Qin Yuqing puts on a mask, wraps her head, and tightly grips some powder in her hand. The door lock clicks open. As she slightly opens a cloud of powder appears before her eyes. "Xianghua, what is this?" she asks. She begins to feel dizzy. Hearing movement in the corridor, she doesn't bother to look carefully and pushes the door open quickly. Looking down, she sees Qin Shuyao lying on the ground. Qin Yuqing didn't expect the medicine to work so fast. It's really effective. She doesn't touch Qin Shuyao, carefully locks the door again, and surveys the room. It's a one-bedroom apartment. Qin Shuyao still takes good care of herself. Usually, this space is shared by at least 2 people. Wearing gloves, she had prepared her tools in advance. There's nothing she's looking for outside. She goes straight into the bedroom, feels around the pillow. She knows the usual hiding spots for money. She finds something hard and smiles. She pulls out a handkerchief, opens it, and finds money and a silver bracelet inside. After taking the items, Qin Yuqing thoughtfully wraps a few pieces of paper around them and puts them back. She then searches under the wardrobe and finds a passbook with 160 yuan. She puts it back and leaves the money retrieval to Qin Shuyao. "I found over 20 yuan in my clothes pocket." Finally, I bent down and pulled out a box from under the bed, filled with food. There were 2 bottles of milk powder, 4 or 5 packs of snacks, 2 packs of brown sugar, and some cookies. The landlord's leftover food is always plenty. They really know how to take care of themselves. After taking everything, Qin Yuqing noticed that the box was lined with several layers of newspaper underneath. When she peeled them back, she was happy to see more money, mostly large denomination 5 yuan bills and big union notes. At the bottom of the box, there were 2 deposit slips. One was for 65 yuan, and the other for 234 yuan. She thought, I can still get more out of this. Her uncle's family always complained about being poor, but she never expected they had hidden so much money. Qin Yuqing looked around again. She didn't miss a single coin or bill. Now, even a penny could be spent as real money. She took the money without feeling guilty. She had caused trouble at her home before, so this was like compensation. Before leaving, she glanced at the paper on Qin Shuyao's table. It was just as she guessed. Qin Shuyao had copied ideas from later generations. She stepped over Qin Shuyao, wanting to slap her a few times, but she held back. Her anger was obvious, and Qin Yuqing didn't want to make herself a target so soon. She hesitated at the lock, but didn't want to leave empty-handed. Then she squatted down with a wicked plan in mind. She unbuttoned Qin Shuyao's top and pinched her a few times. Seeing that Qin Shuyao didn't wake up, she understood the effect of the sleeping drug. She pinched her a few more times. When she saw Qin Shuyao frown, Qin Yuqing stopped and quietly left. What Qin Shuyao would think after waking up didn't matter to her. She believed she needed proof if she suspected anything. Would Qin Shuyao call the police? She was quite curious to see how she would explain things to the authorities. Qin Yuqing returned home and counted her gains. It was quite a lot: food, scattered banknotes, and coins. She sorted the ration coupons first and then counted the money. 278.67 yuan in total. That was more than half a year's salary for her, a quick way to get rich overnight. She set aside the big union notes and kept the change for later use. Qin Yuqing sighed. This kind of thing was a bit addictive. She finally understood why thieves like stealing, because it was easy money. Quick ways to make money were tempting. Especially when counting stolen goods, she felt really excited. Her adrenaline was rushing, and she couldn't sleep now. Qin Shuyao had quite a few ration tickets. Qin Yuqing checked them carefully to make sure there were no marks. Only then did she feel at ease. If there had been marks, she would wait until the fuss died down before using them. As for the silver bracelet, Qin Yuqing didn't wear it. She planned to melt it down when she found the right opportunity. The next day, Qin Yuqing went to work feeling energetic and happy, noticing everything looked better. During training, she could feel Jiang Lihua's subtle gaze on her. Qin Yuqing pretended not to notice and focused on practicing her moves. At lunch in the cafeteria, more people gathered around her, asking about beauty and skincare tips. They noticed that after Qin Yuqing rested at home for a day, her skin seemed even better. Qin Yuqing thought, "It's not surprising. I was so excited last night, I couldn't sleep, so I took a bath with spiritual spring water." "Yuqing, can you share your beauty recipe with me too?"
Someone asked.
Qin Yuqing chuckled inwardly, knowing how valuable her recipe was. They pretended not to understand when she hinted that they were asking for the recipe itself, not the ingredients. If they were truly naive, they wouldn't know where to get the ingredients anyway. Whether they were truly naive or pretending, Qin Yuqing no longer wanted to tell the difference. She thought of a way to make money. These were all her own earnings. "I don't have it myself. My mom used to ask the neighbor lady to buy it from the pharmacy. I'll ask her when I get back," she replied.
"All right then."
"Please hurry," they said. Qin Yuqing glanced at their expressions, wishing they were more genuine. The afternoon training went on as usual. Jiang Lihua's gaze became more frequent and intense. Qin Yuqing could feel Jiang Lihua's anxiety. Over at the chorus practice, the group was still arguing about the formation. Every now and then they paused to discuss. Finally, after work, Qin Yuqing was about to run off to learn how to prepare medicinal herbs. "Qin Yuqing, wait," Jiang Lihua called out just in time. Qin Yuqing thought, "Here we go again." She turned around with a smile. "Captain Jiang, is there something you need?" "Come with me to the office," Jiang Lihua said. Qin Yuqing didn't want to go, but hoped it would be quick.
Jiang Lihua didn't delay.
She opened a locked drawer and took out a piece of paper. "This is a music score I had someone modify."
"Sing it for me," she said.
Singing herself and listening to others sing felt different. Qin Yuqing looked at the sheet music but knew she couldn't sing it. Once she opened her mouth, she wouldn't be able to stop after just one try. "Captain Jiang, can I take this home to study? Tomorrow I will come earlier. Is that okay?" Jiang Lihua has a dormitory nearby and usually arrives early. "Do you have something to do?" Qin Yuqing nods seriously. "It's urgent, very urgent." Jiang Lihua. "All right, remember to come early tomorrow." "Okay, I got it." "Leader Jiang, I'm leaving now." Fearing Jiang Lihua might change her mind, Qin Yuqing quickly rides away, almost like a shadow. At the small courtyard, the gate is half open. Qin Yuqing pushes the door and calls out, "Teacher, I'm here." Shaorenji waves his hand. Qin Yuqing hurriedly goes over after putting down her bike. By the time she finishes, it's already completely dark outside. "I'll have Xiaobo take you home," Shaorenji says, calling his son. It's too late, and he's worried. "Teacher, no need. There's a patrol team on the road." "I'm still riding my bike, and I'm in a hurry." Qin Yuqing waves goodbye to Shaorenji, not used to having someone follow her. She pushes her bike out the door. Shaorenji gets angry and kicks Xiao Huaibo's leg. "Good for nothing. You have no sense of awareness." Xiao Huaibo grits his teeth and runs outside. "I'll go check it out now."
"Check what?"
Everyone's gone, Xiaorenji says. Qin Yuqing pedals hard, realizing she's late today. She still wants to see Qin Shuyao, but it looks like she'll have to wait for another chance. When she reaches the alley, she hears loud noises before even entering. Move aside. Make way. Qin Yuqing doesn't know what's happening. She quickly jumps off her bike, pushes it back, and leans against the wall at the alley entrance, peeking inside. A man is shouting loudly, asking people to clear the way. There are also women crying out. Slow down. The woman in labor is still in the car. Some women's voices drift into Qin Yuqing's ears. She stares at unfamiliar faces. When did the man leading the way arrive? Cover the mattress, someone says. The pillow fell Ahua. Save your strength, will use more force. At the hospital, several women chatter anxiously, busy and flustered behind. Qin Yuqing quickly understands what's happening. Ahua is in difficult labor. She quickly grabs the plump Aunt Lu helping nearby. Auntie, what's going on? Don't mention it. It's so painful. Aunt Lu, who is overweight, was pulled aside by Qin Yuqing and didn't follow further. With so many people around, she wasn't needed. Aunt Lu looked worried and caring. The baby is too big to come out naturally. We have to go to the hospital. Qin Yuqing wasn't concerned about whether the baby could be born. She was more interested in the man who was pulling the cart earlier. Auntie, who is the person calling out earlier. Is he a relative? The alley was small, and everyone knew who belonged to whom. Besides relatives, the only other possibility was a stranger. That stranger could be a thief, one of Ahua's accomplices. Aunt Lu was stunned. I don't know. I heard a noise at home, went out to see, and was called over to help. Do you know who called the midwife? Aunt Lu still shook her head. When I went out, Granny Wang had already been taken to Ahua's house. Qin Yuqing knew she couldn't rely on her, so she decided to investigate herself. Auntie, it's getting late. Let's go back. Aunt Lu was worried about Ahua. Now, Qin Yuqing's questions made her a bit confused. She had just been sweating from the rush, and now the cold wind made her hair stand on end. Let's go back. If we don't, we'll catch a cold. They spoke as they walked back to Lu's house. Auntie, you go inside first. Aunt Lu didn't bother with politeness. She responded and hurried into her house. She couldn't afford to get sick, and she didn't want to delay working. Qin Yuqing pushed her cart home, quickly closed the door, and had a sneaky idea. She wanted to take the chance to visit Ahua's house. She checked the time and listened to the sounds in the alley. Qin Yuqing changed into a new outfit, wrapped herself well, and quietly opened a small door to slip outside. She reached Ahua's house, looked around, and saw no one in the alley. Although the door was closed, she gently pushed it open. Qin Yuqing quickly slipped inside and gently closed the door. It was her first time stealing, and she was a bit inexperienced. Her heart was pounding in her chest. This was different from robbing Qin Shuyao. Qin Shuyao's case was a personal grudge, but this wasn't. The yard gate was open. The kitchen was still steaming, and the residual heat from the stove was visible. The fire was burning hot water. Qin Yuqing took a deep breath, turned, and entered the main room. Looking at the cloth wrapping around her feet, she confirmed there would be no footprints. The layout inside the house was quite similar everywhere. Qin Yuqing glanced at the decorations outside. The furniture was simple but complete, with everything one might need. It wasn't truly poor. By any standard, their living conditions exceeded half of the households. She boldly pushed open the bedroom door. At first glance, Qin Yuqing was sure that Ahua had stolen quite a bit over the years. There were many items in the bedroom. Just 8 brand new quilts, which was unusual during a time of material shortages. Most families couldn't afford that. 2 of the quilts had silk covers, which most families couldn't buy. Focus. I'm here to find evidence, she said. Qin Yuqing immediately opened the wardrobe. She frowned. The items inside were better than those in a supply store, including imported cookies and chocolates. No wonder Ahua had a difficult delivery. Eating too well and not exercising, no wonder she had trouble giving birth. She casually opened another wardrobe. There were a few clothes inside, but something felt off. She lifted the clothes, and what she saw made her heart skip a beat. Carefully, She picked up a small ornament. It was made of jade, with a very old feel. Nowadays, forgeries weren't so common, so she was quite sure it was an antique. She carefully put it back and moved to the next room. That room was narrower, with 2 wooden beds inside. From the bedding marks, it was clear someone had been living there recently, at least in the recent past. The room wasn't dirty or messy. Ahua, being pregnant, wouldn't have cleaned it. The other room had only 1 bed, but it was filled with boxes. Qin Yuqing hesitated, then bravely lifted the top of one of the boxes. Inside, she gasped, there was a large bag of old coins. These weren't worth much now, but their value increased over time. There were also 2 stacks of large banknotes, and at the very edge, 3 items wrapped in newspaper. She didn't need to open them to know. They were definitely antiques. Staring at the items, she fell into deep thought. It was strange to find these things here. Recently, Ahua's man had been arrested, and the police had come to his house. If these items had been there, they would have been taken. Since they weren't taken, the only explanation was that these items weren't there before. They must have been brought in recently. Thinking about the police raiding the black market a few days ago, she guessed these items had been brought in around that time. Qin Yuqing really admires these people. Their actions probably took place late at night, since there are patrols during the early hours, making it difficult for them. She hesitated whether to call the police, but thinking about her own behavior, her actions were not proper. Qin Yuqing sighed. Sorry about this. Just consider it a blackmailing scheme. Qin Yuqing quickly stored the supplies into her space, and a dozen boxes disappeared instantly. Then she began rummaging through the entire house, cleaning it out completely. Ahua couldn't sit still and continued her actions. Qin Yuqing searched everywhere that could hide money, including inside Ahua's room. If her conscience hadn't held her back, Qin Yuqing almost wanted to move Ahua's bed, which was made of rosewood. Such a shame. Experiencing sudden wealth, Qin Yuqing fully understood what it meant. The excitement she felt when visiting Qin Shuyao was nothing compared to this. Her house was almost emptied. Just as she was about to leave, the door outside the yard opened. Her eyes adjusted to the darkness, and Qin Yuqing immediately saw 2 men's figures. She quickly retreated into Ahua's room. The house was empty, clearly robbed. Qin Yuqing decided not to return the stolen items and hid behind the door. Hurry up, pack your things, and leave. She listened as the 2 men spoke in low voices. Suddenly, their voices disappeared. Song Jinbao covered his accomplice's mouth and lowered his voice. Why are you shouting? What if we attract someone? Brother Baum, look. Chung Xuan desperately pointed to the bedroom and patted Song Jinbao's hand. The items inside were gone. Song Jinbao saw this too, released the person, and hurriedly opened the other 2 bedrooms. Qin Yuqing was just outside the door. Luckily, the space behind the door was large and she was slim. Song Jinbao made a gesture, indicating that moving these items so quickly probably meant they had a gang. Maybe someone was hiding inside the house. Qin Yuqing tightly covered her mouth, her heart pounding. She held the sleeping drug firmly in her hand. The footsteps grew closer. Qin Yuqing saw a hand near the door frame. At a critical moment, she slipped into her space. Song Jinbao forcefully opened the door and looked behind it. He had suspected something was there earlier. When he saw it was empty, he relaxed. He had been overthinking. After entering her space, Qin Yuqing was terrified. It was really frightening. She didn't dare to make a move because she wasn't confident she could handle both men at once. Chung Xuan followed behind Song Jinbao, searching the house but finding no one. Brother, no one's here. They probably left. Song Jinbao trembled with anger. That was his hard work, accumulated over 2 or 3 years, and now it was gone. He was so furious he paced around the room. It was definitely the people who came in today. They must have had bad intentions when they saw the items. He was busy sending someone to the hospital and forgot to leave someone here to watch over things. Chung Xuan also felt worried. Brother, everything's gone. What do we do now? Shut up. Go check the cellar. Qin Yuqing just managed to slip out of the space and made eye contact with Chung Xuan. She didn't expect them to stay inside and chat instead of leaving.
Ah!
A ghost. Cheng Xuan shivered and pointed at Song Jinbao's back. Song Jinbao suddenly turned around, but there was nothing there. Be quiet. Are you trying to attract everyone? Cheng Xuan quickly covered his mouth, eyes full of fear. He really saw a completely black figure suddenly appear and then vanish right in front of him. Brother, this place isn't safe. Let's go. Song Jinbao's face twisted with anger. Don't scare yourself for nothing. They had lived here for a long time and nothing had ever happened. Song Jinbao even dug up a grave. He didn't believe in ghosts or spirits. If anything, he thought people were just pretending to be supernatural. The door behind them was closed. If someone really ran out, they would have opened it. Since the door was shut tight, the only explanation was that Cheng Xuan was just scared and saw things. Cheng Xuan wanted to leave early, but was now sticking close to Song Jinbao. If it weren't for Song Jinbao's dislike, he would have tried to pull his clothes. After flashing back into the space, Qin Yuqing patted her chest to calm down. That was so scary, so scary. It's a good thing we have the space. She seemed to have heard something from the cellar. Does Hua's family have such a structure? Many people in that era dug cellars to store vegetables, mostly in rural areas. Not many in the county town, but if it was Hua's family, she could understand. She waited in the space for a while, took a deep breath, and then flashed out again. The house was empty and very quiet. The more peaceful it was, the more Qin Yuqing felt scared. Her gloves were almost soaked with sweat. She listened carefully with her ear to the door, trying to hear any movement inside. The sound was faint, but Qin Yuqing could tell it was coming from the kitchen. She immediately went to the window and looked toward the kitchen door. Brother Bao, it's full. We can't hold any more. Song Jinbao looked at the items in the cellar, all intact, and felt relieved. Luckily, everything was still there. You fool, why not go inside and cover it with a blanket? Oh, wait for me. Cheng Xuan got up and headed to the main hall. He nervously swallowed, closed his eyes, and rushed inside. He roughly pulled at the bed, hugged the blanket, and went out. Something fell with a clink, startling him, and he hurriedly ran outside without looking back. Qin Yuqing followed behind, bending down to pick up what was on the ground, a jade pendant. She had checked too quickly earlier and missed many details. The room was full of treasures. Cheng Xuan was very scared and stammered, Brother Bao, how much more is there? Shut up, be quick. Do you think I don't want to finish fast? 2 boxes were buried in the ground. They had to be dug out. The space was small, and he was sweating heavily. Qin Yuqing tiptoed closer to the kitchen, hiding at the door to listen to the sounds inside. From the noise, it seemed difficult to move, probably valuable. Brother Bao, we can't finish moving everything today. Then we'll do it tomorrow. Hearing the clinking sounds inside, Qin Yuqing thought carefully and made a plan. She doubled the amount of medicinal powder in her hand. She was eavesdropping on their conversation outside in the cold night wind, unaware of how chilly it was. Help me out. Song Jinbao was sweating all over, almost feeling suffocated inside. Brother Bao, it's late. If we don't leave now, we won't make it. Everything's packed. Song Jiabao looked at the 2 bundles on the ground, lifting one to check the weight. Tomorrow, get 2 more people and bring 2 cars. Brother Bao, do you want to move the grain too? What do you think? Song Jinbao glanced at Cheng Xuan, who looked clueless. Luckily, there was a cellar. Without it, these things wouldn't be safe. It was all because of those police officers. If they hadn't been so persistent, they wouldn't have had to move so hurriedly. They lost so much. Later, they'd have to find out which took advantage of the chaos. They wouldn't let him get away. Qin Yuqing looked down at her watch. It was already past 2. In an hour or 2, there would be movement in the alley, early risers, people starting their day. Inside, there were rustling sounds and the noise of wood hitting something, probably the cellar door closing. Hold on to the valuables. I'll go outside and check the way. As soon as Song Jinbao stepped out of the kitchen, he was blinded. A shadow flickered and disappeared quickly. Cheng Xuan was carrying a bundle behind him. Hearing a sound, he hurriedly looked up. He saw Song Jinbao swaying and trying to help, but before he could see clearly, dust filled his nose, making it itch badly. Achoo, he staggered. Still holding Song Jinbao, he groggily said, Brother Bao, you're too heavy. Qin Yuqing just entered the space and saw the two lying on the kitchen doorstep. She took a stick and poked them. When she confirmed they were unconscious, she relaxed. Qin Yuqing moved her shoulders, bent down, and grabbed Song Jinbao's leg to drag him outside. She adjusted his position, then pulled Cheng Xuan. She stood up, took a deep breath, he was quite heavy, and stepped into the kitchen. There were 2 large bundles on the ground. She untied one, and immediately saw a vase. She examined it carefully, and then threw it into her space. She looked for the cellar entrance. Hearing the earlier movement, she guessed roughly where it was, and her eyes fell on a pile of firewood in the corner. There were signs of movement. Qin Yuqing quickly moved away and found an inconspicuous wooden board. She lifted it, checked with a flashlight, and found a safe spot to jump down. Recently, her dance training had paid off. Her body was much more flexible. In the corner there were 3 boxes and a few bundles. She decided to collect them first. Near one corner, she saw fresh soil. She bent down and dug up a small box buried so secretly. It must contain something valuable. After searching thoroughly and confirming nothing else was underneath, she crawled out and restored everything to its original state. Turning around to look around the kitchen, Qin Yuqing remembered clearly that they mentioned food, but she hadn't found any. Inside, there was only a small amount of coarse rice and cornmeal. That was strange. The flashlight's beam fell on a locked cabinet in the corner. Normally, kitchen cabinets weren't locked, but this one was. Qin Yuqing looked at the lock, lost in thought. She didn't know how to pick locks. It felt like a treasure was right in front of her, but she couldn't get in. She was anxious and pacing. Key, there must be a key somewhere. She searched carefully and finally found it in a hole in the wall. It was well hidden. If it weren't for her past experiences, she wouldn't have noticed these places. Her life had been hard. To secretly save some money, she hid it everywhere. Over time, she learned where to hide things. Qin Yuqing's hands were trembling as she took the keys. Finally, she opened the cabinet, which was filled with some grains and spices. These small items weren't worth the trouble of moving. After clearing out the contents of the cabinet, Qin Yuqing noticed something strange. She knocked on the cabinet. The back was hollow. She looked along the seam and found another hidden space inside. Learned something new. Qin Yuqing didn't expect Hua's house to have so many hidden mechanisms. There must be more secret areas in that room. But there wasn't enough time now. She couldn't search again and had to leave some room for the police to investigate. Focusing on the present, she looked inside. It was dark, and her flashlight showed nothing unusual. She crawled in carefully. The space was over 2 meters wide and filled with things. She decided to take some items back later. Seeing the empty, bare space, she hesitated for a moment, then threw in some grains and a bundle. She returned the way she came, locking the cabinet. After finishing in the kitchen, Qin Yuqing ran back to the main hall. She wrapped some items in a cloth, placed an antique vase into the bundle, and carried everything to the 2 unconscious people nearby. She swapped their valuables discreetly. Suddenly, a rooster crowed, making Qin Yuqing jump. She checked the time, already 4 o'clock. There was no time to waste, so she hurried outside. In the darkness, Qin Yuqing quickly ran home, locked the door, and hurriedly took off her gloves and head covering, sweating all over. She thought about taking a quick shower later. Tonight had been too intense. Before she could catch her breath, the lights inside the house suddenly flicked on with a loud click. Qin Yuqing shivered, nearly losing her nerve. All she could think was, wow, even more intense. The person standing at the door with their backlit silhouette was very familiar. It was Shun Yuqing. Who else could it be? How long had he been inside her house? She hadn't finished removing her disguise. She had been caught in the act. There was no way to deny it now. Could she hide in the space for a moment? Qin Yuqing quickly dismissed the idea. It had been at least 2 or 3 minutes since she entered, and Shun Yuqing was clever enough to notice. He probably turned on the light only after confirming her presence. Qin Yuqing felt guilty and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She hid her gloves and head covering behind her back. She took off her mask and forced herself to greet him bravely. Good morning. Shin Yuqing's chest was filled with mixed emotions, and he had no way to release them. He almost scared himself to death. He drove here late at night because he was worried about her. Out of habit, he took a quick look around to check if everything was safe. He casually pushed the door open, and in that moment, he felt like the sky was falling. When he pushed the door open, his heart sank. His first thought was that Qin Yuqing was in trouble. He struggled to go inside, only to find the house completely empty. Seeing the empty bed, he was relieved that his mind was still clear. He thought, if she had gone to the black market, he would wait for her to come back. Later, he saw her bicycle was still at home, and he was completely thrown off balance. You can't go to the black market without a bike. It's too far away. His mind was filled with the thought that Qin Yuqing had been kidnapped in the middle of the night. He had never been this scared before. He knew those people were cruel, and he couldn't bear to think of what might happen if Qin Yuqing fell into their hands. He searched the house several times, checking for signs of a fight or struggle, but found none. He patiently waited for her to return. He couldn't shout for help openly, in case she had urgent business outside and the news got out, causing misunderstandings and damaging her reputation. If she wasn't back by morning, he would immediately gather people. Every second felt like torture. He knew he had no reason or right to worry about Qin Yuqing, but he couldn't control his heart. Finally, she returned safely. Seeing her home and safe, a flood of relief, happiness, fear, and regret all overwhelmed him. Qin Yuqing straightened up. This was her home, and he had entered without permission. She felt guilty. Then she remembered what she had done tonight, and the supplies in her space. She didn't feel so justified anymore. I'll just boil some water first, she said. Shin Yuqing quickly walked toward Qin Yuqing. She was so startled she took a step back and bumped into the doorframe. Bang, was he going to catch her? Shin Yuqing sighed and pulled Qin Yuqing inside. Under the light, he finally saw her outfit clearly and understood a lot. He carefully checked her again, confirming she was just sweaty and had no injuries. Qin Yuqing forced a smile and took off the special shoes she had on her legs. I can actually explain, she said cautiously, looking at Shin Yuqing. Is there still a chance? Based on the evidence of the crime, it is normal for Shin Yuqing to bring her back. If she really did that, she would just deny everything, since she returned empty-handed. Where did you go? As long as she was willing to speak and negotiate, Qin Yuqing whispered, Do you believe I just went out for a walk? Shin Yuqing looked directly at Qin Yuqing, his eyes telling her he wasn't stupid. Qin Yuqing sighed, realizing she probably couldn't hide it. I said I went to seek revenge. Do you believe that? Shin Yuqing felt this was almost true, but he also thought Qin Yuqing was very brave. Can't you wait for me to come back? Do you know how dangerous it is? A single woman going out late at night with no family around, even if she disappeared, it wouldn't cause much fuss. Moreover, she went out on her own. If something happened, most people would think she brought it on herself. What did you do? Tell me quickly. Shin Yuqing didn't know exactly what Qin Yuqing had done. Her disguise didn't seem simple, but he hoped she left no traces. The police wouldn't be easy to deal with either. Qin Yuqing understood Shin Yuqing's words and asked uncertainly, Are you going to help me clean up the mess? As long as it's not murder, I can handle it. Murder was a bit tricky, but he was sure Qin Yuqing wouldn't dare. Hearing the rooster crow, Qin Yuqing knew she didn't have much time left. She simply said, I went to Hua's house. You. Shin Yuqing took a deep breath. What did you do? He had been worried at home for so long, and she was within 500 meters. Qin Yuqing clenched her teeth and said, I just knocked out 2 people, but it wasn't Hua. It was 2 thieves. Shin Yuqing didn't know what to say. Qin Yuqing was too bold. Where are they? Did they see your face? Or your figure? Does Hua know? Where was she at the time? A series of questions were thrown out, but Qin Yuqing didn't know where to start. She thought for a moment and organized her words. Hua, today she was giving birth, and no one was home. I suspected something, so I sneaked into her house at night. I found she was acting strangely. Later, I wanted to come back, but I ran into two thieves, so I hid. It was partly true, partly false. Now, she couldn't return the things, and she definitely couldn't let her location be exposed. Is that all? Qin Yuqing nodded and whispered, "It almost scared me to death. This is true. Not only because Ahua gave her a surprise, but also because Shin Yuqing suddenly appeared. She experienced a roller coaster of emotions all night. Together, the two lives were more exciting than anything else." "Where are those two people? Still lying in Ahua's yard. Did you close the door when you left?" Qin Yuqing nodded. "When she went in, the door was closed, so she closed it again when she came out." "Did you find out anything?" Ahua's house is basically a hideout for thieves. Although Qin Yuqing had collected most of the stolen items, her instincts told her she had probably missed quite a bit. Ahua married not long ago, but her husband's house is an old residence where he has lived for a long time. She suspects there are many hidden places. If she hadn't been exposed, she would have wanted to go back again. But Shin Yuqing's sudden appearance caught her off guard. A faint worry filled her heart. It seemed she had a handle on her. Getting rid of Shin Yuqing was definitely not an option. If he forgot about her willingly, she wasn't sure if his memory was good enough. Bribery? With his cold face, that clearly wouldn't work. "I told you to ask Zhou Wang if there's a problem." Qin Yuqing was reluctant to argue. "He doesn't trust me." "I hinted several times, but he still feels sorry for Ahua." Shin Yuqing remained silent. "No matter who asks, tonight I didn't go anywhere and I don't know anything." Qin Yuqing nodded. As long as he didn't ask, there was no problem. Her perfect plan was ruined by Shin Yuqing's sudden appearance. She couldn't tell him the truth, that he was the one who caused trouble. "Don't worry about the rest." Shin Yuqing's gaze shifted to Qin Yuqing's hand. She looked down and realized he was staring at her special night gear. She hurriedly moved her hand back. "This still has use. I can't give it to you." Making this took quite a bit of time. She had sewn it for several days. Shin Yuqing was speechless with frustration. Couldn't he just worry about her and destroy the evidence for her? Then hide it well. Qin Yuqing nodded, promising to hide it somewhere no one could find. No one could just enter her space out of nowhere. Shin Yuqing walked to the door, then turned back and asked, "How long does the medicine last?" "I don't know." She was only responsible for making the person faint and hadn't actually timed it. "Close the door. We won't meet tonight." Shin Yuqing opened the door and quickly left. Faint sounds came from the alley, indicating someone had already woken up. Qin Yuqing glanced at the time. Almost 4:30 a.m. She didn't have much time left. Taking a shower was impossible, so she just wiped herself down quickly. She was afraid Shin Yuqing might suddenly knock on the door, so she didn't dare go into the space. Sleeping was also out of the question. Qin Yuqing drank a cup of spiritual spring water and started looking at the sheet music Jiang Lihua had given her. Just as dawn broke, a sharp, loud scream shattered the quiet morning. Qin Yuqing guessed that the two thieves had been caught. She silently went to the kitchen to prepare some food. She made flatbreads from scratch and took some of the meat she had previously stewed. Making meat-filled buns in large quantities, she wondered if Shin Yuqing would notice and stop asking her about it. Zhou Wang, with a scruffy beard, was dragged over by Shin Yuqing. "I'm telling you, you'd better make a big discovery. I haven't closed my eyes for 2 days chasing those kids. I just got a report. There was another break-in on Gongnong Road."
Zhou Wan frowned.
"They're getting bolder." When they arrived, a patrol team had already the suspects. Zhou Wang frowned. He had been here before. It was very familiar, Ahua's house. It seemed the thief only knew there was a woman at home, so they broke in. The area was noisy, with a crowd gathered around watching. "Where's the homeowner?" A helpful bystander said. "Ahua went to the hospital to have her baby. She wasn't home last night. You all need to investigate this thoroughly." Poor Ahua. She was giving birth, and her house was robbed. If she finds out when she returns, she'll be so upset. Exactly, so pitiful. "Thank heaven we caught the thief," the crowd kept talking excitedly, but the patrol officer shouted, "Quiet. Don't interfere with the investigation." Zhou Ong sighed in relief. He just asked one question, but everyone kept talking nonstop. His mind was buzzing from lack of rest. From what these people said, the thieves must have learned the house was empty from somewhere and came to steal in the middle of the night. What's going on with this person? Zhou had never seen someone so obediently before, especially since he was injured. Such incidents were common. He often encountered them during investigations, especially when catching human traffickers. He had even accidentally killed a suspect in a fight. Shen Yuqing glanced through the crowd, but did not see Qin Yuqing. Take your time checking, I'll look elsewhere. Zhou didn't think much of it. Shen Yuqing arrived at Qin Yuqing's door. Someone saw him on the way, but he didn't hide. He knocked on the door openly. Wearing his military uniform and involved in this matter, everyone took it as an official visit. When Qin Yuqing heard the knocking, she wiped her hands and got up to open the door. Seeing Shen Yuqing, she smiled nervously. Good morning, good morning, Shen Yuqing replied with a cold face. It was indeed early, and he hadn't slept all night. Come in and sit for a while. Qin Yuqing moved aside. It was also early for the cultural troupe. Shen Yuqing stepped inside. Qin Yuqing quietly let out a breath. The two troublemakers were discovered so early, which probably was Shen Yuqing's doing. Qin Yuqing closed the door. Most people were distracted by Hua's matter. Shen Yuqing looked around once, making sure there was nothing wrong, and felt a bit more at ease. I made breakfast. Would you like to eat some? He said this as an invitation, but the food was already served. Qin Yuqing had started eating rice porridge. Let me do it. Shen Yuqing was indeed a little hungry. Seeing Qin Yuqing's eager look, he couldn't tell that she was trying to be nice. His anger had mostly subsided. Go ahead and do it yourself. I'll cut some pickles. The pickles given by Aunt Lu matched well with plain porridge. Shen Yuqing looked at the 6 steaming meat-filled buns he had prepared since he left. Try my cooking. Qin Yuqing specially picked one with more meat and handed it to Shen Yuqing. He took it casually. Qin Yuqing watched him eat, waiting until he finished before taking her own first bite. Today, the cultural troupe probably wouldn't be easy to handle. Jiang Lihua's involvement was good, but it would likely cause her some trouble. While eating, Qin Yuqing kept an eye on Shen Yuqing, watching him finish and then handing him the second bun. Let me do it myself. You don't have to do this. Isn't that because you're feeling guilty? Shen Yuqing snorted softly, a faint smile appearing on his face. He realized he was feeling guilty too. When he left, he hadn't thought about the consequences. Qin Yuqing relaxed now. Whether she was angry or not, she smiled anyway. Eating her food meant they were on the same side. Qin Yuqing made a generous portion herself. Shen Yuqing ate 2 and was full, while Qin Yuqing only needed 1. There were still 3 plates left. Should I pack some for you? Keep it. Shen Yuqing didn't want Qin Yuqing's hard work to go to waste. He planned to take it out, and Zhou, who hadn't eaten yet, could also enjoy the smell. Okay, I'll pack it up. Knowing Qin Yuqing had work later, Shen Yuqing didn't want to delay. Are you free tonight? Qin Yuqing politely explained her plans. I need to visit Grandpa Xiao. Tomorrow, the team has a performance to visit rural areas, but I don't know the details yet. In her previous life, Qin Yuqing often performed in rural areas. This was her first time joining a team for a rural visit, but she wasn't sure where they would go or if she would be assigned to go. They usually went to several villages divided into 3 groups. I'll pick you up. Qin Yuqing didn't refuse. She wanted to learn more about the situation. Enough for those 2 to wake up. See you this afternoon. Okay? At this moment, Shen Yuqing would agree to anything she said. Qin Yuqing started tidying up the dishes. Shen Yuqing wanted to help, but Qin Yuqing urged him. You should go now. I know these well. Shen Yuqing nodded. He thought Qin Yuqing might be scared or emotionally unstable, but it seemed he was overthinking. After Shen Yuqing left, Qin Yuqing stored the meat bun in her space, and she quickly washed the 2 empty bowls. She hurried out with her bicycle, stopping for a second at Hua's alley entrance. She exchanged a glance with Shen Yuqing and then left. The crowd had mostly dispersed. During rush hour, most people didn't have time to stop and watch. Qin Yuqing rode quickly to the cultural troupe, changed her clothes, and went to find Jiang Lihua. Director Jiang, you're early. Jiang Lihua didn't say anything. She had been waiting in her office since 5:30. Already an hour. Was that what she called early? Qin Yuqing glanced at the cup on her desk. The water inside was no longer warm. She understood and took out her sheet music, determined not to waste a second. Director Jiang, I studied the song all night last night. I feel a bit awkward singing these lines. She was late because she had gone to bed late and studied for most of the night. I'll give you a demonstration. Qin Yuqing marked the sheet music lightly with a pencil, then picked up another copy on the desk and started singing. After singing, Qin Yuqing looked at Jiang Lihua's face. Jiang Lihua frowned and thought carefully.
There were 2 parts she didn't expect.
Qin Yuqing, who created the song, knows it best and is more familiar with it. Then let you make changes. How would you change it? Captain Jiang, I don't have that much skill. I just follow my feelings. I'll sing a version for you to listen to. Which one do you think is better? Qin Yuqing only changed 2 lines, leaving some room for Jiang Lihua to add her own ideas. Jiang Lihua took out a sheet of music from her drawer. Sing these 2 lines again. Qin Yuqing didn't sing immediately. She carefully looked at the sheet before starting to sing. After that, she no longer gave suggestions and let Jiang Lihua decide. Go back first. I'll think about it some more. Captain Jiang, I need to warm up first. After leaving the office, Qin Yuqing let out a breath. Before she could feel happy, she bumped into a few troublemakers. Wu Shanshan and her little follower blocked the way, standing side by side. Zhang Tian spoke up first. You really know how to flatter. Early in the morning, you're already flattering in Captain Zhang's office. Wu Shanshan stood in the middle, looking at Qin Yuqing with pride and disdain. Qin Yuqing smiled. Jealous? Then you should go too. Last time, she tampered with Zhang Tian's training uniform. She still remembered that. These days, she's working on a remedy. She plans to pay her back double, but she lacks the ingredients. She's not sure if she can go to the mountains this weekend to gather some herbs. One sentence made Zhang Tian speechless. Her arrogant attitude made people feel annoyed. Wu Shanshan stepped forward. Let me tell you, stop being so clever. What did you just sing? Wu Shanshan wasn't like Zhang Tian, who lacked brains. She had never heard those lyrics before. Captain Jiang had already arranged a solo performance for Qin Yuqing. Now she was singing solo again, and she was jealous. Why did Captain Jiang focus all her attention on Qin Yuqing whenever she arrived? No, she had to seize the opportunity. Qin Yuqing had expected this kind of reaction. She didn't expect Wu Shanshan to be so sensitive and to come over on the first day. Ask Captain Jiang if you want to know. If they dared to ask Captain Jiang, she wouldn't be blocked here. Qin Yuqing actually wanted to provoke them. Soon, Jiang Lihua would appear. She considered pretending to fall and taking a few days off to rest. Wu Shanshan's eyes shifted. Let's go. Qin Yuqing was surprised that Wu Shanshan didn't continue to pick a fight. Zhang Tian felt a bit frustrated. She glared at Qin Yuqing and turned to catch up with Wu Shanshan. Qin Yuqing looked back quickly. Jiang Lihua hadn't appeared. Wu Shanshan's mind seemed to have improved. Was the proud young lady just going to give up like this? She sighed. She could only wait for the next opportunity. She wouldn't wait patiently. Of course, she would look for a chance to find Wu Shanshan's mistake and report it to Jiang Lihua. Wu Shanshan walked quickly. Zhang Tian caught up and asked, Shanshan, are we really going to let her go? She's almost riding over us. She just arrived a few days ago, and Captain Jiang already treats her differently. Don't rush. We need to think carefully to deal with her. Qin Yuqing wasn't useless. If she really caused trouble, Jiang Lihua wouldn't let them off. They couldn't be too obvious. Today, she was attracted by the singing. First, she needed to understand what that song was for. Shanshan, what should we do? It's simple. Let her teammates deal with her. Zhang Tian flattered. You're so clever, Shanshan. The other 3 also praised her one after another. Wu Shanshan wasn't happy about their compliments. This time, she wanted to be more discreet. Last time, she thought everything was going smoothly. But when a few fools were intimidated by Qin Yuqing, they obediently calmed down, acting like quails. Come here, Wu Shanshan ordered her followers. She was different from these rough people. She was a smart leader just needing to speak. The training ended in the morning, and Qin Yuqing felt relieved. She went to the cafeteria to fill her stomach. Before afternoon training, 3 instructors appeared at the same time to talk about the trip arrangements. This time, they would go for 3 days with 5 performances. Qin Yuqing's mouth twitched. She still had to work non-stop. Even after returning from the performances, her schedule wouldn't be lighter. Qin Yuqing didn't want to go, but her salary was linked to it. The more shows she did, the more allowances she would get. Jiang Lihua looked at Qin Yuqing. Qin Yuqing felt bitter inside. She was assigned to Wu Shanshan's team. She couldn't slack off, and she knew Wu Shanshan wouldn't let her get away easily. Although she expected this, it still made her feel tired when it became real. Thinking about it, she realized that only by getting close could she find mistakes. Today, we will practice according to the groups. Each team needs to prepare 10 alternative performances, following the usual routine. Most of these are old acts, just changing the performers and order, with occasional new acts added. Qin Yuqing is familiar with these, but the specific arrangements depend on the rural stage and schedule. They adapt as needed. Qin Yuqing is a newcomer. She knows the program list, but she doesn't claim to know everything. She only mentioned 3 acts. Jiang Lihua didn't doubt her and said, "Since you haven't participated before, just follow them and practice." "Okay, Captain Jiang." Thinking she might get a break, a few male team members went to the props team to bring back the costumes and props needed. "Meet at 7 tomorrow, no late arrivals." Qin Yuqing heard a loud voice echoing in her ears, sounding like most people were eager to perform in the countryside. Qin Yuqing was waiting not far from the door. Seeing Qin Yuqing lost in thought, he stepped forward and asked, "Are you upset?" Qin Yuqing shook her head, thinking about how to manage her time. "How long have you been here?" She didn't ask further. She guessed the man only had those 2 words. Qin Yuqing naturally took her bicycle. "Get on, I'll take you to eat first." Qin Yuqing nodded. When they arrived at the state-run restaurant, Qin Yuqing ordered the food again, and Qin Yuqing sat at the table, lost in thought. During the silent meal, Qin Yuqing suddenly looked up and asked, "Have they been questioned yet?" Qin Yuqing cleared his throat. Still being interrogated. Why so slow? Qin Yuqing urgently wanted to know what they had said. Since they knew Ahua well, they might know about her, which could prove she was innocent. Qin Yuqing looked at her with complicated eyes. "She just woke up not long ago." Qin Yuqing chuckled, forgetting about the drug she had used. She calculated the time. About 12 hours had passed, and the evidence was now available. "Do you still have that medicine?" Qin Yuqing instantly became alert. "What are you planning?" She still had some left, not much, kept for self-defense. He wouldn't want to take it away, would he? "The medicine works well. I want to take a little back to try. You're not planning to sell me too, are you?" Qin Yuqing lowered his head and chuckled softly. If he really wanted to sell her, would she still be sitting here eating with him? "No, I'm just curious." "The medicine works very well." They brought the person back, tried to wake them up. The person would become alert for a short time, but quickly fall back into sleep. All their tricks had been used. By the time they were fully awake, it was already afternoon. The 2 of them looked confused and didn't remember what they had said earlier. Qin Yuqing hesitated and took out a small package of sleeping powder from her space. "I don't have many left here. I'll give you 1. Qin Yuqing took it and asked, "Do you have more on you?" "1 more, but I can make my own now, so I won't run out in the future." Qin Yuqing nodded. If used wisely, it might reduce injuries and deaths during missions. When he heard Qin Yuqing didn't have many left, he immediately said, "Once you make more, give me some too." No rush. Qin Yuqing valued her life-saving items. Not having enough, she quickly put the package back into her pocket and stored it in her space. "Based on your experience, do you think Ahua will be caught this time?" Qin Yuqing was silent for a moment. "From what we know now, she's probably just hiding stolen goods. If she denies it, she might be sentenced or sent to reform school. But she just had a baby, so it depends on the situation. Unless there's stronger evidence of a serious crime, what if they say Ahua is the mastermind?" Qin Yuqing thought for a moment and replied cautiously, "That's another matter. Based on the number of thefts and the stolen items, she could get 1 or 2 years. That's so little." Qin Yuqing thought it would be 3, 5, or even more years. In her previous life, Ahua was executed directly. Could it be that she intervened early and Ahua hadn't committed a major crime yet? Shen Yuqing didn't know what Qin Yuqing was thinking and simply said, Ahua's family hasn't been searched. They're still waiting for the two to give their statements. Someone is watching the yard for now. Qin Yuqing suddenly asked, so, what arrangements did you make for Ahua? Does her family know she's in the hospital because of childbirth? Did the police send anyone to inform her? Shen Yuqing replied, at noon, 2 people were sent to check on Ahua. Did they keep an eye on her? Yes, 2 people are taking turns monitoring her. Qin Yuqing was worried Ahua might run away. But since she just had a baby, she didn't have much strength. She was overthinking again. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Then Qin Yuqing remembered something strange about Shen Yuqing's return. Why did you come back suddenly? You said you'd wait for a while before coming back. Shen Yuqing's lips curl slightly. I miss you. I don't want to wait. Qin Yuqing clears her throat softly, feeling guilty as she looks around. Luckily, everyone is busy eating and no one notices. I'm not talking about that. Temporary transfer, the relationship hasn't been sorted out yet. Using connections would be quick, but he doesn't want to. A transfer is fine. At most, he'll make a few extra trips and the paperwork can be approved. Shen Yuqing looks at Qin Yuqing. Don't you want me to come back? I'm feeling a bit guilty about seeing you now. Shen Yuqing laughs. I thought you wouldn't be afraid. Qin Yuqing thinks that depends on the person. Who wouldn't be afraid of him? Not to mention his uniform, just the way he stands makes her nervous. Shen Yuqing suppresses his smile. In the future, don't do things like that. If you really want to call me, she was lucky this time, but luck doesn't always favor her. Qin Yuqing chuckles inwardly, calling him to fall into a trap. What's the difference? She nods perfunctorily. Shen Yuqing notices she's still wary of him, which is good. Being too trusting makes him worried. Qin Yuqing visits old Zhao's house. She stays only a short while, mainly to deliver news. Shen Yuqing takes Qin Yuqing home. When they reach the door, Shen Yuqing takes a small box from his pocket. Your gift. I forgot earlier. She was startled by Qin Yuqing's boldness before, then busy with investigations, so he hadn't had time to give it to her. Thank you. Qin Yuqing wants to refuse, but under Shen Yuqing's gaze, she silently takes her words back. In this era, dating usually means marriage. If not, it's just playing around. Qin Yuqing inexplicably understands Shen Yuqing's look, as if he's saying that refusing would be playing a prank. She's tired of being played by someone like Shen Yuqing. Open it when you get home. Shen Yuqing stops Qin Yuqing from looking outside. She clutches the box in her hand. Well, I'll go back first. Go inside and lock the door. Qin Yuqing closes the door and returns inside to open the gift Shen Yuqing gave her. Inside the box is a small red cloth bag. She opens it and can't help but exhale. A gold bracelet. No wonder he told her to look again inside. If others saw it outside, it would cause trouble again. The bracelet is simple in style but very heavy. Shen Yuqing knows how to make women happy. Qin Yuqing shakes her head. He is good-looking but too expensive. She plans to return the favor when she gets a chance. She hasn't been to Shen Yuqing's place, but he was so generous with his gifts. After looking at the gold bracelet, Qin Yuqing thinks about the items she collected from Ahua's house and starts sorting them in her space. There are antiques like porcelain, jewelry, and paintings, but fewer paintings. Only one box. The food supplies mainly include rice and flour, both valuable. There are also over 300 pounds of dried meat, big and small pieces. To her surprise, she finds a bag of medicinal herbs, including 4 or 5 ginseng roots, all over 50 years old. One looks like it's over 100 years old. Qin Yuqing carefully stores the herbs, then opens 2 boxes she dug out from the cellar. They are locked. She uses pliers to cut the locks and finds a whole box of shiny yellow fish. The other box is only half full of yellow fish, but the rest is filled with jewelry and valuables. No wonder they buried it. They had stolen a lot. Qin Yuqing realizes she underestimated Ahua. She is definitely a wealthy woman. Finally, she opens a bundle on the ground. Inside are various receipts, some land deeds, different banknotes, and a bag of watches, both men's and women's, all hard currency. She empathizes with those who rob. Becoming rich overnight is not just a dream. She casually opens a blue cloth bundle. Inside are a few men's clothes, with some scattered money hidden inside. The amount is considerable, along with a few pieces of paper. She carefully unfolds them. After reading, she feels a cold shiver. All her previous joy disappears. She gently picks up the blue cloth, which still has a few drops of blood on it. She carefully puts everything back as it was. These items must be returned. If she's right, Ahwa's already dealt with her parents, and this might be the only evidence. Qin Yuqing remembers Shin Yuqing saying that Ahwa's house has been guarded, and she isn't sure if anyone is still there. She quietly opens the door. Outside is very quiet, especially because of Ahwa's affairs, making the night even more silent. As she reaches the alley entrance, someone pats her shoulder. Before she can scream, a hand covers her mouth. A whisper reaches her ear. "It's me." Qin Yuqing pats the hand over her mouth to signal she understands. "Why are you here?" Shin Yuqing pulled Qin Yuqing home, his breath a little hurried. "This should be my question to you. Do you know what you're doing?" If he had arrived a little later, Qin Yuqing would have been caught as an accomplice. They already had many people hidden nearby. Fortunately, he didn't fully trust Qin Yuqing and stayed close by. He had been watching her since she opened the door. Her sneaky behavior told him something was wrong. Qin Yuqing was nervous after being caught by Shin Yuqing again. Shin Yuqing looked angry. "Do you realize that if I had come a little later, you would have been caught?" Qin Yuqing suddenly looked up. She didn't know what was happening and hadn't noticed anything unusual. She just peeked out and saw nothing. In a way, Shin Yuqing had helped her. He said coldly, "Ahwa ran away from the hospital, and she didn't even take the child. Her family has been surrounded. If you peek out again, you'll be caught." "What?" "She escaped." Shin Yuqing nodded. "I just found out not long ago. She slipped away this afternoon when she said she needed to use the bathroom. No one doubted it. How could a mother just abandon her child? But Ahwa managed to do it. She handed the child over to the guards and escaped by manipulating people's trust. Because Ahwa ran away, she became a prime suspect. Many people were hiding near her house. Now, tell me why you went out in the middle of the night." Qin Yuqing kept silent, her mind complicated. It was a difficult thing to explain clearly. "Is there something you're hiding from me?" Qin Yuqing thought about it. There were many things, but now she was holding a package that was troublesome. If she didn't say anything with Ahwa's escape, there was no proof she had committed any crime. Now she couldn't return the package, so the evidence was incomplete. She felt overwhelmed. She wished she had looked at it earlier. If she showed it now, it wouldn't be easy to explain, and Shin Yuqing might even think she was an accomplice. Qin Yuqing stayed silent. Shin Yuqing grew impatient and raised his voice unconsciously. "What exactly are you trying to do? I'm just curious." "I went out to look around." Qin Yuqing hadn't decided how to respond yet, unsure if she should say anything. The room was quiet. Shin Yuqing looked directly into Qin Yuqing's eyes, as if he could see into her mind. "Do you think I will believe what you're saying?" Shin Yuqing radiated coldness, and the situation with Ahwa seemed more complicated than he had thought. Qin Yuqing's careless move could cause trouble, and at that point, even he couldn't guarantee her safety. Qin Yuqing sighed. "I told you. Will you arrest me?" This matter was probably impossible to hide because Shin Yuqing was too clever. "What exactly did you do?" Shin Yuqing had already prepared for the worst. Qin Yuqing didn't answer and instead asked, "Can I trust you?" I said, "As long as it's not murder." If he didn't want to help Qin Yuqing, he could have ignored it earlier. By now, she should have been taken to the police station. He knew this wasn't right, but he couldn't just watch her fall into danger. Qin Yuqing looked at Shin Yuqing for a long time, then sighed and gave up. "I suspect Ahwa killed his parents. I don't know where the body is." Shin Yuqing's face was serious as he asked, "Reason and evidence." Qin Yuqing stood up and went inside, taking a bundle from her bag and tossing it onto the table. "This is the evidence. I plan to return it tonight." Shin Yuqing saw Qin Yuqing wearing gloves and hesitated before trying to open it. Qin Yuqing handed him a pair of gloves. Shin Yuqing opened the bundle and found money and IOUs inside, then checked it again. He also saw bloodstains on the bundle, but that wasn't enough. "Just these?" Qin Yuqing knew it wasn't enough, but she had memories from her past life. Hua admitted to killing her parents because they favored one child over another. She knew this, but she couldn't tell anyone. It's my guess. Who was caught, and this money was probably collected to save him. But now it appears at Hua's house. Since they caused trouble at my home once, I haven't seen them since. That's unusual. I suggest you investigate Hua's hometown. Shen Yuqing looked serious and said, I'll arrange that. He then asked, where was this originally? How did you bring it out? He hadn't seen Qin Yuqing bring anything into the house yesterday. I only opened it tonight and realized something was wrong, so I wanted to return it. Shen Yuqing didn't know what to say. Why didn't you tell me last night? I forgot. Forgetfulness is a lie. I was just afraid. I didn't give her a chance to see it at the time. She was still in Hua's cellar with several bundles. How did I end up taking this home? My first time stealing, I wasn't experienced enough. Next time, I will be more careful. Shen Yuqing looked at Qin Yuqing, who was lowering her head and seemed to be apologizing. Only he knew how brave she was. This bundle can't be returned for now. Currently, Hua's house is like a big mouse trap, only in no way out. Qin Yuqing lowered her head even more. From their earlier conversation, she knew the situation was tricky. So, what should we do? Shen Yuqing frowned and asked, do you know where they got this bundle? Qin Yuqing nodded. She personally took it, so she knew. In the cellar. The cellar? Where is it? Shen Yuqing was a bit surprised by this answer. They hadn't officially searched Hua's house yet and didn't know about the cellar, but Zhou had previously searched the place and didn't find a cellar. Tonight, they learned Hua had escaped, and they set up a temporary defense, worried she might come back to get something. That's also why Qin Yuqing was anxious to return it. In the kitchen. I heard them stay inside for a long time. I suggest you search carefully or borrow a police dog. Qin Yuqing knew it was hard to find police dogs now, but they should be able to borrow one. What else did you hear? At this moment, Shen Yuqing exuded a commanding presence. Qin Yuqing focused on the key points. They also said they wanted to bring someone to move things. I don't know what exactly, but from how they spoke, I think there are more places involved. They probably escaped from the black market. After hearing Qin Yuqing's words, Shen Yuqing was silent for a long time. Qin Yuqing felt nervous and asked softly, did I cause trouble? Shen Yuqing didn't know how to answer. He could say yes or no. If they had followed them earlier, maybe they could have caught everything in one go. But at that time, they didn't know the full situation. Qin Yuqing feinted someone, caught 2 people, and exposed Hua. That was some progress. If she had reported it from the start, the outcome might have been different. But the situation has already happened, and Shen Yuqing can only try to fix it by catching Hua and investigating clearly. The items on the table are indeed tricky. Not only can Qin Yuqing not return them, but even he cannot. Shen Yuqing knows Qin Yuqing didn't kill anyone and isn't involved in the theft gang, which makes him very happy. He dares not ask for more. Think before you act next time. This is the last warning. He scolds her with a cold face. If he doesn't, Qin Yuqing's courage will only grow. I know I was wrong. This is the last time. If Hua hadn't been so dangerous, I wouldn't have done this. It's because Hua was targeting her. She only acted to protect herself. If there weren't so many people around, Qin Yuqing might have even wanted to harm Hua. After hearing Qin Yuqing, Shen Yuqing feels sorry to keep criticizing her. She only did it to stay safe. Suddenly, the clues in Shen Yuqing's mind connect into one line. Did you know long ago that Hua wanted to hurt you? From the thief entering your house to her stalking you, you suspected it was her all along. Qin Yuqing nods. Yes. After I caught Bian Hu and learned they were siblings, I noticed Hua acting strangely. When her parents came to cause trouble, I felt something was off. Those 2 old people seemed threatened. I thought Hua was not simple. Later, all the dogs nearby were stolen. I felt scared. You also said there might be a hideout nearby, and only someone familiar would know all this. If she hadn't been reborn, she wouldn't have suspected Hua. She would have felt sorry for her, just like the people in the alley. Who would have thought that a gentle woman like Hua was actually their leader? She trained a group of men to obey her. I'll find a way to hand over the stolen goods. When they are caught, Ahua won't suspect you. I will quickly check on Ahua's family. Even the police don't know how those two thieves fainted in the yard. The thieves themselves are unsure. One only said there was a ghost, and the other couldn't explain. Will this cause you trouble? Shin Yuqing looked at Qin Yuqing. Thinking about all this now feels a bit late. His trouble is better than Qin Yuqing not knowing anything and rushing blindly. Can you trust me a little more in the future? Qin Yuqing looked at Shin Yuqing and spoke after a long pause. I'll try. Shin Yuqing didn't insist. This time, his answer seemed much more sincere. Hold on to your burden first. At this moment, Shin Yuqing couldn't carry the burden around and couldn't leave for too long. Where's a safe place to put it? If Shin Yuqing didn't know, Qin Yuqing could have just left it in the space, but he also needed to find a chance to return it. She couldn't stay at home all the time. Where did you put it before? Qin Yuqing casually made up a reason. In the wardrobe, Shin Yuqing frowned. That wouldn't do. He was worried about accidents. They were guarding here, but he couldn't stay forever. What if it was stolen again? Can I look around her house? Qin Yuqing nodded. Shin Yuqing looked around and chose a hiding spot. Qin Yuqing hesitated for a moment and took out a key. You can come in any time. She had to go to work, so she couldn't let Shin Yuqing climb over the wall during the day. Shin Yuqing hesitated briefly and took the key. I'll handle it. You don't need to worry. He couldn't just enter Qin Yuqing's house during the day. It would be hard to explain. But Qin Yuqing trusted him enough to give him the key. Shin Yuqing left quickly. He couldn't stay at Qin Yuqing's house for long, especially late at night, or he might be seen and unable to explain. After Shin Yuqing left, Qin Yuqing's uneasy feelings didn't go away. Ahua hadn't been caught, so she couldn't sleep well. And then, just as feared, Ahua really ran away. In this era, finding someone wasn't easy. No internet, only human effort. Hiding in a quiet place could let her stay hidden for a long time. Ahua, who Qin Yuqing was worried about, was now hiding in an old, broken yard, wrapped in a tattered blanket, trembling all over. She couldn't tell if it was cold or if she was in pain. If she knew who had betrayed her, she would definitely want to punish them severely. Song Jinbao was her trusted assistant, brave and careful. He wouldn't walk into a trap willingly. The only possibility was that someone had set a trap for her. Everything was going well, but after giving birth, her hard-earned plans were suddenly ruined.
Who was it? Who could it be?
Now she was eager to escape the city.
There was a faint sound inside the yard.
Ahua, alert, clenched the sharp piece of metal she had grabbed for self-defense. Hearing a familiar voice, Ahua let out a breath of relief. Come in. A thin, dark young man pushed open an old door and went inside, carrying a bundle. Sister Hua, there are people watching at your place and at the hospital. We can't get close. Ahua's hands clenched tightly under the tattered blanket. Luckily, she managed to escape. This is what we gathered. There are guards at the city gate, but we know a small path that leads to the countryside. The young man looked at Ahua after speaking. Bao Ge was caught, and now they had no leader. They also had no way to send people out. Before, Bao Ge and Jun Ge were responsible for everything. Jun Ge knew Sister Hua was in trouble. He took people and supplies to hide overnight. Ahua gritted her teeth. She knew staying here would only get her caught by the police sooner or later. Is there a place to stay in the countryside? Ahua urgently needed to recover her health. As long as she was alive, she could start over. I know there's a cave on the mountain near our village. When I was a child, we often hid there from the rain. Not many people go there. Ahua hesitated and then nodded. Xiao Wu, I rely on you. Sister Hua, what are you saying? If it weren't for you, we would have starved long ago. I can't help you get the child out. Xiao Wu's voice was full of guilt. There were too many people, and they didn't know how to take care of the child. Ahua didn't have much feeling for this child, who had taken everything from her. She wished she could throw the brat away. If it weren't for her, how could she have ended up like this? Forget about that debt collector. Xiao Wu was frightened by Ahua's harsh words. Ahua realized she had overreacted. She forced a stiff smile and explained, having the child with me is suffering enough. Those people won't mistreat her. When I get a chance, I'll bring her back. Xiao Wu thought about it. Now, they couldn't even get milk powder. How could they raise the child? The hospital had special caregivers who were much better than them. Sister Hua, wait here. I'll have someone take you to the countryside. Hua grabbed Xiao Wu's hand and warned, be careful on the way. It's okay if something happens to me, but I can't watch you all get into trouble. Take this money. Hua didn't give Xiao Wu a chance to refuse. I'm going to the countryside.
You won't need this money then.
You need money to live in the city. Sister Hua, don't worry. I will risk my life to send you out. Tian was moved to tears. Sister Hua was still trying to make arrangements for them, but Brother Jun was really unreasonable. Such a kind sister, Hua said she would abandon them without hesitation. As Tian left, Hua opened her bag.
Seeing the dry food inside, she frowned.
There were no snacks, and her clothes were old. She was truly useless. Hua touched the money and savings slip sewn into her clothes. She had to rely on herself. She planned to recover her health, use the savings to start a new life in a nearby town, or maybe find a new place and get a new identity. The money she gave Tian was not much, mostly small change. Since she was young, she was easy to deceive. Giving a little kindness made her loyal. Zhou Wang and his men kept watch all night, but saw no sign of anyone. Shen Yuqing looked at Zhou Wang, who was angry and kicking stones on the roadside, and said, I guess they won't come back. Today, you should search Hua's house carefully. I'll go to her hometown to check the situation. This woman is really cruel. The child was left at the hospital without even a glance back. Shen Yuqing snorted. You weren't so sympathetic to her before, saying she was pitiful. Seeing her look so weak, I didn't know she was like this. Zhou Wang never imagined it would turn out like this. When Qin Yuqing mentioned it before, he was a little upset, thinking Qin Yuqing was biased because of Bian Hu. Shen Yuqing patted his shoulder. Make up for it now. I'll go ahead. It was almost dawn, and Qin Yuqing was about to go to work. Shen Yuqing wanted to see her off, just in case someone was still watching after the last time they caught a stalker. Qin Yuqing woke up late, startled by her alarm. She jumped out of bed. She hurriedly washed up, ate a boiled egg, and rode her bike quickly. Today, they were supposed to gather for a countryside trip, but she forgot to set her alarm. Shen Yuqing watched Qin Yuqing pedaling furiously and couldn't help but smile. She looked lively and healthy. From afar, Qin Yuqing saw 3 large trucks. She rode her bike to Lu Jigang and said, Uncle, please store my bike.
Leave it to me. Go to your work, he replied.
Seeing she was late again, Lu Jigang pushed her bike inside with a smile. Wu Shanshan sat in the car, sarcastically saying, Our whole team is waiting for you. Some people really have no shame. With 5 or 6 minutes left before departure, I looked at Wu Shanshan sitting at the front of the vehicle and really wanted to slap her. But I held back. The bigger picture matters. Causing trouble would hurt her, so I glared at Wu Shanshan and turned to the truck's cargo area. The cargo was covered with a tarp. Only then did Qin Yuqing see the inside clearly. It was full of people, with only the back of the truck empty. Qin Yuqing didn't mind. The back was fine, though the air inside wasn't flowing well. She glanced at the costumes others were wearing and realized she didn't have hers. Where did you get your costumes?
She asked.
The closest person replied, They're all given out at the training hall. Qin Yuqing looked inside and saw Hu Ping turning her head, pretending not to see. Wu Shanshan, the team leader, also kept quiet, just waiting for her to make a mistake. Qin Yuqing understood. They were doing it on purpose. If others didn't help, it was probably because they didn't know her well. Hu Ping had practiced with her group for so long, but she wouldn't even help by saying a word or handing over a piece of clothing. Before leaving, they always checked who was missing. Qin Yuqing hesitated, realizing she had to go back and get her costume. Qin Yuqing. Hearing Zhang Lihua's voice, Qin Yuqing thought, Great, I've been caught. Come sit with me at the front, Zhang Lihua said. Surprised, Qin Yuqing immediately turned around, ignoring the envy and gossip behind her. Hu Ping's hand under her seat clenched her clothes tightly, full of hatred for Qin Yuqing. If someone else had come at this time, they would definitely be scolded by Captain Jiang. But Qin Yuqing wasn't scolded. Instead, Zhang Lihua pulled her into the front vehicle with the team leader. How could she not be jealous? Captain Zhang is really nice to her, someone said. Everyone in the car was thinking different thoughts. Qin Yuqing ran to Zhang Lihua and said, Captain Zhang, wait a few minutes. I need to get my costume. She was already late, so she spoke very humbly. No need. I brought it for you. Get in the car, Zhang Lihua replied. Qin Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief. The problem was solved. It was clear Zhang Lihua wanted to talk to her. As soon as she got in the car, Zhang Lihua said, I think the solo song is too simple. It would be better if some parts were changed to a duet. That passionate, uplifting feeling is hard to fully express with just one person. Captain Zhang, do you mean you want a duet? Zhang Lihua had this idea, so she wanted to try singing together with Qin Yuqing to see how it felt. Qin Yuqing looked at the revised sheet music and lyrics, then decided to share her thoughts directly. Captain Zhang, I've been thinking about this song too, and I have some ideas. The two discussed in the car. Despite the bumpy road, their enthusiasm didn't fade, and occasionally, Lu Zhidao also shared his opinions. Each of the three had their own thoughts, but it didn't stop their discussion. The road was rough. Qin Yuqing, who didn't eat much and had been busy all day, only had sour water left in her stomach from the bumps. There's a fork ahead. The three cars stopped. Qin Yuqing took the chance to ask, Captain Zhang, where is my dance costume? Wang Longjin has it. She's with your team, so don't worry. Zhang Lihua also had things to arrange. She gained many insights along the way and was now carefully considering them. This time she was leading a new team, so they would part ways. Qin Yuqing felt relieved. She was finally free from the stress of trying to please others and had been swaying in the truck for a long time. When they arrived, everyone started to get busy. Even if she didn't go on stage, she had to change into her costume. Qin Yuqing searched among the crowd and finally found Wang Longjin, who was helping set up the stage. Longjin, where is my performance outfit? Wang Longjin looked up. Wait a moment, I'll get it for you. She put down her props and took Qin Yuqing to get her costume. Chen Xiuying saw them coming and handed Qin Yuqing a costume. Hurry up and change. You'll be performing soon. Qin Yuqing found a corner, quickly took off her jacket, and changed into her costume. Luckily, it was cold now, so changing jackets was enough. She probably wouldn't go on stage often, so she wouldn't be foolish enough to wear less for looks. The temperature wasn't below freezing, but it wasn't very warm either. She wouldn't suffer for appearance. After changing, Qin Yuqing joined the busy crowd. Zhang Lihua handed the confirmed performance program to Wu Shanshan. Wu Shanshan took out the program list, looking proud. Zhang Lihua still valued her. The unpleasant morning feelings faded a bit. When she saw Qin Yuqing, an evil idea arose in her mind. Their performance was in a hall that was almost abandoned. It was a bit troublesome to organize, and they worked hard, sweating profusely, until the hall was properly decorated. Qin Yuqing heard the noisy sounds outside and glanced out the window. Some villagers had already arrived. It had been a long time since she saw such a scene, and Qin Yuqing felt quite nostalgic. She checked the confirmed program list and quickly decided on 5 performances. Wu Shanshan had already started organizing the first one. Everyone, stand properly. I will count the people now. When I call your name, step forward. Qin Yuqing listened nearby. The 5 program names had been called, but her name was not among them. Some people were participating in 3 or 4 performances, but she had none. She couldn't believe it was unintentional. She had prepared herself mentally before coming, but it still felt a bit uncomfortable and awkward. Wu Shanshan was standing at a high spot, looking at Qin Yuqing, who was eager and hopeful. She deliberately cleared her throat and said, Qin Yuqing, you'll be responsible for some urgent backstage tasks, like helping to change the performance props. Everyone in the team was sharp. They knew this was a deliberate act of making things difficult, but no one spoke up for Qin Yuqing. Everyone knew Wu Shanshan's abilities and family background. They often received small favors from her. Compared to Wu Shanshan, Qin Yuqing seemed insignificant. Qin Yuqing remained calm and agreed straightforwardly, okay. This was different from what Wu Shanshan expected. Qin Yuqing shouldn't have shown such an attitude. Qin Yuqing found a quiet corner, took a meat bun from her bag, and was just hungry and had no time to eat. She didn't really want to go on stage. She came here, and her salary would still be paid as usual. The warm, fragrant meat bun smelled tempting, drifting far as she traveled over bumpy roads. She was more hungry than Qin Yuqing. Before she ate, they could hold on. Now, with food, their stomachs also started to growl. Some people salivated at the smell. Usually, the cafeteria's meat dishes only had 2 pieces of meat, mostly plain broth and water. Not many people like Qin Yuqing who eat hearty. Even Wu Shanshan, who often boasted about being a rich girl, couldn't stay calm when she saw Qin Yuqing's meat bun. Wu Shanshan was furious. Qin Yuqing, what do you mean? You're affecting everyone here. Qin Yuqing looked at those staring at her meat bun, then got up and went outside. Besides the bun cooling down quickly, there was nothing else. After eating 2 meat buns and drinking half a glass of water, Qin Yuqing finally felt alive again. I opened a piece of milk candy, put it in my mouth, and then got up to go back inside. The noise outside was getting louder, and most people had arrived. It was almost time for us to start. Qin Yuqing, where did you go? Don't you know we're all busy here? Qin Yuqing looked up at Wu Shanshan. She didn't seem to have much temper. She was just hungry earlier and didn't make a sound, saving her energy. Now that she was full and energized, some people still didn't learn their lesson without being taught. What are you busy with? Qin Yuqing looked around at the people standing in line. If standing in line counted, then they had been busy for a little while. Wu Shanshan was about to speak when someone in front shouted, "Get ready, we're about to go on stage." Wu Shanshan had added her name to every program, so she didn't have time to argue with Qin Yuqing now. She glared fiercely at her and left a sentence, "Just wait and see." Qin Yuqing moved to the middle of the line, ready to go on stage. She knew arguing at this time would only affect the performance, and neither of them would get a good result. She looked coldly at her and thought silently, "Don't get angry. I'm just here to find an opportunity." Chewing her milk candy, Qin Yuqing peeked through the curtain at the front. Most of the villagers there were cheering for the show, but a few looked sneaky. "Comrade Qin, can you help me out?" The second performance needed a quick-paced rap, and a girl from their team was struggling to carry a box. Qin Yuqing couldn't just stand by backstage. She stepped forward to help, quickly taking out the props inside. "What's your name?" "Zhou Xiaolan. My family lives in the next village. It'll be my turn tomorrow." Qin Yuqing looked at the girl, who was sweating heavily. "Why didn't you go on stage?" The team was divided into 3 groups. There weren't many people, and the larger group helping backstage was also not well-liked or was pushed to the edge. Whenever the topic of going on stage came up, Zhou Xiaolan lowered her head. She wanted to perform, but she could only be in the last program, always standing at the back. "Can you do the quick-paced rap?" Qin Yuqing asked, noticing Zhou Xiaolan was talking and couldn't help but touch the rap instrument, guessing she liked it a lot. When Zhou Xiaolan heard about the rap, her face lit up. "I'm not bragging. I've been doing this since I was a kid. I'm really good at it. It was because I was good at rap that I was chosen for the team." Qin Yuqing listened to Zhou Xiaolan and handed her a pair of clappers, saying, "Perform a bit." Zhou Xiaolan hesitated and was afraid to start, so Qin Yuqing pushed them into her hands, saying, "Hurry up, the event will end soon." Zhou Xiaolan was eager to try. Since joining the team, she rarely played with the clappers. She spent most of her time in training, and dancing was her weak point, so she could only follow behind. Qin Yuqing knew what kind of person Zhou Xiaolan was. From her previous life, she remembered that after the new year, Zhou Xiaolan quit her job and bought her spot. The exact reason was unknown, but now she thought it was probably because she had no chance to perform on stage and felt disappointed. The applause started, and Zhou Xiaolan quickly stopped playing the clappers, lowering her head and pretending to be busy. Qin Yuqing smiled and patted Zhou Xiaolan, saying, "Follow me closely tomorrow." Wu Shanshan was not causing trouble, but Qin Yuqing wanted to. If Wu Shanshan could cause her trouble, she could also find ways to make Wu Shanshan uncomfortable. After the program ended, backstage was messy, with people changing clothes and looking for props. Qin Yuqing took the opportunity to secretly take Wu Shanshan's performance schedule. Everything was arranged, and no one was looking for the schedule at the moment, especially while everyone was speaking on stage to motivate the crowd. Qin Yuqing slipped into the audience area. Some villagers saw her in her performance outfit and paused, then kindly gave up their seats. "Thank you, ladies." Someone also enthusiastically handed her a handful of peanuts. Qin Yuqing accepted them politely. "Miss, how many performances are there?" "5, but if the villagers have time, we can perform a few more." "Of course." "Auntie, I want to ask you something." Qin Yuqing successfully gained the trust of the villagers to gather information. "Miss, are you sure you want to do this?" "Yes." One hand pays, the other delivers. "All right, I'll go home and get it for you." "Auntie, I'll wait for you." She didn't let anyone go on stage. She had her own rhythm backstage. During the fourth performance, Qin Yuqing managed to secretly take some dried goods from the villagers from the mountains. "This is bean seed. Don't underestimate it. Planting a few is enough for a family to eat." "Thank you, Auntie." "Is this enough money?" The rough hands took the money and counted. "Miss, 2 more cents. It's not much." "The price you offered is fair, and the weight is enough. You didn't charge for this bag, and these candies are for the children." Qin Yuqing handed over a handful of hard candies. In the countryside, candies were still considered valuable, as they were a sweet treat people rarely bought. "That's so embarrassing," said the dry-faced person, smiling with all his wrinkles. "Auntie, there's no need for me to go shopping. It saves a lot of trouble. Here, take this. I'm going back first." Qin Yuqing went backstage. When no one was around, she divided some items into her space and left a small amount outside for safety. She wasn't sure if anyone saw her, so she kept some outside just in case. 5 performances didn't seem like much, but they took a long time. Plus, with the team's mobilization, it was about 2 hours before everything was over. Qin Yuqing was still waiting for Wu Shanshan to find fault when she saw Wu Shanshan sitting on a box, exhausted and catching her breath. Sure enough, people can't be too idle. Wu Shanshan not causing trouble didn't mean Qin Yuqing would be honest. Anyway, Commander Jiang wasn't here, and no one was watching. "Wu Shanshan, when will you go back?" Usually, after a performance, there are 2 options. One is to return the same way and come back the next day. The other is to stay overnight in the village to save time and costs, but it requires prior arrangements, and the team members might suffer a bit. But nowadays, people are generally willing to endure hardships, so it's not a big deal. However, Qin Yuqing was eager to go back and wanted to know about Hua's investigation. Wu Shanshan took out some chocolate to recharge, but Qin Yuqing snatched it away and put it in her mouth. It tasted really good. Wu Shanshan usually ate little and had been participating in the entire performance, so she was feeling dizzy from hunger. "Don't you usually share your good stuff with everyone? Why are you so stingy now?" Before Wu Shanshan could stand up, Qin Yuqing pushed her back down. "If you fight, you won't win against me. Your little followers are in other teams, and no one will protect you." Qin Yuqing glared and scared off those who wanted to interfere. "Are you all so free? Why didn't you help earlier?" The female team members stepped aside, pretending to be busy, but a few stubborn male team members stayed. They knew about Wu Shanshan's family situation. She didn't have a boyfriend now, and they all dreamed of something better. Qin Yuqing was pretty, but her family background was average, thanks to Qin Shuyao's loudmouth. She couldn't get close to the female team, but she could still talk to the male team members. "Comrade Qin, your behavior is bullying. We should be united. Don't you understand that?" Qin Yuqing turned to look at the man. He didn't look great, and his gaze was all on Wu Shanshan. Qin Yuqing snorted softly. "Trying to be a hero to save a beauty. Don't you look at yourself?" A toad dreaming of eating swan meat. The boy who was speaking was caught off guard and blushed deeply. He didn't know what to say, walking away feeling guilty, but staying made him unsure how to respond. He angrily said, "Stop spreading rumors." "You know about spreading rumors?" Qin Yuqing snorted. "Which of your eyes saw me being uncooperative? When Wu Shanshan was being excluded, where were you? Why didn't you speak up fairly then? So, your sense of fairness is all about yourself, showing favoritism to Weipo Bay. Get lost." After confronting the male team member, Qin Yuqing looked at Wu Shanshan with a mocking smile. "No little followers, but plenty of admirers. Wu Shanshan, You're quite something. What are you talking about? Wu Shanshan didn't want to argue with Qin Yuqing. She hurried to clarify that she enjoyed the compliments from the male team members, but it felt uncomfortable when Qin Yuqing said that. She didn't care for these people. She was going to marry someone important, someone with status and influence. These people weren't worth her time. You say I'm talking nonsense? It's because they stepped forward on their own. Why do they only support you and not me? Wu Shanshan angrily looked at the meddlesome man. All of you go away. The man at the front of the team straightened his back. If he left now, people might think they were afraid of Qin Yuqing. To win Wu Shanshan's favor, he pretended to be brave and said, Shanshan, don't be afraid. We will help you. Another male team member interrupted. Comrade Qin, we're just trying to help. You're the one with attitude problems and we're just pointing it out. Qin Yuqing sneered. What attitude? I was talking to Wu Shanshan and you all jumped in to criticize me without knowing the facts. You all have your own thoughts, but I know what you're up to. I just need to say it. Qin Yuqing's lips curled into a mocking smile. The male team members blushed with embarrassment, feeling their intentions had been seen through. What are you talking about? We're just here because we saw you bullying someone and wanted to ask about it. Ask. Of course we can ask. The men hurried to defend themselves, speaking over each other. Qin Yuqing leaned against the wall with her arms crossed. She truly thought she was easy to bully. If she didn't fight back today, they would only become more overbearing in the future. The female team has so many people feeling wronged, but you all pretend not to see. Wu Shanshan hasn't been wronged yet, and she hurriedly comes over, probably because she sees that others have good conditions, wants to climb higher, gain favor, and maybe hopes that the young lady will like her. Look in the mirror. Qin Yuqing turns to the female team members and gives a warning. If you want to find a partner, you need to be careful. The men on the team immediately look upset. The man at the front blushes deeply, his eyes flicker, and he tries to speak but can't. Other female team members, watching the scene, also look at them with some disdain. They hadn't thought about this before. After Qin Yuqing's reminder, it seems to make sense. These men often greet Wu Shanshan casually. Don't talk nonsense. Good men don't compete with women. Someone can't handle the pressure and quickly leaves. Nowadays, relationships between men and women are delicate. A small mistake can lead to rumors that ruin a person. No one dares to speak up, afraid of causing trouble. Wu Shanshan sees their reactions and feels even more angry. Her nails almost dig into her palms. Stop staring and pack up quickly. Do you still want to go home? Wu Shanshan's chest rises and falls with her anger. The issues between her and Qin Yuqing are piling up. Someone's cruel tricks are trying to ruin her. Those men are also useless. They give up after just a few words. Qin Yuqing has already packed her things and is waiting for them. They plan to leave together. The truck has already left, and the team has brought some food. It's rough and not very tasty, but it's warm. Suddenly, a group of people gathers around. Qin Yuqing frowns. This meal isn't free. There must be some plan behind it. Comrades, who is the person in charge here? Zhang Lihuo isn't present, so Wu Shanshan is pushed forward. Qin Yuqing listens nearby, hoping Wu Shanshan won't foolishly agree. This isn't their job, and helping out won't be appreciated. Captain, Principal, leave this to me. Qin Yuqing really wants to slap Wu Shanshan. She talks big but doesn't understand the situation. It's clearly a trap. It's nonsense to go to the school to teach music to children. That should be the education department's job. Idiot. Even one music class is a waste of time. If I remember correctly, the nearest school is about 7 or 8 kilometers away. The mountain road is rough and no cars can go there. By the time people arrive, school will probably be over. They keep going back and forth, and it will be dark when they return. Most likely, they won't be able to come back. Qin Yuqing stepped forward for her own benefit and said, Principal, why don't you organize the children to come here? We can put on a perfect show for them. If you think it's too late, we can do it tomorrow. We still have a performance then. Wu Shanshan, who had just been beaten by Qin Yuqing, was eager to show off. Captain Jiang asked me to be responsible. I am in charge here. Qin Yuqing, don't you realize? Teaching children is a very caring thing. After we go back, I will report to Captain Jiang. You are not making progress in your thinking. The squad leader also looked at Qin Yuqing with disapproval. The few male team members who had been discouraged earlier also spoke up in agreement. Everyone in the room was influenced by their emotions and looked at Qin Yuqing with disdain, heartless and unthinking. Qin Yuqing still wanted to try to persuade them. Captain Zhang also said we should return immediately after the performance. We are doing this for honor. If we do well, we will be recognized. Hearing about the recognition, the team members became even more enthusiastic. Wu Shanshan saw everyone supporting her and cheered up. Everyone, hurry up and eat. Later, we'll go to the school. Qin Yuqing saw that things were settled and sighed softly. People learn things after experiencing setbacks. When they suffer losses, they become more honest. All right, you go. I will stay here and watch the things. You're sensible. Qin Yuqing refused to go. Wu Shanshan thought she was afraid she would report to Captain Zhang. She was determined to tell Captain Zhang and even embellish the story. Everyone hurriedly left. Only Qin Yuqing was left, along with a male team member, Zhou Jintao, who was left behind because Qin Yuqing might not be able to handle some things. Zhou Jintao had seen Qin Yuqing's fighting ability and kept his distance, about 8 yards away. Qin Yuqing sat alone in the back hall, where some props that hadn't been taken away were stored. After counting everything, Qin Yuqing sat in the auditorium, eating sunflower seeds. The seeds were given by her hometown folks, just enough to pass the time. Soon, a truck arrived. Qin Yuqing looked at the truck with a heavy feeling. If those foolish people hadn't gone to the elementary school to show love, she could already be home. Where are they? Weren't they supposed to be here at this time? The truck driver got out and looked for people but couldn't find anyone. He needed to go back quickly. He was on shift too. Did they go to the elementary school to show love? The truck driver frowned and asked, how long has it been? When will they be back? Probably on the road now. It will take at least 2 hours for them to return. Qin Yuqing didn't specify the exact time. Wu Shanshan had also arranged for some props. The entire trip is 11 miles round trip, which takes 2 or 3 hours, not counting the performance time in between. That's not possible. I can't wait. I have to go to the neighboring county tonight. Qin Yuqing was anxious. Driver, what should we do? Wait here for now. I'll report the situation when I get back. If it's really urgent, you can stay here tonight. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to the nearby village. Zhou Jintao, who had been silent, also got anxious. Master, can you wait a little longer? They might come back soon, but I was given a specific time. If you don't stick to it, I can't help it. Despite Zhou Jintao's pleas, the driver agreed to wait a little longer. Half an hour later, he told Zhou Jintao to get off the truck. If I don't leave now, I won't be able to load the goods. If the higher-ups find out, can you take responsibility? Qin Yuqing also wanted to stay, but she couldn't. Watching the dust raised by the truck, she sighed. Just my luck. She took out a medical book and quietly read. The sun was lowering, and the sky was getting darker, making it hard to read. She closed the book. Suddenly, a childish voice came from the door. Pretty sister, do you still buy things? Qin Yuqing looked up and saw 2 children, about 5 or 6 years old, secretly peeking at her from the doorway. Qin Yuqing walked over and took out 2 pieces of hard candy from her pocket. When she stepped outside, she noticed a slightly older boy standing nearby, looking around nervously. Here, have some candy. Qin Yuqing handed out a few more pieces. After giving the candy, she asked, "What do you have in your hands?" She asked while helping the smallest boy unwrap a piece of candy and put it in his mouth. A rabbit and some fruit. They're very tasty. Is the rabbit alive? The girl didn't dare to speak. The boy behind her, even younger, was hard to understand. They were both distracted by the candy in their mouths, making their speech even more unclear. Qin Yuqing looked at the boy from afar. "Come here, I have something to ask you." When the boy came over, the 2 children ran in front of him, holding up their candies. "Pretty sister gave us these. I won't eat them. You can keep yours." Qin Yuqing took the opportunity to look at the boy. "Are your parents aware that you're buying things?" The boy's clothes were torn and thin, but his eyes showed stubbornness. "I can decide." I caught him myself. "All right, I'll go with you to look." Since those fools wouldn't be back anytime soon, She turned to Zhou Jintao inside and said, "Watch over things. I'll be back shortly." Zhou Jintao hesitated. "Hurry up then." Qin Yuqing watched the boy walk slowly. She bent down and picked him up, chatting with him as they walked, asking about his family. As she expected, the boy had seen her trading with the village woman before, so he came over hoping to try his luck. None of the adults in the village noticed. Luckily, she was cautious and didn't just throw the boy into her space, or it would have been hard to explain. "That's my home ahead." Qin Yuqing looked at the rundown yard silently and followed inside, where she saw rabbits in a cage. There were 5 in total. 2 were larger, and the rest were small. 2 had already died. The living ones looked very weak, with injuries on their legs and bodies. They might not survive. "How much do you want for them?" The boy hesitated for a long time. "I don't know. How much can you give?" On the way, Qin Yuqing learned about the boy's family. His mother was gone. His father was away working in another city and rarely came home. They had an elderly grandfather and an older brother who usually took care of the family. The younger children sometimes sneaked up the mountain to find food. A few days ago, his grandfather got sick, and his brother took him to the hospital and hadn't come back yet. Qin Yuqing was thinking about how much to offer when she saw a girl dragging a bag out of the house. She stepped forward and opened it. Inside were walnuts of different sizes, probably picked from the mountain. The bag was about 10 jin, roughly. "Are you selling all of it?" The boy nodded. Qin Yuqing said, "I'll give you 10 yuan. I'll take all of this." How does that sound? He had heard from his brother that these things weren't very valuable. He had wanted to ask for 5 yuan but didn't dare, worried that asking for too much might scare her away. Qin Yuqing just wanted to help them. She thought that if she put the rabbit into her special space, it might survive. "This is our secret. You can't tell anyone. If I ever come to the village again and ask you about something, you must tell me the truth." To keep the boy from talking too much, Qin Yuqing made another deal with him. If anyone asked about the market price, he should report it exactly as she said. Qin Yuqing didn't give him large bills, afraid he might be tricked. She only gave him small change. "Keep this safe. Don't go out today. Wait for your brother to come back, and don't go up the mountain. It's not safe there." She put the rabbit into the bag, together with the walnuts. "I'm leaving now. No need to walk me out." When she had walked quite far, she looked back and saw the boy still standing inside the doorway, watching her. Qin Yuqing waved and walked faster. After turning the corner, she reached into the bag and quietly moved the rabbit into her space as she walked. By the time she returned to the performance site, there were only 2 or 3 pounds of walnuts left in the bag. Zhou Jintao saw her come back with a bag in her hand, but didn't say anything. It wasn't common for people to buy things from locals, but it did happen sometimes. Qin Yuqing found a stone and started cracking walnuts. In a short while, she had eaten 7 or 8, and it made her want to go up the mountain to collect more. When it was completely dark and no one had returned, Zhou Jintao started to get restless. He went over to talk to Qin Yuqing. "Do you think they're on their way back now?" "Based on the time, they should be heading back. There's still no car here. I'm afraid we won't be able to go back tonight." Qin Yuqing looked at her watch. It was already 7:10. "Yes, that sounds about right." She took a vegetable bun from her bag and handed it to Zhou Jintao. "Would you like some?" "Thanks," he said gratefully. He hadn't brought much food since they were supposed to return today, and he had already been hungry while watching her walnuts earlier. "I'll go start a fire," he said. "I'll help you gather some wood." They had walked around earlier and knew where to find it. It felt a bit awkward being together in the dark. Qin Yuqing had just picked up a few sticks when she saw headlights in the distance. Zhou Jintao saw them too and shouted excitedly, "Comrade Qin, a car's coming. We can go back now." As the car came closer, Qin Yuqing's excitement faded into calm. "Why is it such a small car?" she murmured. Qin Yuqing parked the car and got out. Zhou Jintao, being closer, ran over first to ask about the situation. "Comrade, are you here to pick us up?" "Why is there no truck?" "No, I'm here to find someone." Zhou Jintao instantly felt disappointed. He knew they wouldn't send such a vehicle to pick them up. Qin Yuqing stood still, not moving. Qin Yuqing stepped past Zhou Jintao and approached Qin Yuqing, glancing at the firewood in her hand. Let me do it, Qin Yuqing said calmly, handing it over without argument. Zhou Jintao widened his eyes. Was this person here to find Qin Yuqing? Those people had said Qin Yuqing was probably unwanted. From how the two interacted, it didn't seem like friends, but more like a couple. Her partner even arrived in a car. These days, anyone who can drive a four-wheeled vehicle isn't an ordinary person. Qin Yuqing didn't care what Zhou Jintao thought. Since Shun Yuqing came, she wanted to find out what was going on. For small things like starting a fire, Shun Yuqing was quick and skilled. The dark, empty room finally lit up. Why did you come? I went to the cultural troupe to find you. They've all gone back, but you haven't. I checked around and was worried, so I came over. Qin Yuqing felt warm inside. Shun Yuqing had made a special trip just for her. Zhou Jintao didn't dare get too close at the door. Qin Yuqing glanced at the distance and quietly asked, "Has there been any progress with Ahua's case?" She asked subtly, since there was still another person present. "No, we haven't found him. I've returned the things." "Really? How did you manage that?" Shun Yuqing looked at Qin Yuqing's bright eyes and felt that taking some risks was worth it. "Do you want to know?" Qin Yuqing nodded. "Yes, I really want to know." The sharpness in Shun Yuqing's eyes softened, becoming gentle. "I distracted them and slipped it in. Wasn't I discovered? Do you still doubt me?" Shun Yuqing admitted it was a bit risky, but for him, it wasn't too difficult, probably a medium level of difficulty. Qin Yuqing clasped her hands together. "You're my living Buddha." Shun Yuqing smiled. "I don't want to be a living Buddha, I just want to be your partner." What sounded like a joke actually carried some subtle testing, making his heart flutter with nervousness. Qin Yuqing froze for a moment. Her initial surprise gradually changed, and finally, she smiled. "That's fine too." There was a hint of sweetness in her heart. She didn't look up at Shun Yuqing's occasional confessions, but could feel his sincerity and persistence. This was the first time Qin Yuqing clearly admitted her feelings. Shun Yuqing's eyes lit up with joy. You agreed. Who could refuse someone who always thinks about the other? She had no reason to give up her wealth and status, and missing this chance might mean it would be very hard to get another one in her lifetime. Shun Yuqing secretly took Qin Yuqing's hand and whispered, "This trip was really worth it." Qin Yuqing let him hold her hand. After a long silence, she softly asked, "Any news about Ahua?" "Don't worry, we've expanded the search. Today, we found many things at Ahua's house, enough to keep her detained for years, and her parents. I went there. It's confirmed they are missing. Before they disappeared, they saved some money and then never returned. I've also called in a search dog. Shun Yuqing was pretty sure Ahua's parents had been harmed, but now they needed proof and the body." Qin Yuqing stopped speaking. Shun Yuqing's conclusion showed he hadn't been resting all day, so there was no need to scold him. "I'm fine here. You should go back." Shun Yuqing was annoyed but understood. He had come all this way to report on the case. What a cold woman. He had been worried all along, but it turned out he was just worrying for nothing. Not long after she admitted her feelings, she was eager to send him away. "Do you dislike me that much?" Qin Yuqing forced a smile. "No, I don't dislike you. I'm just worried you'll delay your important work." She thought for a moment and then closed her mouth. Shun Yuqing was dealing with matters related to her. "It's okay. Just go back tomorrow." It was much better than him working in the deep mountains. He didn't want to leave now. Only Qin Yuqing and one man were here, and the team members weren't suitable either. A man and a woman alone weren't appropriate. "We can't go back tonight. I already heard about that when I arrived." When they said these words, they didn't lower their voices, so Zhou Jintao naturally heard them. He felt a bit annoyed. If he had known, he would have listened to Qin Yuqing and not let those people go to the school to show kindness. If they hadn't gone, he would be comfortably resting in bed now. The two sat by the fire, unsure of what to say. Qin Yuqing broke the silence. "Have you eaten?" Shun Yuqing finally took the opportunity when no one was around to throw the bag into Ahua's cellar. He also told the team about the new discovery of the cellar. After finishing his work, he went to the art troupe to pick up someone, wanting to tell Qin Yuqing immediately. He was worried she might worry, but he just happened to meet the driver returning to deliver a message. "Let me roast a rabbit for you." "Where did it come from?" "From a local friend's house." Qin Yuqing took out a dead rabbit from her bag, and Shin Yuqing casually took it. I'll handle it. Although the hall was old and worn, everything necessary was there. Shin Yuqing quickly skinned the rabbit and filled a bucket with water. While Shin Yuqing was outside, Qin Yuqing took out a jar of beef sauce and a small jar of pickled vegetables from her space. The portions were small, so she put them in her bag without anyone suspecting. A few freshly baked wheat pancakes, just toasted over the fire, were ready. Shin Yuqing came in carrying the prepared rabbit, and Qin Yuqing had already cut a stick to skewer the rabbit. Here are some baked pancakes and rice balls. Eat a little first. Roasting the rabbit took some time. Qin Yuqing took out a piece of oiled paper, sprinkled some salt on it, and prepared to season the meat. Seeing the oiled paper, Shin Yuqing couldn't help but associate it with a family-friendly herbal remedy. Could she tell the difference? Even if Qin Yuqing had poisoned him, he would still eat without hesitation. Shin Yuqing didn't eat immediately. He looked into his bag, took out a few walnuts, cracked them open, and handed them to Qin Yuqing.
Take a break.
I'll do the roasting. Qin Yuqing happily took the walnuts, ate a few, and set the rest aside.
You eat first.
I'll handle everything. Qin Yuqing didn't usually bring out chopsticks, but Shin Yuqing wasn't at a loss. He casually found two roughly the same thickness of tree branches, processed them a little, and they could be used as chopsticks. The steaming hot pancakes, spread with beef sauce, had a different delicious flavor. Zhou Jintao sat alone outside, looking at the stars appearing in the sky. Why hadn't they come back yet? The aroma of meat slowly filled the air. Zhou Jintao, sitting outside by the fire, felt increasingly anxious. Qin Yuqing looked at the nearly finished food and prepared the final touches. This is my homemade dipping sauce. Just dip the meat in it. Shin Yuqing looked at the bulging package. If he didn't know what Qin Yuqing was here for, he might suspect she was a professional chef. Eat some too. She had been snacking all afternoon. Just now, to prepare the full set of scenes, she even shared a cornbread with Zhou Jintao. Roasting the rabbit was her way of returning Shin Yuqing's kindness for helping deliver the bag. She had helped so much that if the place had been right, she could have made a full royal feast today. Shin Yuqing suddenly realized, "You made this just for me?"
Yes.
Isn't it good? The ingredients were limited, so it couldn't taste amazing. Shin Yuqing didn't show it on his face, but inside, he was delighted. It's delicious. Qin Yuqing sliced the best parts of the rabbit for Shin Yuqing, but she didn't forget Zhou Jintao outside. Give him this rabbit leg. Shin Yuqing took the leg out. He was a little reluctant, but he wasn't a stingy person. After delivering it, he quickly came back. I saw some light on the mountain in the distance. They're probably on their way back. Then hurry and eat. Qin Yuqing checked the time. It was already late. If they didn't return soon, she would start to worry. They were 4 or 5 hours later than expected. When they came back, those jealous people would probably start talking again. Shin Yuqing gave a quiet and Qin Yuqing sped up her movements until only the bones and the rabbit head were left. Just throw it out later. I'll take care of it. Shin Yuqing carried the rabbit bones outside. The best way was to bury them in the ground. Qin Yuqing tidied up the room. Zhou Jintao had eaten until he was almost full, especially after having a rabbit leg. For someone who hadn't seen meat in a long time, it was a real treat. After eating, even his frustration about not being able to go back lessened a bit. He couldn't help but feel a little more warmth toward Qin Yuqing. She didn't seem as unreasonable as the rumors said. If she were really that kind of person, he wouldn't have even gotten a piece of bread, let alone rabbit meat. After cleaning up, Qin Yuqing didn't stay inside. She stood outside, watching. The team was moving slowly, with only faint lights in the distance. Zhou Jintao, not wanting to be in the way after eating her food, said, I'll go take a look. Qin Yuqing went inside and brought out a flashlight. Here, take this. Comrade Qin, you really came prepared. Thanks, I'll return it later. Zhou Jintao took the flashlight and headed toward the lights. Shin Yuqing noticed too, and thought that Qin Yuqing had indeed prepared for everything she could think of. Watching the moving light, Qin Yuqing said, If you stay here tonight, there's no proper place for you to rest. She didn't believe Shin Yuqing would squeeze in with the male team members. Shin Yuqing pointed to the car. I'll just sleep in there. Qin Yuqing watched him find a good spot for herself and stopped trying to persuade him, realizing he had already planned everything in advance. The two stood side by side in the auditorium, looking outside without being disturbed. Shen Yuqing started talking about the case, trying to reassure Qin Yuqing. Suddenly, he looked up and sensed something was wrong. Something might have gone wrong. Qin Yuqing shifted her gaze and saw a flickering flashlight moving quickly. Since the flashlight was being carried by someone running ahead, it was probably Zhou Jintao. The light behind was scattered and slow-moving. "Should we go check?" Qin Yuqing asked curiously. Shen Yuqing looked at her and said, "Up to you. Never mind, let's wait here." Qin Yuqing pointed behind her, still wanting to look around. If she lost something, it would be hard to explain later. Shen Yuqing comforted her. "It probably won't take long at this speed. Maybe not." "How about we make a bet?" Qin Yuqing suggested. Shen Yuqing agreed. "Okay, I'll wait 5 minutes. Officer Shen, don't judge by your standards." "I'll wait at least 10 minutes, maybe 20. Shen Yuqing chuckled. "That's cheating." It was clever to count time this way, almost like cheating. "You didn't set any rules," Qin Yuqing replied. Shen Yuqing overestimated Zhou Jintao's stamina. Qin Yuqing checked her watch. "It's been 12 minutes. You win," she said, feeling a bit annoyed. "I forgot to make it interesting," Shen Yuqing said calmly, eyes fixed on the moving flashlight. Zhou Jintao reached the gate, leaning on it and catching his breath. "Something happened. Comrade Zhou, take your time," Qin Yuqing said. She thought, with him running like that, she already knew something was wrong. Couldn't he just get to the point? "Someone got hurt and needs to go to the hospital. Could your partner drive them there?" Zhou Jintao asked. Qin Yuqing didn't care about Zhou Jintao mentioning his partner. She asked, "How many people are hurt?" "2, maybe 3. One has a minor injury, seems like a twisted ankle," Zhou Jintao replied. Shen Yuqing frowned. It wasn't a small matter, but now wasn't the time to investigate how they got hurt. Qin Yuqing asked urgently, "What about the other 2? What happened to them?" Zhou Jintao heard someone say something and hurriedly rushed back, saying, "It seems one leg is injured and the other is unconscious, probably hit the head." This was the reason they returned late. The situation was quite serious. Everyone who could make decisions was not present. Shen Yuqing quickly decided, "Save the person first. I will bring the car over." Qin Yuqing doesn't remember this happening in her previous life. For the members of the art troupe, no one was unaware of how important legs are. Thank you so much." Zhou Jintao felt like his lungs were about to burst. Every breath hurt his throat. He ran desperately to seek help. "Comrade Zhou, you stay here and watch the luggage. We will go and get the person." Zhou Jintao was too exhausted to reply, just gesturing with his hand to show he understood. "Give me the flashlight." Before Zhou Jintao could speak, Qin Yuqing had already taken the flashlight from him. There was enough light inside the house because of the fire. Qin Yuqing got into the car, and Shen Yuqing immediately drove toward the group of people. "The road ahead is blocked." Shen Yuqing turned the car around and said to Qin Yuqing in the car, "You wait here. I'll go and check." They were moving too slowly over the distance. Qin Yuqing couldn't sit still in the car. She stood beside it and soon saw Shen Yuqing carrying someone back. The person's performance costume was stained with blood and torn in several places. "Lay the person flat first. I'll check." After seeing the person clearly, Qin Yuqing cursed inwardly. It was the male team member who had helped Wu Shanshan earlier that afternoon. "Do you still remember who I am? Where does it hurt?" Before she could get an answer, Qin Yuqing saw the person spit blood. She turned to Shen Yuqing and said, "Probably internal injuries, maybe a few broken ribs." She could give 2 injections to save his life, but Qin Yuqing didn't want to cause trouble. She didn't have a medical license and was afraid of getting into trouble later and being accused falsely. So she decided not to do anything. The 3 other boys were slowly carrying a female team member, and from afar, Qin Yuqing could hear her crying and shouting in pain. Hearing the woman's voice, Shen Yuqing didn't move at all. If she still had the strength to cry, it meant her injuries weren't serious. When the last person, leaning on a wooden stick, came over, Qin Yuqing recognized her, Hu Ping, an old acquaintance. Shen Yuqing turned his head to look at Qin Yuqing and asked, "Do you want to go back with us?" Qin Yuqing shook her head. No, I won't go back. Tonight, someone will definitely ask a lot of questions when I go back, but she wasn't there to see what happened herself. It's better to leave this good thing to Wu Shanshan. I'll come pick you up tomorrow. No, after what happened today, I don't know how to arrange things. I can go back by myself. If you come, you might take a wrong turn. Shen Yuqing's expression softened a lot. She was worried he might get lost, so he could go to the arts troupe to check the situation. Hu Ping, who sprained her ankle, also got into the car, and someone was hurriedly assigned to take care of her in the back seat. Stay here. A man is coming up. Shen Yuqing dismissed Wu Shanshan's request to go back. He had already talked with Qin Yuqing about the situation. Wu Shanshan is currently the team leader. If she leaves, no one will be in charge. There are 3 injured people, including a woman, who can't take care of everything. They can only cry, which won't solve any problems. Qin Yuqing looked at the disappearing car and went to help carry the prop box at the back. All the team members had lost their enthusiasm. Everyone with a sad face was considered good. Some were walking and shouting they were tired, and many were crying. The male team member who was carrying the prop box saw someone come to help and immediately let go and moved forward. On the other side, Zhou Xiaolan was asked by Qin Yuqing, Xiaolan, where's the village chief? Didn't she come back with you? No, the village chief was called away to a meeting in the neighboring village halfway through. The captain left at the start of the performance, and after it ended, the principal only sent us to the gate. She stayed behind at the school. Zhou Xiaolan was panting and wiping sweat constantly. Qin Yuqing sneered inwardly. Letting a group of inexperienced people walk on unfamiliar mountain roads at night, it's no wonder something would happen. Qin Yuqing didn't ask further. She silently picked up the prop box and followed behind the crowd. Xiaolan, take a break. Even the male team members didn't want to carry the boxes, but Zhou Xiaolan worked hard and carried them all the way. Qin Yuqing handed her water bottle. Drink some water before we go. Anyway, this is the last. Zhou Xiaolan was already very thirsty and didn't refuse Qin Yuqing. The small amount of spiritual spring water inside helped ease her fatigue. Back at the hall, all the team members gathered around the fire Qin Yuqing made. There was no place arranged for them to stay. This was the only makeshift spot they had. The schedule was fixed. They would leave immediately after the afternoon performance. The village naturally couldn't arrange accommodations in advance. Qin Yuqing bent down to set down the prop box and suddenly heard a cracking sound. She looked toward the noise and immediately became angry. She quickly and forcefully rushed forward, grabbing the bag of walnuts. Who told you to eat them? She had left about 3 or 4 jean outside, but now only a few walnuts remained in the bag, and the ground was full of shells. Who told you to touch my walnuts? The hall instantly fell silent. Dozens of eyes looked at her, some guilty, some indifferent, and a few even a bit confident. Don't be so fierce. A male team member stepped forward bravely. We thought no one wanted them. We've been hungry all the way here, just trying to fill our stomachs. Nobody wanted them. Qin Yuqing looked sharply at the speaker. My bag was clearly on top. Why didn't you ask? Taking without asking is stealing. You can't just do whatever you want, she replied sternly. Zhou Jintao watched quietly from the corner. He had warned them, but they ignored him and said it was fine. He used to think people weren't so shameless, but today he realized some things can only be understood by watching from the outside. When Qin Yuqing said they were stealing, the people eating walnuts looked uncomfortable. Yuqing, don't be so petty. Another female team member interrupted. It's just a few walnuts. They're not rare. We're all colleagues, so why make a fuss? Qin Yuqing held back her anger, but her voice rose a little, without meaning to. If you're so generous, why don't you share what's in your bag? She looked at the girl's bag, which was bulging. It must have something inside. These walnuts I bought with my own money. If you ate them, just pay me back. Let's say a yuan each. Who will pay? Qin Yuqing didn't want to be aggressive. As long as they apologized, it would be over. But they got cheeky. The matter could be big or small, and she was already upset from staying up late with them. When they heard about paying, they weren't happy. Not everyone was wealthy. This stuff isn't even worth a yuan. There are walnuts everywhere on the mountain, just pick them up. Then go pick some. Why are you eating mine? I bought these with real money. If you don't pay today, I'll report it when I go back and you'll get in trouble. They got nervous at the mention of punishment, which could affect their evaluations and even their wages. Qin Yuqing, don't go too far, the girl holding her bag shouted angrily. We didn't do it on purpose. We were just trying to do something good for honor. We walked so far. We're tired and hungry. I gave you 2 walnuts and you're being so petty. Exactly, you have no sense of awareness. Can't you see the bigger picture? This is about team honor. Everyone started talking at once, like dry wood catching fire. The main point was criticizing Qin Yuqing for not understanding the importance of unity and teamwork. Haha, this is so funny. Qin Yuqing suddenly burst out laughing. The room fell silent, and everyone looked at each other in shock, frightened by her wild behavior. Qin Yuqing stopped laughing, her face cold. She shouted loudly, You keep saying you're so aware, but then you secretly took my things and blame me. Just because there are more of you doesn't mean you're right. Saying you're tired and hungry is your fault. This is your sense of teamwork? Bullying the victim while pretending to be united? If you're so united, I will go back and discuss this with the leaders. Go ahead and tell the leaders about me. See if they can give me a lesson. Qin Yuqing's words were very serious. It had become a matter of her beliefs, and if it got worse, it wouldn't be good for them. Everyone knew deep down that if the case was investigated, they wouldn't have a defense. When eating the walnuts, they also felt hopeful, thinking Qin Yuqing wouldn't dare oppose so many people alone. But Qin Yuqing really stood her ground, and they were afraid. I'll give you some. I ate 3. Is a dime okay? One female team member took out a dime, which was more than the normal price. Qin Yuqing took the money and threw 2 more walnuts. I'm not trying to cheat you. The more clever ones also started to pay, walking up to Qin Yuqing voluntarily. Comrade Qin, I bought these. I didn't steal your walnuts. Qin Yuqing understood their intentions and sneered. Fine, you bought them. She looked at the 3 cents in her hand. How many did you eat? Qin Yuqing returned 2 cents. Not enough to use. They took more, but she knew they would twist the story later. She wouldn't suffer losses or be greedy. Comrade Qin, someone is looking for you, Zhou Jintao called out to Qin Yuqing. Qin Yuqing dropped her bag and turned to leave. As she passed the hall in trance, she saw Wu Shanshan outside, with food remnants still on her lips, and she sneered slightly with disdain. Wu Shanshan felt a bit nervous. She quickly wiped her mouth and took another small bite of chocolate, then quietly followed Qin Yuqing, watching to see what she was doing. Outside, there was a strange man. But when he saw the young boy following, he understood that her brother had come to visit. Wang Haifeng saw the person and immediately took out some money from his pocket. Comrade, you gave too much. Wang Haifeng's family was short of money. He came home to borrow some. His younger brother suddenly took out a large handful of money, which surprised him. He asked about the situation and immediately went to find help. No matter how poor they were, they wouldn't lie. No, we're just doing a normal trade. That's not possible. The walnuts are not worth much. He knew what kind of rabbit it was. If sold in the county, it would fetch at most 5 or 6 yuan. It was too small and wouldn't fetch a high price. After some arguing, Qin Yuqing felt headache. She stood straight and refused to take the money. Listen to me. If what I have is worth so much, your brother and sister wouldn't be reluctant to sell or give away their own food. If you really think I gave too much, next time I come, just give me some things from your home. Hurry back. It's more important to treat the elders. Wang Haifeng pulled the young boy aside to thank him. Thanks. Next time you come, I'll pay you back. He took the money with a thick face, but he wasn't sure if he could borrow enough next time. Qin Yuqing sent the person away and, seeing the eavesdropper, didn't bother to pay attention. When she returned, she looked at the scattered money on her bag. She counted it, just over 2 yuan. Qin Yuqing asked again, one by one, and returned all the extra money. Inside the hall, no one spoke. Wang Haifeng's voice had been loud, so everyone probably understood what had happened. Qin Yuqing bought the walnuts at a high price to help others. This was her way of showing kindness. Since the fire was occupied, Qin Yuqing went out to gather some firewood. Zhou Xiaolan and Wang Lanjin helped, and finally, Chen Xiuying joined in. The four of them built a new pile of firewood. Sitting silently around the fire, they didn't speak. Qin Yuqing put on her coat and leaned against the wall, pretending to sleep. There was no space to move, so she had to suffer here. It wasn't easy to stay calm. She was angry inside. She knew she'd be scolded when she went back, so she couldn't feel happy. As dawn approached, the village chief hurried over. Wu Shanshan, still groggy, was woken up and went to negotiate with the village chief. Chen Xiuying pulled Wang Longjin outside to check the situation. Qin Yuqing opened her eyes, looked at the time, packed her things, added some firewood, and toasted a few dry cakes. Xiao Lan, you should eat some too. We still have a busy day ahead. I'm not hungry. The food brought along this time wasn't much, since they planned to return the same day. Since they still had another day, she felt a bit embarrassed to eat too much. Qin Yuqing smiled. Are you silly? Didn't I say the next stop is your village? At your door. How could I still be hungry? Xiaolan grinned and started eating a hot cake, forgetting her tiredness. Qin Yuqing took out some chili sauce, and they shared it while eating. As for those who were jealous, Qin Yuqing pretended not to see. Here comes the car. A group of people ran out quickly. Qin Yuqing hurried to finish her meal, thinking it might be good news, but she suspected the leaders might be coming, which meant trouble. While everyone was outside, Qin Yuqing quickly peeled and ate an egg. This time, not only Jiang Lihua but also a male leader came along. Both looked unhappy, clearly tired from working all night. 3 people were seriously injured and taken to the hospital late at night. Who else would they bother if not them? Wu Shanshan was the first to be called over by Jiang Lihua for questioning. The male leader went to the village head to find out what happened. Jiang Lihua turned to the driver and said a few words. The driver immediately got out of the car and shouted loudly to the people in the hall, "Everyone else, get on the car first." Qin Yuqing glanced at the unfamiliar faces and silently followed behind, carrying a prop box. The driver looked at her and stepped forward to help. They had to handle the situation, but their performance couldn't be interrupted. The car swayed along the bumpy road. The journey was eerily quiet, and only Qin Yuqing occasionally snacked on some treats. The performance was scheduled at the square, a place where the village usually dried grains. They had built a stage to show they valued the event. Every household had brought small stools early, showing more importance than the previous village. Wu Shanshan was still in charge of organizing the performers. To save time, Jiang Lihua and the leaders stayed behind in the village to handle follow-up matters. After arranging the program, Qin Yuqing's name still wasn't on the list. She smiled, not minding at all that she couldn't perform on stage. Wu Shanshan was eager to take a risk, but Qin Yuqing let her. The third act was a fast-paced performance, and Qin Yuqing pulled Xiaolan aside. Later, you stand in Wu Shanshan's spot. I don't dare. Your parents are watching you below, proud of you. Do you want to keep just organizing props in the back? Zhou Xiaolan shook her head. When she went home last time, she said she would come to perform in their village, and the whole family was very happy. The village values this because some of the performers are from their own village. One village, one talent. They are proud. If something goes wrong, I will take responsibility. What are you afraid of? Qin Yuqing looked at Zhou Xiaolan. I just want to ask if you want to perform. She doesn't perform in other villages or places, which is fine. But she just wants her family to see her once. The middle spot is the best. Don't stand in the wrong place. Every time, Wu Shanshan always leaves the best spot for herself. Qin Yuqing quickly starts playing the clappers, and just as she sees Jiang Lihua get off the car and quietly do her work. Hurry, get ready for the third program. The members of the third group start to gather. Qin Yuqing suddenly steps forward with her water cup. Before anyone reacts, she pours water on Wu Shanshan's head. Qin Yuqing is too fast. After she pulls Wu Shanshan out of the team, the other members look surprised and frozen. Hurry up and get on stage. Zhou Xiaolan is also shocked by Qin Yuqing's action. She didn't expect Qin Yuqing to do this, but it feels satisfying to watch. Wu Shanshan usually dominates the performance team. They are angry but can't say anything. They've been holding in their anger for a long time. Hurry up. Zhou Xiaolan immediately takes Wu Shanshan's place. Are you crazy? Wu Shanshan desperately tries to push back, trying to break free from Qin Yuqing's grip. Qin Yuqing quickly holds Wu Shanshan's wrist and says, "If you won't go on stage, neither will I." Seeing everyone stunned, she shouts loudly, "What are you all waiting for? Get on stage and perform well." The distracted people are brought back to their senses by Qin Yuqing's shout. They immediately change their mood and line up to go on stage. Qin Yuqing can't see what's happening in front, but she hears the applause. "Qin Yuqing, just wait to be punished. I will tell Captain Jiang about what you did." Wu Shanshan looks at Qin Yuqing angrily. She is pressed against a bench and can't break free. From afar, it looks like two people talking, sitting and standing, and they seem to get along well. "Miss, you still haven't realized your mistake. I will wait for your apology. What is going on?" Jiang Lihua was very angry. After understanding the full story, she realized that it was all their own doing. The others in the village refused to take responsibility, and the villagers were unreasonable, making it impossible to reason with them. When Wu Shanshan saw Jiang Lihua arrive, she immediately started crying and complaining. "Captain Jiang, Qin Yuqing poured water on me." Qin Yuqing let go of Wu Shanshan when Jiang Lihua spoke. She stood confidently in front of Jiang Lihua and admitted, "Yes, I poured the water, but I did it to help our performance succeed." "You're lying. It's obvious you're jealous," Jiang Lihua said. Qin Yuqing handed Jiang Lihua a list of performers for the past 2 days. "I'm new here. It's okay if I don't perform, but many older members didn't get a chance to go on stage. Especially some of the villagers chosen to perform, they couldn't perform, which hurt the villagers' feelings." Wu Shanshan started sweating coldly as she listened. In the past, no one would have reported these things. She quietly looked at Captain Jiang and saw her face was very dark and serious. "Captain Jiang, you said the stage belongs to everyone, not just one person. But Captain Wu Shanshan always performs, while the good performers chosen are left sitting out. I think this isn't good for the whole art troupe's growth or for everyone's unity. This kind of attitude is very bad. I call it small group bullying, which affects everyone's enthusiasm for performing. Of course, my actions might be a bit extreme, and I am willing to accept criticism." She only accepted criticism, not punishment. After the applause ended, the audience clapped and cheered loudly. Qin Yuqing smiled, feeling that her plan worked better than she expected. Jiang Lihua looked at the performance list again and took out another copy from her pocket. Her chest rose and fell with anger. "Wu Shanshan, explain to me what's really going on here." She was already upset from her injury and was furious about this situation. Even if Wu Shanshan had connections, she couldn't take it anymore. Wu Shanshan hesitated and couldn't explain. The evidence was right in front of her, and she couldn't argue. She never expected Qin Yuqing would keep the performance list. She wondered why she suddenly couldn't find it and thought about shifting blame, but the handwriting was hers. It was all because Zhang Tian didn't sit with her this time. If she had, she would have written it herself. Qin Yuqing tilted her head forward to look. Wow, she even made a secret list. The list Jiang Lihua held had her name on it. She didn't know whether to praise Wu Shanshan for being clever or call her foolish. Jiang Lihua glanced at Qin Yuqing and asked, "Qin Yuqing, what's the next program? Can you perform it?" "Yes, I can. I will do my best to present the best performance for Captain Jiang." She was familiar with the song. Singing lead was not difficult for her. Mainly, she wanted to make up for her mistakes. When she returned and was criticized, her efforts might earn her a few less harsh words. Zhou Xiaolan was about to step down and thank Qin Yuqing when she saw Captain Jiang, immediately falling silent. The other team members reacted similarly. Jiang Lihua didn't expect Wu Shanshan to be so bold. She dared to fool her. Had such things happened before? When did they start? How many people had never performed on stage? Qin Yuqing left a strong impression as soon as she stepped on stage. She sang well, looked beautiful, had fair skin, and was a new face. During the team leader mobilization segment, Qin Yuqing and Zhou Xiaolan hid in the audience. Qin Yuqing benefited from Zhou Xiaolan's influence. Usually, the team had an unwritten rule: As long as team members returned to their hometowns and it didn't interfere with performances, they could reunite with their families. At this moment, Zhang Lihua was checking on Wu Shanshan's team situation and had no time to worry about Qin Yuqing. Isn't it strange? There are people living up on that mountain. Every performance involved mobilization, and the villagers' ears grew sore from listening. They started whispering. Qin Yuqing listened carefully and sensed something was off. Fellow villager, which mountain are you talking about? When did you see people there? Zhou Xiaolan still wanted to introduce Qin Yuqing properly to her family, but she noticed Qin Yuqing wasn't paying attention to her. She lowered her head and said a few words to her mother, who immediately stood up and left. The villagers had a deep impression of Qin Yuqing. Hearing the question, they started talking enthusiastically. This morning, I went up the mountain and wanted to see if I could catch something, but I saw a figure. I quietly followed. Fellow villager, did you see if it was a man or a woman? It's a woman, wearing a floral jacket, no mistake. I suspect she took everything she could over the past few days. Qin Yuqing had an untimely suspicion. Could it be Ahua? Did you follow her to confront her? The man was only in his 20s, sounding a bit annoyed. I was planning to, but then 2 people came up from the mountain. It was almost dawn, so I went back down. He was involved in something shady. He was clever and wouldn't do anything reckless. Show me that mountain. Where's the cave? Qin Yuqing quickly found out the details, then stood up and asked Zhang Lihua for leave. No matter what, she wanted to go up the mountain to see for herself. When she arrived at the backstage of the performance, the atmosphere was very heavy. Wu Shanshan was crying non-stop. Captain Jiang, I want to take leave. Wu Shanshan caused this scene. There are 4 more shows, and Zhang Lihua couldn't find anyone trustworthy at the moment. She was hoping Qin Yuqing could step in. This matter is very important. If anything happens, I take responsibility. Even if you don't agree, I will go. After saying that, she ran outside. Zhang Lihua shouted after her. Come back. This is too much. Qin Yuqing didn't listen. If she was suspicious at first, hearing that a man was going up the mountain made her almost certain it was Ahua. Last night, Shen Yuqing also said that Ahua had hidden in the countryside. To leave the town, she would need an introduction letter. The black market area was almost torn apart by Zhouang. The only way out was back to the village. Ahua couldn't go back to their village, but there are many other villages nearby, so it's hard to say. Usually, if someone from a village brought an outsider, they would ask around. Ahua definitely wouldn't go to a fellow villager's house casually. If she wanted to hide, she would hide in a remote, abandoned house or in the mountains. Qin Yuqing followed that strong young man. He was the first to notice the situation. Halfway, Qin Yuqing told him, You go back. No, I can't let you go up the mountain alone. Sometimes wild boars appear there. Qin Yuqing saw she couldn't persuade him. If anything happens, run quickly. Comrade Qin, do you know the person in that cave? Only after I see them. Strong young man didn't expect Qin Yuqing to be so strong. She had been walking all this time without showing any signs of fatigue. We're almost there. Qin Yuqing faintly saw the shadow of the cave. The area was open with not many big trees. She saw a figure, and strong young man quickly crouched behind a rock. Qin Yuqing hid behind a large tree. A suspicious-looking person appeared and quickly went down the mountain along another path. I think I know him. Who is he? He seems to be from the Cui family. His mother died, and his father was sent to reform through labor a few years ago. Their family is always stealing chickens and such. No one in our village hasn't been robbed. Qin Yuqing didn't move immediately. She waited a moment to make sure no one else would appear, then started crawling toward the cave. The speed was very fast, and the answer was right in front of them, yet they hadn't reached the cave entrance. Inside the cave, a man appeared. The 2 looked at each other. Strongzy, who had taken a few steps forward, immediately crouched down and hid among the bushes. Cui Wu asked cautiously, Who are you? A strange woman suddenly appeared there. She looked around and saw she was alone, so Cui Wu relaxed a little. Qin Yuqing casually put her hands in her pockets and said, Why should I tell you? I haven't asked who you are yet. Thinking of Qiangzi's words, Qin Yuqing looked at the rabbit Cui Wu was holding and got a bit angry. Recently, I set traps but didn't catch anything. I came up the mountain to see if it was you who took them. Ahua was hiding inside the cave, biting her lip. She had just given birth and couldn't stand eating dry biscuits all day, so she took one once. Chuewu put the rabbit behind him. Nonsense, I caught this myself. I don't believe you. I want to go in and see. You've set over 10 traps, but not one has been caught. It must be you hiding them. Qin Yuqing wanted to go into the cave to look, but Chuewu panicked. This was really a surprise. Qin Yuqing guessed right. After they went up the mountain, they found someone had set traps. They didn't eat the prey, but could sell it in the county town. They took the prey before the trap setter arrived. Just thinking about making money, they forgot to leave 2 traps behind. You can't go in. Chuewu stopped Qin Yuqing from entering. She took advantage of the close distance and sprinkled some sedative powder. Strongzy was lying in the grass, looking up. He didn't see clearly, but he saw Chuewu fall to the ground. Qin Yuqing gathered her courage and entered the cave, clutching a secret medicine. Chuewu was blocking her, so there must be something suspicious. Ahua held a stick and hid behind a corner of the rock wall. Suddenly, there was no movement outside, which felt very strange. Qin Yuqing stood about a meter inside the cave, looked at the obstructing stone wall, took out a flashlight, and shone it inside to search. After thinking for a moment, she took out 2 firecrackers from her bag and lit them, then threw them inside. These were things she had found while tidying up her home.
Bang! Bang!
Ahua was startled. She didn't expect someone to be so reckless and throw firecrackers inside, which scared her. Who's there? Come out. Ahua recognized the voice as somewhat familiar, but she couldn't remember immediately. She absolutely couldn't go out. Her instincts told her that if she did, it would be the end. The thigh was pushed deep into the cave. Over the past 2 days, he had become familiar with this mountain cave, knowing where to hide people and where to launch surprise attacks. Qin Yuqing learned about this cave from Qiangzi. Although there was an exit, the inside had many branching paths. Suddenly, a figure flashed by. Qin Yuqing immediately chased after it. Ahua was breathing quickly in the dark, moving swiftly along the damp rock wall, her fingers brushing over the uneven stone surface. She threw whatever she caught behind her. Because Qin Yuqing was unfamiliar with the terrain, she was hit twice by stones. Ahua, stop. Qin Yuqing was very sure it was her. The flashlight shone on her back, and she wouldn't mistake her. Ahua's heart sank suddenly. She didn't know why Qin Yuqing was here. Without thinking much, Ahua made a sharp turn and slipped into a narrow on the left. This was a hidden passage she found last night. Even an adult would find it hard to pass through sideways. But Ahua was small, while Qin Yuqing was taller, making it difficult for her to get in. The sound of rubbing attracted Qin Yuqing's attention. She reached the just as Ahua was about to squeeze through. She looked at the gap and immediately looked for another way. Outside, Qiangzi shouted loudly, "Comrade Qin, be careful." Someone went inside. Qin Yuqing shone her flashlight behind her. Just then, a fierce, grim face lunged at her. Without hesitation, Qin Yuqing grabbed a spoonful of chilly water from her bag and splashed it. However, Chuer dodged it, and only a small amount of chilly water splashed onto his shoulder.
You!
Sister Hua, run quickly. I'll hold him back. Using the darkness, Qin Yuqing pulled out a stick and swung it at Chuer. She lacked strength and mainly aimed at his legs. She also had to pay attention to Ahua's situation. The two fought in the narrow passage. Chuer was familiar with the cave and had more strength, trapping Qin Yuqing's stick in the passage. Qin Yuqing saw a flash of cold light in front of her. Her arm throbbed painfully. She was close enough to spray her sleeping powder. She covered her mouth and nose and retreated. Chuer shook his head violently, realizing he had been hit. With her last strength, Qin Yuqing shouted, "Sister, run." She kicked Chuer away and chased after him. Seeing Chuer also knocked down, Ahua knew they couldn't stay in the cave. Staying here would be like being caught in a trap. Qin Yuqing stepped out of the cave and saw Qiangzi fighting with a man. She looked at the situation. Both were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand nor losing out. She kept her eyes on Ahua, determined not to let her run away again. Ah Hua, you can't escape. Ah Hua had just given birth and was exhausted. The chase in the cave had drained her energy. She leaned against a tree, gasping. It's you who ruined my plans. Seeing Qin Yuqing stubbornly holding on to her, there was nothing more she could do to understand. She had planned to move after some time once she recovered from childbirth, and it was Qin Yuqing who had caused all her trouble. She had carefully planned everything, and now it was all ruined. I don't understand what you're saying, but you're a wanted criminal now. I won't let you go. Qin Yuqing didn't want to admit it. If there wasn't enough evidence, she wouldn't be detained long. She knew she would be in trouble later. Let me go, and I will pay you. Qin Yuqing quickly treated her arm wound, tying a cloth around it to stop the bleeding. No, I have to deal with you as a troublemaker for the group. You're the real troublemaker. You don't understand anything. I only have today because of you people pushing me. Seeing Qin Yuqing holding her tightly, Ah Hua picked up a stick and raised it in her hand. Then let's both die. Qin Yuqing also grabbed a stick, and the two swung their sticks at each other. Ah Hua fought wildly, her crazed attack making her hard to defend against. Qin Yuqing, taller and more agile, had better stamina. She found an opening and struck Ah Hua's hand with the stick, causing her to flinch in pain and drop the stick. Qin Yuqing waved her stick and aimed at Ah Hua's legs, knocking her down. She then pressed her down with one hand and knocked her out with a quick strike to the head. Qin Yuqing leaned against a tree, catching her breath. She had also been hit a few times by Ah Hua and felt a burning pain all over her body. Once she confirmed Ah Hua was unconscious, she tied her up with a rope, blindfolded her, and threw her into her space. Turning around, she headed toward the cave. When she arrived, she almost burst out laughing at what she saw on the ground. Qiangzi was lying on the ground, hugging a stranger, another young man, both holding each other tightly, limbs tangled. Comrade Qin, help! Qiangzi's face was red from effort. Qin Yuqing stepped forward and struck Qiangzi with her hand, causing him to break free. I'm exhausted. Comrade Qin, are you okay? Looking at the bleeding head, it still looked a bit frightening. Qin Yuqing shook her head and said, It's okay. It just looks a little messy. She touched her face and wiped away the blood running down her eye. Did you catch the person? Yes, I caught him. I tied him up and left him downstairs. Why did you have to catch them? They are a theft gang and they just escaped from the county town. Qiangzi became alert. I knew those guys often disappeared. Please go down the mountain and call someone to come up. Qiangzi got up and headed down the mountain. Qin Yuqing and the others moved away. She took out a rope from her space and the person then used her space to bring Chui air out of the cave. While no one was around, she injected a few shots of medicine into Chui air and Chui Wu, hoping they would wake up soon. Otherwise, the last theft incident would be exposed. The sleeping medicine worked well, but it was quite distinctive. Following the same method, she blindfolded the three people, placed them in her space, and headed down the mountain. Halfway down, she saw people at the foot of the mountain and stopped. She took the people out of her space and gave two of them a sip of spiritual spring water mixed with traditional medicine. Comrade Qin, how did you carry them down? The four of them would have to walk a long way back. Qin Yuqing waved her hand and said, I just wanted everyone to walk less. Qin Yuqing felt a bit dizzy. Part of it was exhaustion, part was blood loss, and she had also been hit on the head by Ah Hua in the cave. Now that her strength was returning, she finally felt her head ache. The spiritual spring water wasn't pain relief medicine, so it wouldn't work immediately. When she heard it was a theft gang, the people coming up were all strong workers. They quickly helped carry the four people down the mountain. They would definitely watch over the captives, so Qin Yuqing felt completely at ease. At the foot of the mountain, the crowd was gathered. Zhou Xiaolan pushed through and saw Qin Yuqing's condition, exclaiming, You're hurt. It's nothing, just a small injury. Small injury? Your face is as pale as paper. My mom went to find the barefoot doctor in the village. Zhang Lihua, who was originally rushing to the next performance spot, stayed behind. Seeing Qin Yuqing's condition, she gasped in shock. Captain Zhang, I'm sorry. I take full responsibility. Stop talking. I already called the police. They'll be here soon, Zhang Lihua said, a little annoyed. Why didn't you explain everything clearly? Will it affect the dance performance? The show was about to start. How could she not worry a little? Knowing she went to catch someone, she would definitely send 2 people to go with her. This is good, but also very risky. A talented actress insists on doing police work. Fortunately, there is still a phone in the village, otherwise, she would be very worried. Qin Yuqing smiled and said, Captain Zhang, don't worry, it won't affect the dance. I wasn't sure at first, but it turned out to be a lucky coincidence. A village doctor has arrived. An old man in his 50s appeared, carrying some items. He simply cleaned and wiped the wounds, applying some medicine. Remember to buy some medicine when you go back to the city. I won't prescribe any for you. Qin Yuqing understood. Conditions in the countryside are poor, so it's good enough that they can do this much. Qin Yuqing took out 2 dimes from her pocket and said, medical fee. The old man refused to take it, but Qin Yuqing pushed it into his hand. This is much cheaper than in the city.
Keep it.
These medicines also cost money. Most barefoot doctors don't make much money, sometimes even lose money. Qin Yuqing, being able to afford it, wouldn't skip paying for medicine. Zhang Lihua repeatedly confirmed that Qin Yuqing was fine, just needed more rest. Only then did she feel relieved. She was very worried about the upcoming performance. The troupe had been having trouble these days. After a few words, she gave Qin Yuqing 2 days off and hurriedly left. Zhou Xiaolan also left with her. Qin Yuqing felt it was worth it. She had 2 days of holiday. Qin Yuqing sat inside the village team's house, next door to the person who was caught. She could faintly hear sounds, and she felt relieved. Probably the medicine had taken effect. Zhou Xiaolan's mother specially cooked red sugar water with eggs for Qin Yuqing. Qin Yuqing wasn't polite and took it. She really needed something warm. She accepted it and said, Thank you, Annie. I've heard Xiaolan talk about it. We should be thanking you. Aunt Zhou sighed. Xiaolan isn't happy in the arts troupe, but this time it's different. She performed happily on stage. Qin Yuqing smiled and said, Xiaolan is very talented. She will definitely do well in the future. Aunt Zhou's face lit up with a smile when she heard someone praise her daughter. Xiaolan said you are the real hero. Just now, our troop leader also praised her. Qin Yuqing felt a little dizzy, but maintained a smile and listened. Mom, the things are here. A tall man carried a basket and a cloth bag. Auntie Zhou quickly took the chicken and eggs to Qin Yuqing. She said, I know you'll leave soon, so there's no time for you to eat. Take this old hen and eggs home to restock. That's not necessary, you keep them, Qin Yuqing insisted. In the countryside, a laying hen is like a walking money printer. Qin Yuqing couldn't refuse Auntie Zhou. After much persuasion, she agreed to take the hen and leave the eggs. The car is here, someone outside called. Qin Yuqing looked out and saw 2 cars parked at the village entrance. She saw Qin Yuqing get out of one car, feeling a bit nervous. Police comrades are here. I'll take you to them, someone said. Qin Yuqing watched as the 3 people went to the next room, feeling relieved. Auntie, you can go home now. I'll go with them, she said.
No rules.
I want to see you get on the car. Xiaolan told me to take good care of you, Auntie Zhou replied. Qin Yuqing followed to see the person, noticing they still had some strength to scold. They probably weren't given any medicine, so he relaxed. His heart sank further. This was just reckless. Without medicine, how could she handle these people? First, get the person onto the car. I'll check the next room, Qin Yuqing said. As soon as he entered, he saw Qin Yuqing sitting in the middle of the room. He looked her over, noticing she had been cleaned up, but there were still bloodstains on her face and a cloth wrapped around her arm, making her look a bit disheveled. She remained silent, brave but reckless. His previous words were useless. She responded to everything, but did things her own way. Earlier, the villagers had described how she went up the mountain alone and fought 3 people at once. There was a phone in the village. Calling the police station shouldn't be so hard. Comrade, this is Xiao Qin. She caught the thief and got hurt doing so. She's a good comrade, someone said. Qin Yuqing wanted to cover her face, hoping Auntie Zhou wouldn't say more. Auntie, I understand. Now we need to take this good comrade to the hospital, she said, emphasizing good comrade with a strong tone, sensing Auntie Zhou was getting angry. Auntie Zhou didn't catch the tone and said, Yes, yes, go quickly and get checked. Qin Yuqing stood up. Shen Yuqing naturally took her bag, and Auntie Zhou followed to the car. Auntie, I'm going home now, she said. Come visit me with Xiaolan when you have time, Auntie Zhou replied. Shen Yuqing started the car and left first. He should have taken her back last night. This was already the second day he had gone to the hospital to drop someone off. Hey, aren't you going to wait for them? They know the way. Qin Yuqing clicked her tongue, a little annoyed. Are you upset? She laughed, though her face still showed irritation. Just this once. I just want a good night's sleep. If Ahua isn't caught, I can't rest easy. With someone constantly worrying about her, how could anyone sleep well? You could have told me. The situation was urgent. Qiangzi said he was spotted, and I was afraid they'd change locations. Still, you should have called me. Next time, I promise. Shen Yuqing stayed silent, his tightly pressed lips showing he was still angry. He was upset that they hadn't found the person before Qin Yuqing did, and also that she didn't trust him. Trying to ease the tension, Qin Yuqing asked, Did you manage to borrow the hunting dog? Yes. Zhou Ong took the dog to search. But he didn't have much hope. The distance was long, too much time had passed, and they couldn't figure out the exact route or transportation used. They could only make guesses based on experience. It was going to be a big task. I've got 2 days off. I think it's worth it. Shen Yuqing would rather not have the 2 days off if it meant she'd stay safe. It's getting colder these days. I'll treat you to hot pot later. He didn't respond, and Qin Yuqing felt awkward. It was hard to cheer him up. After a long silence, Shen Yuqing suddenly said, Let's get married. Qin Yuqing's heart skipped a beat. It had finally come. Is it because of what happened this time?
Partly.
If I were always by your side, none of this would have happened. You wouldn't have to worry so much. He had been thinking about saying this for a long time but was afraid it would scare her. Now, he was more afraid that if he didn't say it, she'd get herself into even more danger one day. This time, it was Qin Yuqing's turn to fall silent. She wasn't ready yet. Shen Yuqing asked, Do I make you uncomfortable? Or did I do something wrong? You're great. He was too good. That's what made her feel pressured. Then why don't you want to marry me? What are you worried about? Qin Yuqing sighed. Shen Yuqing's sensitivity doesn't match his face at all. After a while, Qin Yuqing slowly spoke. I'm afraid you'll regret it. Shen Yuqing responded quickly, I won't. As long as you don't regret it, I never will. Let me think about it. Qin Yuqing felt like cursing. Why is there still a time limit? The habit from the army is now used on her. 1 week, okay? All right, I'll wait for you. Shen Yuqing wasn't happy that Qin Yuqing agreed. Instead, he felt more nervous, worried that after 7 days, Qin Yuqing might suddenly say they are not suitable for each other. What would he do then? At the hospital, the doctor examined the wound. The cut was a bit deep, but didn't hit any vital parts, so it wouldn't affect normal life, though it might leave a scar. Shen Yuqing stood nearby, and when he heard about the scar, his brow unconsciously furrowed. Is there no way to avoid a scar? He knew it was difficult, but they often got hurt, so he understood the likelihood of scarring. Just by looking at Qin Yuqing's wound, he could tell it would probably leave a mark. Qin Yuqing quickly grabbed his arm. Thank you, doctor. It's not a big deal. If they kept talking, she would need stitches again, and she didn't want to suffer more. Outside, Qin Yuqing whispered, I have a way to prevent scars. Shen Yuqing's eyes clearly didn't believe her. Don't forget, I know medical skills with a teacher. They kept looking at each other when suddenly, a cheerful voice interrupted them from ahead. Comrade Shen, is that really you? Qin Yuqing looked up and saw Hu Ping's expression. She chuckled inwardly. Shen Yuqing showed little emotion, just a slight frown that quickly relaxed. Hu Ping, leaning on a cane and limping, approached. Her eyes sparkled with happiness. Comrade Shen, are you here to see us? Hu Ping carried a water bottle, and Qin Yuqing subtly moved away from Shen Yuqing. This was the right way for Shen Yuqing to approach. Wherever he went, people couldn't help but look at him. He truly had the charisma. After responding to Hu Ping, his gaze involuntarily shifted to Qin Yuqing. I'm here with Comrade Qin. She was hurt. Hu Ping seemed to just notice Qin Yuqing's presence. Her smile dimmed slightly, and her tone became more serious. Comrade Qin, you also got hurt. A questioning tone unintentionally came through in her voice as she spoke, dragging her crutch toward Qin Yuqing's side. She didn't see any injuries there, yet she was standing calmly in front of her. Qin Yuqing spoke first before Qin Yuqing could say anything. I accidentally bumped into him. It just happened to be Qin Comrade, so I got a ride. Qin Yuqing didn't reply, but silently moved away from Hu Ping's touch, sidestepping and taking a few steps back. I'm going outside to wait for you. Qin Yuqing nodded, and Qin Yuqing walked toward the hospital entrance without looking back. After they were gone, Qin Yuqing asked, Hu Ping, is your foot okay? Hu Ping watched Qin Yuqing leave, feeling instantly annoyed. She was sure Qin Yuqing had hurt herself on purpose, probably because she saw them being taken to the hospital yesterday and wanted to get close to Qin Yuqing. Does she also like Qin Yuqing? Yesterday, in the car, she was the least injured. She had exchanged a few words with Qin Yuqing on the way, learning that he worked at the police station and was from Beijing. Hu Ping had been with the art troupe for nearly 3 years. She was no longer the naive country girl she once was. She knew that someone like Qin Yuqing definitely came from a well-off family. She was of age now, and her family had started looking for a marriage match for her. But she didn't want to marry someone from the countryside. If she could catch Qin Yuqing, at worst she would stay in the county town. Maybe she could even go to Beijing with him. She finally got to see him, but Qin Yuqing ruined it. Her heart was filled with resentment, feeling that Qin Yuqing was deliberately ruining her plans. But outwardly, she knew she couldn't afford to fall out with Qin Yuqing. Her leg was injured, and she was afraid of being replaced. Offending Qin Yuqing now wouldn't be wise. It'll be fine in a couple of days. It definitely won't delay our rehearsals. Hu Ping was counting on this chance to shine, hoping to get a raise. She had been at this level for 2 years without any promotion. That's good to hear, Qin Yuqing said with a smile. If there's nothing else, I'm going back. She had no desire to talk more with Hu Ping, feeling full of schemes. Coincidentally, she was also plotting against Hu Ping, planning to use this opportunity to kick her out of the team. Qin Yuqing stood at the door and saw Qin Yuqing come out. I'll take you back. What did you talk about with them yesterday? Qin Yuqing was curious. In his mind, Qin Yuqing wasn't the talkative type, but if Hu Ping wasn't perceptive, she wouldn't have been interested in Qin Yuqing. Yesterday, that male team member was not in good shape. To distract him, I talked more. He had internal injuries and was very afraid that if he closed his eyes, he might never open them again, so I told him about the city he longed for. Qin Yuqing understood somewhat. Hu Ping probably heard something. I'm not interested in her. I will try to avoid her in the future. With a chuckle, Qin Yuqing said, Officer Shen, has anyone told you that you're quite clever? You've already seen that Hu Ping is interested in you. Most women's tricks don't bother men. Often men even enjoy them. I've seen a lot, Qin Yuqing replied calmly. Then how many have you seen? Having this awareness isn't something you learn after just a few encounters. Qin Yuqing realized he had spoken incorrectly and quickly changed the subject. You said I'm clever. I'll take you home first. He heard the doctor's advice. She needed more rest because her body wasn't in good shape and lacked nutrition. Qin Yuqing was also tired after 2 days of fussing. Being outside wasn't as comfortable as at home, and now this happened. The car couldn't go into the alley, so it stopped at the entrance. Qin Yuqing got out and said, No need to send me. I can go back by myself. I'll come see you tomorrow. Qin Yuqing agreed, and Qin Yuqing watched her walk home from the alley. Passing by Aunt Lu's house, Aunt Lu called out to Qin Yuqing, Qing, where did you go yesterday? I went to a friend's house in the countryside. Qin Yuqing didn't want to say too much, especially about her work at the cultural troupe. Last time, someone found out she worked there and kept asking her about it. She wasn't living here anymore then, and they even waited outside the troupe's door, which was very annoying. No wonder, Aunt Lu said, pulling her closer to the door and glancing nervously down the street before whispering, I've been meaning to find you. Do you remember the night Ahua had her baby? I remember. I didn't expect those two to be thieves, and they got so close to Ahua. I've heard the police are investigating if they had accomplices. Do you think they might come after us? Aunt Lou was worried because she remembered talking to two men that day and wasn't sure what might happen. She had heard many stories about revenge and retaliation. If Qin Yuqing hadn't pulled her away that day, she might have gone to the hospital too. It's okay, Auntie. They've already caught them. Aunt Lou sighed with worry, her face full of concern. I always feel uneasy inside. Don't worry, Auntie. We've got more patrols now, and the police are investigating. They won't come here, so you can rest assured. I hope so. By the way, I have something to tell you. Go ahead, Annie. Old Zhang's son is getting married next month. Qin Yuqing's foggy mind took a moment to respond. Are you talking about Zhang Yufei's younger brother? Yes. During lunch, I saw his mother walking around your place. I think she was trying to find out about Yufei. Aunt Lou sighed again. Even though she's her own daughter, I guess she's thinking about her son's wedding and missing her. Qin Yuqing frowned. She felt things weren't that simple. She had completely stopped paying attention to the Zhang family recently. Yufei was recovering and couldn't go out, and she hadn't had time to visit. Could something have happened again? Qing, do you know where Yufei is living now? Qin Yuqing was cautious. Auntie, I don't know. We haven't been in contact since Yufei left. She had already warned Zhang Yufei not to come here, no matter what happened. If her family saw her, they might change their minds. She believed Yufei didn't want to come back either. That's good. It's not that I want to interfere, but try to avoid dealing with that family. Aunt Lou didn't want to say openly that Qin Yuqing's reputation had been tarnished by rumors behind her back. Thank you, Auntie. I understand. Qin Yuqing thought to herself. She planned to visit Zhang Yufei in the next couple of days and also tell her this news. Qin Yuqing responded simply to Aunt Lou and turned to head home. She looked back once. The car was still there, but Qin Yuqing was not in sight. She waved goodbye. Without looking back, she went inside, locked the door, and changed clothes. She was still wearing her performance outfit, but luckily, it wasn't flashy. Most of her clothes now were normal, so no one would suspect anything when she went out. Her clothes were already damaged, and Qin Yuqing had decided to buy a new set later. She went into her space, saw the vegetables growing well, ate a little, washed up, drank a cup of spiritual spring water, and finally lay down, ready for a good sleep. In her drowsiness, she was awakened by the sound of someone knocking on the door. She opened her eyes in confusion. Outside was pitch dark. I turned on the light and looked at the time. It's 8:30 in the evening. I put on my clothes and stood at the door, asking, "Who's there?" "It's me." "Open the door." Qin Yuqing recognized the voice but didn't want to open the door. "Auntie, I'm not feeling well. If you don't have anything urgent, come back another day. It's not safe these days, so I can't open the door." Wang Chuanmei felt annoyed. The little troublemaker still acted bossy, and her knocking was louder. "Auntie just wants to ask you something. Please open the door." Qin Yuqing leaned against the door. "If you have something to say, just say it quickly. If not, I'll go to sleep." It was probably about Zhang Yufei. She had come twice in one day. What good could come from that? Qin Yuqing turned back into the house and turned off the light. Wang Chuanmei outside also saw this and hurriedly said, "Do you know where Yufei lives?" "Where is she working now?" "I don't know. Don't ask me about Yufei anymore. I haven't been in contact with her." Qin Yuqing's sleepiness was gone. Thinking carefully, her urgency to find Zhang Yufei probably meant there was no good news. Maybe because of the spiritual spring water, Qin Yuqing's headache eased a bit. To block out Wang Chuanmei's noisy chatter outside, she went into her space and started planting the beans she just brought back from the countryside. She also checked on the eggs hatching and then took out her medical book to read. When she felt sleepy, she went back to sleep. The next morning, she woke up at the usual time around 6. Biological clock. Lying in bed, she planned her day in her mind. She got up slowly, ate a little, and remembered her bicycle was still at the art troupe. She wanted to go out and get her bike, but didn't want to walk. She changed her clothes, sighed, and slung her bag over her shoulder. First, she went to get her bike. As she reached the alley entrance, she saw Qin Yuqing pushing a bicycle. Qin Yuqing looked at her with disapproval, clearly not planning to stay quietly at home. "Your bike. I brought it back for you." Qin Yuqing pushed the bike with a smile. I was worried about how to get it. Uncle Lu actually asked you to pick it up. He saw me. Where are you going? Qin Yuqing didn't hide her plans from Shen Yuqing. I'm going to pick some medicine. She needed to think clearly. Going up the mountain to gather herbs was free, but it took more time and effort. She also had to prepare some sleeping pills for self-defense. The last bit she had was used up when she caught a hua. I'll take you there. Shen Yuqing didn't think much, only felt that Qin Yuqing was going to hurt herself. No need. I need to get some medicine and then go to the teacher. You just do your thing. When will you be done? Can I pick you up this afternoon? Qin Yuqing thought for a moment. I have a lot of places to go today, so I can't say for sure. Shen Yuqing looked at Qin Yuqing again, making sure she wasn't avoiding him. The doctor told you to rest more. I'm also half a doctor myself. I know my body well and won't overdo it. Since that's the case, I'll see you tomorrow. Shen Yuqing knew he couldn't persuade her. Sometimes Qin Yuqing seemed easy to talk to, but she had her own principles, like with Ahua. Are you busy today? Qin Yuqing was a bit surprised. I'm taking the hunting dogs to help with the search. Before accusing Ahua, they needed evidence. They couldn't rely on Zhou Ong alone. Yesterday's interrogation didn't go smoothly. Ahua was either feeling unwell or talking nonsense. Take this with you. Qin Yuqing took a bag of dried meat from her bag. Shen Yuqing didn't take it. Keep it. I still have some for the police dogs. They worked hard. Shen Yuqing. He was being overly sentimental. Not wanting to dampen Qin Yuqing's enthusiasm, he casually took it. Inside, he felt a bit annoyed. You're so kind-hearted, even caring so much for a dog you've never met. Qin Yuqing chuckled. I have something for you too. Reluctantly, Qin Yuqing sneaked some marinated beef from her space. It's better than the dogs. No matter how you listen to it, that sounded awkward. Shen Yuqing didn't want to take it, but Qin Yuqing forcefully shoved it into his arms. Good news when you return. I'll treat you to a meal. They walked together for a while, then parted at a fork in the road. Qin Yuqing went to 2 pharmacies to gather supplies, then entered old Zhao's house with the herbs. Why are you free today? I took a day off. Qin Yuqing didn't mention her injury. She took out the herbs she bought. Teacher, teach me how to make a sleeping drug. She knew the recipe, but even a small difference in the method could cause subtle changes in the drug's effect. Did something happen? Xiaorenji was quick to sense something was wrong. Early in the morning, he came to learn this. To him, it was a self-defense tool, a sign of idleness. The last batch he gave was enough for Qin Yuqing to use for a while, or maybe she would never need to use it. Just a few days, and everything is gone. Could it be that she did something bad? Xiaorenji immediately frowned and asked, Qing, do you remember when you became my disciple? Qin Yuqing, being clever, immediately changed the subject to avoid punishment. Teacher, I wouldn't dare do anything wrong. The powder was used on the thief. Qin Yuqing briefly explained what happened. Xiaorenji finally relaxed and showed a slight smile, feeling a bit proud. Who said his medicine was useless? Don't worry, teacher. No one knows it was medicine powder. The police arrived late, and I gave the injection early. The effect has worn off. Xiaorenji felt more at ease. He advised her not to do anything reckless and let her handle the rest herself. Qin Yuqing learned the correct proportions for preparing medicine. Seeing it was enough for self-defense, she only made a small amount and decided to handle the rest on her own later. She also learned some other acupuncture techniques from the old man. When she heard she was sticking needles into the thief, she was worried she might cause harm. Teacher, I'll come back tomorrow when I have free time. Qin Yuqing didn't eat and went to find Zhang Yufei. When she arrived, the gate was guarded by soldiers. After asking around, she learned that Zhang Yufei was now working with Wu Pe. She found their small factory a small clothing processing workshop. Zhang Yufei was called out from inside. Qin Yuqing looked her over from head to toe. Yufei, how did you find this place? I was thinking of visiting you during your break. Seeing Qin Yuqing, Zhang Yufei's eyes lit up. She brushed off the dust and threads from her clothes and stepped forward. Your leg injury healed so quickly? How long have you been here? Almost healed. I can't stay at home all the time. If there's work, I feel hopeful about life. Zhang Yufei was worried because she wasn't earning money. Qin Yuqing looked inside. The environment wasn't good. Clothes were piled up in front of everyone, and the lighting was dim. Although she didn't say anything, her thin face showed everything. Qin Yuqing decided to get to the main point. Zhang Mansong is getting married. Your mother asked me for your address, but I didn't tell her. Zhang Yufei smiled bitterly. That's good. They finally got what they wanted. She warned, I think they probably want to ask you for money. Be prepared. Zhang Yufei nodded. Thank you, Yuqing. I understand. How many hours do you work in a day? Small factories are not like state-owned enterprises. There are no guarantees. It's hard to say, depends on how much work there is. How much do you earn in a month? I'm new here, so I'm not sure. Auntie can earn over 20 yuan a month. Qin Yuqing frowned. No wonder Grandma Wu looks so old so quickly. She's trading her youth and health for money. I'll ask around later to see if there's a job suitable for you. Yuqing, you've done enough for me. When I have time, I'll look for a job myself. Qin Yuqing glanced at Zhang Yufei's leg. When she came out earlier, she was walking unsteadily. Your leg isn't fully healed, and working now might cause long-term problems. This job is only temporary. Before they could say much more, a man at the door was pacing back and forth, watching them. Zhang Yufei didn't want to stay too long. Yuqing, I need to go back to work now. I'll come see you when I have free time. Qin Yuqing didn't want to make things difficult for her, so she nodded and watched Zhang Yufei go inside. The door was quickly locked. Qin Yuqing frowned. If something unexpected happened, the people inside wouldn't be able to escape. She decided she definitely couldn't do this job. She found a small open space, ate a simple bun, and headed straight to the vegetable market. She found the Annie, who sold chili, last time. Annie, I want a head of cabbage, a few potatoes, and some green onions. She had vegetables in her space, but she needed to buy some to get around and also to ask about something. A vegetable seller resting nearby stood up to help pick vegetables. Auntie, I want to ask if you can get vegetable seeds. I'd like to buy some. When she mentioned seeds, the auntie became cautious. Girl, I sell vegetables here, I don't sell seeds. Qin Yuqing lowered her voice. Annie, I really want some. I have a yard at home, and I think it's a shame to leave it empty. I don't mind what kind of seeds, I know you have connections. I'm asking you to help me keep an eye out, and we can discuss the price. Are you serious? Qin Yuqing nodded firmly. I'd like multiple types. If you only have a few, that's fine. You set the price. The Annie looked at Qin Yuqing carefully, considering for a moment. I'll ask around. Come back in a week. Thank you, Auntie. After paying, Qin Yuqing bought some rice noodles, which are essential for winter stews. After pushing her bicycle out of the vegetable market, Qin Yuqing leisurely headed home, still before her usual end-of-work time. She quickened her pace when passing through an alley and first closed the door upon arriving home. She began dividing the sleeping powder into small portions and took out the remaining herbs to prepare more as backup. She didn't dare do much at old Zhao's place. She could tell old Zhao didn't like her messing with these things. In the future, she would study these strange methods herself. Her arm, which was injured, was healing with spiritual spring water, but moving it still caused some pain. In the evening, she had a bowl of chicken soup for extra nourishment, then spent the rest of her time studying human acupuncture points. 2 days passed quickly. When Qin Yuqing said he would visit her, Qin Yuqing waited until 9 p.m. but saw no sign of him, realizing he wouldn't come. In the morning, on her way to work, Qin Yuqing sighed. Why does time pass so fast? Workdays feel so long, but taking a break makes time fly. When she rode her bike to the art troupe, she saw Qin Shuyao. She hadn't been kicked out. Qin Shuyao also saw Qin Yuqing and, this time, didn't wait for her, but hurried inside. Qin Yuqing guessed she was working on a script. Based on the facts, her copying was quite good. Uncle, good morning. Are you okay? Lu Jigang asked around and found out how bold this girl was. I'm fine. Uncle, I'll go in first. Qin Yuqing sensed today wouldn't be easy. The performance had many issues and 2 people were injured. The group singing would definitely need adjustments. As expected, once inside, the atmosphere was tense. No one was singing. Everyone was silently warming up. It looked more like a mime performance. Qin Yuqing looked around and found someone she was somewhat familiar with. Xiaoying, anything new these days? Chen Xiaoying glanced around and lowered her voice. Wu Shanshan got disciplined. Director Jiang personally informed her. Your matter? She didn't mention. Wu Shanshan's punishment was expected. She had taken her team to perform without permission, and some team members got hurt, which was a serious incident. What about those injured? What about Hu Ping? Especially the girl who hurt her leg, she probably wouldn't participate in the performance, and even after the new year, she might not fully recover. I don't know. Hu Ping is still in the hospital. Still in the hospital? Qin Yuqing was puzzled. It was just a twisted ankle. Was it necessary to stay in the hospital? Or did Qin Yuqing still visit hospitals? We plan to go see it this afternoon. Qin Yuqing responded, but she didn't really intend to go. Chen Xiaoying also asked cautiously to gauge her attitude. Seeing that Qin Yuqing had no intention of going, she said nothing and began warming up and stretching nearby. Jiang Lihua appeared with a stern face and approached Qin Yuqing. Are you feeling okay? Jiang Lihua looked at Qin Yuqing and saw she was in good shape. You all keep practicing. After saying that, she left for the chorus area. Qin Yuqing looked around but didn't see Wu Shanshan, which was very strange. The whole training hall felt very tense, almost suffocating. The 3 teachers had been supervising the group performance all morning, and 6 people had been sent home from the team. It wasn't until lunchtime at the cafeteria that Qin Yuqing finally found a chance to ask, "Where is Wu Shanshan?" She asked several people, but they all shook their heads. After returning from the rural performance, she was scolded by Captain Jiang and went home. She hasn't come back since. It was probably because she was upset and felt embarrassed after being scolded. Qin Yuqing looked around the cafeteria, but didn't see Qin Shuyao. Since she visited her last time, she hadn't had a chance to check on her. She was curious about what she had been doing these days. It's really strange, she wanted to see someone but just couldn't. She was worried about how she handled the last incident, but she didn't dare ask Qin Yuqing directly, afraid she might reveal something. By the afternoon, after training was over, she was about to leave when Jiang Lihua stopped her. Qin Yuqing, you need to go to the office later. Captain Jiang, I'll change my clothes and go right away. Whether it was good or bad, she couldn't avoid this. During practice today, Jiang Lihua's gaze intentionally or unintentionally stayed on her, probably to check her condition. Qin Yuqing didn't delay and went to face the storm head-on, leaving early. In the office, all 3 guiding teachers were there. Qin Yuqing greeted each of them. Captain Jiang, what's the matter? Hu Ping probably can't participate in this program. Which of these 3 do you think is suitable? Qin Yuqing didn't dare ask more. Asking now would only cause trouble for herself. Since Jiang Lihua said so, it definitely wasn't a minor injury. Captain Jiang, I want to choose these 3. Tomorrow, let them practice with us for a whole afternoon. You can check them then and decide who to select. What do you think? Qin Yuqing didn't dare make the final decision. The outcome of the performance was related to Jiang Lihua's ranking. However, it was just right to remove Hu Ping, like sending a pillow when you're sleepy. If only Zhou Yan, the troublemaker, could also be replaced, that would be even better. Jiang Lihua looked at the 3 people Qin Yuqing selected. She thought carefully and agreed with her plan. She had no personal motives and felt more at ease. All right, let's do it this way. Qin Yuqing only dared to think privately about replacing Zhou Yan. Hu Ping was easy to handle unexpectedly. Zhou Yan was having a hard time, probably scared, and was especially obedient during training. If she started nitpicking, Jiang Lihua would find her faults. She refused to make trouble for herself. Jiang Lihua continued, there are 2 rural performances this Thursday. You don't need to go. Come find me then. Captain Jiang, I understand. Qin Yuqing knew Jiang Lihua was focused on solo songs. She kept having problems and didn't trust others. Nothing's wrong here. You can leave now. Jiang Lihua seemed preoccupied and didn't want to talk much with Qin Yuqing. Qin Yuqing felt free and wanted to go home early. As she closed the door, she heard Director Liu say, Is Wu Shanshan really leaving? Qin Yuqing didn't dare to stay. She peeked through the door and saw Jiang Lihua's gaze fall on him. She quickly stepped a few steps away and used the office glass to signal to the people inside that she wasn't eavesdropping. No wonder Wu Shanshan wasn't coming back. It wasn't just a tantrum. It seemed the young lady was leaving. Wu Shanshan had family, so moving her shouldn't be difficult. But whose idea it was, she couldn't say. The 3 injured team members would likely hold grudges later, which wouldn't be good for Wu Shanshan. Leaving was the smartest choice. No wonder Captain Zhang looked grim as he reorganized the dance and singing team. Qin Yuqing pushed her bike and left silently. She thought it would be difficult to deal with Wu Shanshan, but it turned out to be easier than expected, no real challenge. This also showed that Wu Shanshan's family was not simple, and someone was protecting her. "Qing girl, come here," Lu Jigang called Qin Yuqing. She pushed her bike to the small house and said, "Uncle, you need me for something?" Lu Jigang took out a small bag of things. "This was brought from my hometown yesterday. Take it back. Uncle, let's split it. I kept some."
"Take it."
"It's not worth much anyway. Thank you, Uncle." Qin Yuqing touched her chin, but since the walnuts didn't say much, she felt a bit distant from them. When she got home, she found chestnuts inside. She sorted out about 4 or 5 gene of them. She washed everything carefully, put them in a pot, added water, and finished the work. It was almost 10 o'clock, but she still hadn't waited for Qin Yuqing. Was this a difficult problem? Qin Yuqing wondered to herself. She calmed down and thought about their relationship. 2 days passed quickly. The replacement for Hu Ping was confirmed. Qin Yuqing wanted to help Zhou Xiaolan, but her dance skills were too poor, so she wasn't chosen. Fortunately, Zhou Xiaolan wasn't discouraged. She was good at clapper talk, and now she only needed this performance. She always stood in the most visible spot during rural shows, which was good for gaining more exposure. Slowly practicing was also beneficial. She was also working her dance skills. Success would come sooner or later. Since Hu Ping was replaced, Zhou Yan seemed like a cat that had its claws pulled out. Very obedient. Wu Shanshan was almost certain she would be transferred away. She hadn't appeared for a while. 2 days ago, Zhang Tian boldly asked Jiang Lihua about her situation and was scolded harshly. Qin Yuqing was secretly happy. Zhang Tian really didn't care about Jiang Lihua's attitude and kept pushing forward. They announced another rural performance. After previous experiences, they divided into 2 teams. The guiding teachers personally arranged the programs and selected performers. The list was announced in advance, so everyone could perform at least twice. Probably learning from Wu Shanshan's lesson, Qin Yuqing was very satisfied with this result. The most important thing for performers was to show up and perform. Jiang Lihua specifically reminded Qin Yuqing, remember to come tomorrow. Captain Jiang, I got it. At the door, Qin Yuqing finally saw Qin Yuqing, who had been missing. He wore plain clothes, not a uniform, but his demeanor showed he was there for investigation. She pushed her bicycle and quickened her pace. As she got closer, she saw Qin Yuqing looked much more tired than before. What have you been busy with these days? Qin Yuqing took the bicycle and replied calmly, the person has been found. Qin Yuqing immediately understood. She guessed it was about this matter. What's the situation? How is Ahua? Qin Yuqing said softly. Your guess was correct. The person is dead. When they found the body, it was already decayed. The scene was very gruesome. Qin Yuqing didn't want Qin Yuqing to know. Ahua doesn't admit it. That woman is a good actress and a bit tricky. Zhouang almost rushed into fight, never having seen Ahua be so cunning and stubborn. When I first felt sorry for Ahua, it was very painful to question her. Is there no way at all? It's not that. Do you remember the person you knocked out earlier? He said he saw that bag, which Wu Haojuan brought back. If we find that person, we might find a breakthrough. I haven't gone to find Qin Yuqing these past few days, just to catch that person. Have you caught him? Not yet. He ran away before Ahua's incident. People like him are very careful. As soon as they hear any news, they run and change hiding spots. We're already looking. Let's go eat first. Qin Yuqing followed Qin Yuqing back to the state-run restaurant. I'll order food. You rest for a bit. Qin Yuqing went straight in while Qin Yuqing was storing his bike, not giving him a chance to refuse, because Qin Yuqing was in a very bad state. Thinking about how he hasn't been doing well these days, she ordered the best dishes. Hurry up and eat. Qin Yuqing originally wanted to make some space water to help him relax, but with so many people and no good chance, she gave up. Not to your taste. Qin Yuqing wasn't eating quickly. Instead, he looked troubled. I want to eat your cooking. Qin Yuqing cursed herself for not saying it earlier, and she looked at him. His deep eyes made her feel nervous. Knowing Qin Yuqing was testing her, she thought, this person really is. Okay, if you're free tomorrow, I'll treat you. What do you want to eat? Anything you make is fine, but I won't have time tomorrow. Qin Yuqing felt a bit anxious. The time was getting close. He was afraid Qin Yuqing would refuse. He wanted to find time to spend more with her and deepen their good feelings, but now something like this happened. He already had a lead on Wu Haojuan. He might have gone to the neighboring county, and catching him would take some time. It could take 3 or 5 days. He didn't tell Qin Yuqing because he was afraid that if her expectations grew too high, she would be more disappointed. I made some sleeping medicine, but it might not work as well as my teacher's. Qin Yuqing handed the sleeping medicine to Qin Yuqing, thinking he might need it since he's been busy catching people lately. Qin Yuqing joked, "Is this the first medicine recipe you learned?" Qin Yuqing suddenly understood the helpless and regretful look in Lao Zhao's eyes. She had once said she wanted to cure people, but it seemed she had gone astray from the start. She was also thinking about researching a way to stop bleeding. That it's an accident.
It won't happen again.
I've learned other methods too. Acupuncture and pulse diagnosis are common skills, but this one is the most useful and frequently used, at least for now. Qin Yuqing put away the sleeping drug and looked directly at Qin Yuqing, making her feel a bit nervous. It was as if she was a big drug dealer being watched by the police. Just say what you want to say. Don't look at me like that. Qin Yuqing spoke slowly. Can you tell me earlier when you're feeling upset? Qin Yuqing was stunned across from him. She had thought about this for a long time over the past few days, and she already had an answer in her heart. It was clear that if she didn't give a satisfactory answer today, Qin Yuqing wouldn't be able to enjoy his meal properly. Qin Yuqing sighed deeply. I promise I might not do well, but I won't do anything really bad. Anyway, I have legs. If someone treats me badly, I'll just leave. You've promised, Qin Yuqing said with a gentle smile. Yes, but the important part is what comes after. I heard you. That day won't come. Qin Yuqing chuckled. Have you ever heard the saying, men's words are deceiving? I only look at actions. If someone treats me badly, I'll leave. Can we eat peacefully now? Qin Yuqing looked at the man who was smiling foolishly after eating a couple of bites, and she also smiled foolishly. I'll call my family later and report our marriage. The bride price is necessary, and he can also push his transfer application. That way, he can apply for housing. He had thought about these steps countless times. Just leave it to you. Qin Yuqing didn't have many relatives. Most were scoundrels who, once they found out, would just leech off her. She counted the days. After all this busy work, it would be close to the new year. Would she have to go back to Jing City with Qin Yuqing to celebrate? She needed to think carefully about these things. Qin Yuqing kept escorting Qin Yuqing to her place. Feeling happy, his original fatigue disappeared after she agreed.
Come in.
I brought you something to eat. This time, Qin Yuqing was generous and went inside with her. Qin Yuqing took the opportunity to pour some space water into her cup. Drink some water first. I'll go get something. Qin Yuqing heard that Qin Yuqing was going to the neighboring county, so she gave him a jar of preserved vegetables soaked in space water, some radishes she recently pickled, dried meat, braised beef, and freshly baked pancakes. She originally prepared these to make it easier for him to perform in the countryside. Take these with you. The pancakes are best if made early tomorrow morning. I'm worried there might not be time, so I'm giving them to you now. That's enough. I'll also get supplies along the way. Qin Yuqing held the items, feeling a strange sense that they were already married, and suddenly felt a little reluctant to leave. They looked at each other, and a subtle, intimate feeling floated between them. Knock, knock, open the door. Wang Chuanmei was outside, pounding on the door. She looked around but couldn't find that girl anywhere, so she decided to come find Qin Yuqing. She didn't believe they had no contact. The romantic atmosphere was broken at that moment. Qin Yuqing looked toward the door. Looking for me? Stay inside. Qin Yuqing nodded. Qin Yuqing almost instinctively reached for a stick, ready to go out. He opened the door and looked coldly at Wang Chuanmei. Annie, my door isn't for smashing. If you break it, you'll have to pay for it. Qing girl, where is Yufei? Where does Wu Posey live? The old witch had left a fake address. She no longer lived there. She had left a trap, always on guard against them. They had been careless at first. Qin Yuqing stood inside the door. I don't know. Yufei still owes me 50 yuan. Do you want to pay her debt? When Wang Chuanmei heard about money, she got angry. Why should I pay what she owes? You're the one who wanted to lend her the money. I can't find her. If you bring her to me, who else should I look for? Everyone in the neighborhood knew that old Zheng's family was about to have a celebration. Seeing Wang Chuanmei repeatedly come to find Qin Yuqing, they also wanted to know what was going on. If it weren't for your instigation, Yufei wouldn't have left. Wang Chuanmei regretted it. Since that girl left, she had been busy inside and outside the house. Taking care of the elderly, then the children, there was always work. She didn't even have time to drink water. She was exhausted, her back aching and straightening only with difficulty. Her husband was also picky and often raised his fists at her when he was unhappy. Andy, if you keep being unreasonable and cause trouble here, I don't mind going to the police. Clearly, your family drove Yufei away. When you took the money, did you ever think about this day? Your daughter was sold, but now you're coming to ask for her. The Zhang family had heard about the adoption of the daughter, but they didn't know the full details. Qin Yuqing looked at Wang Chuanmei and said, Andy, this is the last time. If you come again, I will tell everything openly so everyone can hear. You don't want your future daughter-in-law to come into the family and cause such shame. Wang Chuanmei trembled with anger. That girl is really heartless. She doesn't dare cause trouble now, especially at this critical time. If she makes a big scene and her daughter-in-law finds out, there could be serious trouble. Later, when she turned around, she saw 7 or 8 gossiping women. They quickly changed their tone. Annie Qingqing didn't mean that. It's just that her brother is about to get married, and she thought she should come back to see him. She was worried when she couldn't find anyone. This explanation seemed reasonable to outsiders. Even if the daughter was adopted, her biological parents and brother are still the ones getting married. It's normal to come and celebrate. I don't know where she is either. I'm also looking for her. Wang Chuanmei forced a smile and said, Auntie, I won't bother you anymore. Qin Yuqing coldly closed the door. As Wang Chuanmei turned to leave, she saw Qin Yuqing. There's a man hiding in the house. No wonder they didn't let him in. Turns out he's involved in something shady. Disgusting. She quickly thought of a plan. Qin Yuqing closed the big door. Qin Yuqing asked, Do they usually behave like this? He didn't go outside but heard everything clearly. Usually, Qin Yuqing has to deal with such people all day. Sometimes, most people are okay. At most, they gossip behind your back, but it's harmless. Only a few come knocking on the door. I will apply for housing as soon as possible. Military housing is usually shared, and when people inside cause trouble, they tend to hold back a little out of respect for colleagues. No rush. You can also move in as a daughter-in-law. This house will definitely increase in value. She plans to keep it safe at all costs. No one can take it away. Qin Yuqing smiled and said, That works too. Qin Yuqing was surprised. She thought Qin Yuqing would be angry, but he accepted it calmly. In this era, it's still very taboo for a man to marry into a family as a son-in-law. Moving in as a daughter-in-law is considered shameful and embarrassing. Sure enough, people who have been educated are different, more open-minded. They talked for a while longer. Qin Yuqing looked around the yard and decided it was time to rest. I am leaving now. Wait for me to come back. Next time I return, I will cook for you. Qin Yuqing glanced at the glass of water on the table, then no longer stayed. She thought she would go home, rest, and be full of energy tomorrow. Qin Yuqing left carrying his things, and Wang Chuanmei, who was squatting at the alley entrance, watched clearly. What a man! Stealing a man in broad daylight, without shame. From his clothes, he didn't seem to have a proper job, just a good match, like a pot with its lid. Staring at the bundle Qin Yuqing held, and thinking about recent thefts in their area, she had a bold guess in her mind. Qin Yuqing didn't feel so relaxed. Only she and Zhang Lihua were in the training hall. This time, she didn't hide anything. With the performance date getting closer, they both had similar ideas, and rehearsals went smoothly. Captain Jiang, drink some water. Qin Yuqing added a little spiritual spring water inside to help relieve her fatigue. Work harder on your performance and cooperate more. Don't worry, Captain Jiang. Everyone values this opportunity very much. Without any disruptions, the training was much smoother than before. Jiang Lihua nodded and finished her water. Let's practice a bit more. They added some simple hand movements. Jiang Lihua couldn't do large, vigorous actions, but she could manage simpler hand gestures. That's all for today. Go home and rest well. Jiang Lihua rarely spoke kindly, and Qin Yuqing smiled, saying, Captain Jiang, you too. I believe we will succeed this time. With Qin Yuqing not around, Qin Yuqing went to visit old Xiao. She returned late. Passing through an alley, Sister Zhang was just leaving with the child in her arms. It looked like the child was sick. Qin Yuqing was about to greet her when Sister Zhang pressed the child's head into her shoulder and hummed, then left. Qin Yuqing watched her strangely, but didn't think much of it. For 3 days in a row, Qin Yuqing found most people avoiding her at home, and their gazes were strange. Even she, slow to realize, knew something was wrong. That night, she took some pickled vegetables and knocked on Aunt Lu's door. Who is it? The door opened from inside. Seeing Qin Yuqing, Aunt Lu looked embarrassed. Qing, it's you. What's the matter? She stood in the doorway, clearly not wanting her to come in. Qin Yuqing is not a fool. If Aunt Lu reacts this way, it means something serious has happened. Auntie, I made some pickles and brought them to you. No need, keep them for yourself. While speaking, Aunt Lu kept glancing around, worried someone might see. Auntie, have you heard something? Just as Aunt Lu was about to speak, a chime came from inside the door across the way. Aunt Lu immediately changed her expression. My family doesn't need anything. You can leave now. The door closed right in front of Qin Yuqing. She took a deep breath and went to knock on the door across from her. She knocked twice, but there was no response. She knew someone was leaning behind the door, eavesdropping. Qin Yuqing knocked twice more, cleared her throat, and said, Aunt Wang, I know you're home. Please open the door so we can talk. Don't cause trouble for my family. Just leave quickly. If you don't leave now, I might splash water on you. Qin Yuqing knew Aunt Wang wouldn't stay silent, so she deliberately provoked her. If you don't tell the truth, I'll keep bothering your family. Suddenly, the door swung open. Aunt Wang stood inside with her hands on her hips. Shameless, you broken shoe. She sneered with sharp eyes, her voice so high-pitched it seemed to pierce the roof. Everyone in the alley knows about your dirty affairs. Qin Yuqing's face turned cold. Say it clearly, fake, daring to act innocent. Aunt Wang looked at her with contempt. Everyone knew the truth. Recently, she had been going out early and coming back late. What good could she be doing? From a few words, Qin Yuqing guessed the situation. Someone was spreading rumors, probably about her personal life based on the insults. These days, such rumors could ruin a person. Andy Wang, just spreading lies to slander me. Be careful, or I'll report you to the police. Aunt Wang snorted and said sarcastically, Slander? People saw it with their own eyes. I'm not afraid to be reported. Who knows who will end up in trouble? I only care about you because I feel sorry for you. Otherwise, I'd have already had someone take you away. Now, get lost. After saying that, she slammed the door shut. The force of the closing door made Qin Yuqing's ears ring. She looked back and saw many people peeking out from their homes. The alley was small. Any noise could be heard. Everyone avoided her gaze and quickly retreated inside, closing their doors. Qin Yuqing stood in the yard, took a deep breath. The brain was working quickly. It was probably because Qin Yuqing was seen going to her house, but he had been there before. There had been other times, but this time, after the rumors, it was clear someone was deliberately targeting her. After thinking it over, she realized she had only offended Wang Chuanmei recently. Seeing the now empty alley, she had no choice but to go home first. To fight back effectively, she needed a direct hit, but she didn't have the time or a perfect plan. Days passed, and whenever Qin Yuqing walked through the alley, she felt strange looks from others. She was annoyed but also relieved that she didn't have to make small talk, as everyone kept their distance from her. Shen Yuqing said he would leave for a few days. A week went by, but he still hadn't come back. Qin Yuqing wanted to check with the police, but with the upcoming New Year's performance, she had to train an extra hour every afternoon. The training was so intense that she lost track of time. She was exhausted and had no energy to think about anything else. Even her visits to old Zhao's place were fewer. Finally, she received some good news. Today, I get my salary again. Early in the morning, as she entered the training hall, she overheard people talking about it. She almost forgot about this issue. They received their pay in the morning, and holding her paycheck and money, her mood wasn't very good. Her salary was 34 yuan and 50 cents, some coins, some bills. She used to work in the props department, so she was both angry and amused at herself. Comrade Qin, how much did you get? Not much, just over 30 yuan. That was true. Her salary was small, so the team members felt more balanced. When they heard Qin Yuqing's pay was similar to theirs, most of them returned to normal. Having some money in hand helped her release some of her frustration, and she started chatting excitedly again. Did you know? Su Zhu might leave the troupe. That's right. The doctor said it's good if he can save his life. Recovery is very difficult. Qin Yuqing listened quietly, knowing they were talking about the last performance and her injury. Hu Ping's injury wasn't just a twisted ankle, it was a broken bone. She stayed in the hospital for 3 days before returning to her dormitory. She didn't go home, and only she knew why. She hadn't appeared in the training hall either. Thinking about it still makes me scared. That night, I almost fell too. Do you know where Wu Shanshan went? Qin Yuqing felt a bit more energetic and looked at the female team member who was speaking. Huan, stop teasing and just tell me, someone next to her said while shaking her arm. I saw her at the department store the day before yesterday. She was dressed very beautifully and said she was going to a big city. Huan, where exactly is she? I'm so anxious. Qin Yuqing smiled inwardly. She cared so much about others, but they didn't even remember her. Shanshan said if it's not Beijing, then it must be Shanghai. We're just waiting for the official notice. Everyone started to envy and talk excitedly. Qin Yuqing sat quietly, lost in thought. It really helps to have connections inside. Everyone stopped slacking. Get ready for training, Zhang Lihua shouted, and everyone immediately got into position. By late afternoon, everyone gathered again. Zhang Lihua said, next week, we will perform in the countryside. The place is quite remote, so prepare some clothes and snacks. We will need to stay overnight there. Qin Yuqing was used to this. With New Year approaching, going to perform in the countryside early made the days even harder. Places to stay are usually far away, and the conditions are poor. Most are old houses, some even abandoned and uninhabitable. She had almost no problems rehearsing with Zhang Lihua, and this time she would go too. Captain Zhang, how long will we be gone this time? About a week, as we visit several villages. The training hall became noisy. Zhang Lihua raised her voice to calm everyone down. That's enough for today. Qin Yuqing let out a sigh of relief. She could finally go home early today and visit old Xiao. As she stepped outside, she saw a familiar figure. Qin Yuqing quickened her pace. You're back. Yes, Shen Yuqing replied with a smile in his eyes. He looked a bit thinner than when he left. Everything went smoothly. We've caught the person and got a confession. This time, Ahua won't escape. Qin Yuqing was curious. Did Ahua kill the person herself? Did Ahua do it, or was it someone else? It was a joint effort. According to the confession, Ahua was the one who made the move, but Zhouang is still being questioned. Zhouang finally had a breakthrough. After suffering at Ahua's hands for a while, he could vent his anger now. They were interrogating him overnight. Qin Yuqing admired him. Ahua, pregnant, went to commit murder. How deep must her hatred be? I'm here to tell you I will be leaving soon. Are you leaving? Qin Yuqing looked up in confusion. She still planned to invite him to dinner. Let's go back and talk about our plans and also finalize the transfer, he replied. Already so soon? Shen Yuqing's eyes were full of smiles. Are you reluctant to see me go? It was hard to believe they had just returned, and they were already about to part ways. She felt a little sad. It seemed she had already gotten used to Shin Yuqing's presence in her life. Go back early, settle everything, and wait for me to return. Shin Yuqing didn't want to leave either, but for the sake of their future, he had to go this time. They walked together for a while. Shin Yuqing saw the car, with someone inside, knowing it was time to say goodbye. Safe travels. Come back soon. When I return, we'll get the marriage certificate. Shin Yuqing held back his impulse, turned, and got into the car, which then drove away. Shin Yuqing felt a bit sad. Then she thought about the upcoming rural performance. They wouldn't have time to meet now. When she returned, they would have plenty of time. Feeling better, she rode her bike to Zhao's home. She didn't have time to visit for the next week. Shin Yuqing carried a big bag and arrived at the gathering point. She saw everyone else had similar loads, carrying many things. The villagers also prepared food, but mostly cheap and hard-to-eat meals. There was a schedule, and no one would feed you just because you were hungry. Nowadays, life isn't easy. Having something to eat is good enough. Good food usually costs money. Shin Yuqing packed enough food to keep herself from going hungry and to avoid standing out. When she arrived, conditions were tough. Some villages couldn't even be reached by car, and they had to use ox carts to transport supplies. After a week, everyone in the team was complaining: poor food, bad sleep, and long hours. At first, everyone was excited, but gradually they became numb, hoping it would end soon. Finally, it was over. Shin Yuqing felt exhausted. She had been eating dry biscuits all week and occasionally snacked on dried meat. On the way back to the city, many team members were coughing. Some had worn too little clothing and caught colds at night. Shin Yuqing pulled her thick coat tighter around her and ignored the envious looks from others. They went to the performance looking glamorous, but after returning, they looked tired and worn out. After Shin Yuqing got out of the car, she stretched and took off her coat. When no one was around in the carport, she stored her belongings in the space, pushed her bicycle, and slowly walked while dragging a small amount of luggage. She saw Shin Yuqing standing outside. Her eyes lit up with surprise, and she quickened her steps to walk toward Shin Yuqing. Shin Yuqing, unusually, did not show his usual enthusiasm. His eyes looked different, with a hint of complicated emotion. Shin Yuqing didn't notice. You're back. How long have you been here? Our performance ended, and Captain Jiang gave us 2 days off. Many people caught colds, so they were afraid of spreading it or of being too tired for training. That's good. I'll treat you to a meal. It's not practical for Shin Yuqing to go home now. There is food in her space, but it's hard to explain. If she leaves for a week, where would the ingredients come from? The two of them went to a state-run restaurant together. Shin Yuqing went to order food. During the meal, they started chatting casually, asking about everyday things. Shin Yuqing ate very little and seemed gloomy, as if he had a lot on his mind. Shin Yuqing finally sensed something was wrong. Her enthusiasm faded, and she put down her chopsticks. Is it because your family disapproves? Shin Yuqing looked up at Shin Yuqing. Maybe we're really not suitable. Shin Yuqing sneered angrily. She was the one who had initially provoked him, and now she was the one falling for him. Shin Yuqing had played this trick on her. Not suitable? Am I not good enough? No, it's me who's not good enough. Shin Yuqing glared at Shin Yuqing. If they weren't in a public place, she would have slapped him. Are you saying we should break up? Are you here to end things today? Shin Yuqing felt a bitter pain inside. He didn't want to drag Shin Yuqing into this. Like his father said, if he married someone now, he would only cause trouble and delay her. No matter who she was, he would choose to let go and not involve an innocent person, especially Shin Yuqing. I'm sorry. Shin Yuqing sneered coldly. One sorry isn't enough. I can give you money as compensation. That was the best idea Shin Yuqing could think of. Anyway, he wouldn't need the money in the future, so it was better to give it to Shin Yuqing. Let her live a better life and be happier. Do you have a lot of money? Tell me your plan. How do you want to compensate me? Shin Yuqing had been preparing for this for the past 3 days. If his father hadn't told him about the family situation, he would have happily gone to find Shin Yuqing. This place isn't convenient. Shin Yuqing paused. Too many people and too much attention. Let's find another spot. Shin Yuqing was completely speechless. She had only asked casually and didn't expect him to actually prepare something. All right, I'll wait until I finish eating. Qin Yuqing was really hungry. After a week of eating dry rations, she wanted to eat more when she saw hot food. While eating and thinking, she wondered why Qin Yuqing suddenly changed his attitude. Was it because his family disapproved? Or maybe his mother? Qin Yuqing thought this because she had never met Qin Yuqing's mother. His father wasn't the type to suddenly change his mood.
No, wait.
Something flashed in her mind, and she caught onto a clue. After the previous year, Shun's family found out about the situation shortly after the new year. Maybe they already knew the news now. With their ability, it wouldn't be hard for them to learn the early details. Qin Yuqing restrained himself from serving Qin Yuqing food. Since they decided to part ways, he wanted to do it completely and not cause her trouble. But he still hoped they could have a longer meal. However, Qin Yuqing seemed to oppose him and ate very quickly. I'm full. Let's go. Qin Yuqing didn't care about Qin Yuqing anymore. She was angry. Where do you want to talk? She asked. Let's go to the park in front, he replied. An open space where no gossip would spread. Qin Yuqing stood in the clearing and asked, Qin Yuqing, are you hiding something from me? Qin Yuqing's face returned to its usual cold, distant look, showing no warmth. No, I just think it's not suitable. Qin Yuqing bit her tongue, feeling both itchy in her hands and her mouth. All right, then let's go with your plan and make up for it. Qin Yuqing took out a thick envelope from his jacket pocket. Take this first. If it's not enough, I will give you more later. Qin Yuqing looked at Qin Yuqing and opened the envelope. If she hadn't whistled inappropriately, she would have done so now. Inside were a lot of bills, probably over 500, along with a thick stack of cash. Maybe this is his wife's savings? Qin Yuqing, tell me, is something going on with your family? She asked, waiting for his answer. She thought it might be better to ask directly rather than wait. Qin Yuqing's eyes flashed with surprise, but quickly returned to normal. Their family matters are of no use to Qin Yuqing. They don't want to give her false hope, as even they are unsure when things will end. She is very stubborn. Qin Yuqing pockets the money, considering it as the bride price he gave her. Since there's no progress, you should go get the marriage certificate or I will. Why not? The air is quiet. Qin Yuqing adjusts her clothes. She was in a hurry earlier and is now sweating. A light breeze makes her feel a bit cold. Qin Yuqing also notices this and sighs deeply. Let's go back. We're not suitable for each other. Don't meet again in the future. Maybe there will be no chance to meet again. If he tells his father seriously, it might be true. He might have to stay in the countryside for years, maybe for the rest of his life, and never return to the city. Qin Yuqing simply sits on a stone. Qin Yuqing, do you think you're so great and I'm so stupid? Or do you think I am someone who can enjoy happiness but can't face hardships with you? When you just walk away without looking back, do you think it doesn't affect me? Today, I want to make things clear. Otherwise, I will take a bus to Jing City and ask Uncle Shen. I will say you abandoned me. Qin Yuqing's eyes show more helplessness. He knows that if he doesn't clarify things, Qin Yuqing might really do it. This matter is complicated. Separating is better for you. Then tell me, how exactly is it good for me? Qin Yuqing doesn't know what happened to the Shin family in her past life.
She only knows they were sent away.
Qin Yuqing pinches his brow. Where should he start? Our family will be involved. This situation is very serious. We might be sent away. She guessed right. Knowing in advance doesn't change the fate of being sent away. There must be some trouble. Very serious. Qin Yuqing nods. The problem is with my mother. When he returned home, his mother had already been taken for investigation, and all work had stopped. Now, there are always people watching around their family. Qin Yuqing rarely mentions his mother. Qin Yuqing knows even less about her. In her past life, she only knew she died in the countryside. What does your mother do for work? She is a researcher involved in some equipment studies. Sometimes she also does translation work. It is this job that brought trouble to their family. Someone reported them for espionage, claiming they communicated in foreign languages to pass information. Although there was no immediate arrest, it was said that evidence had been found. This was the result of his father asking someone to find out. Qin Yuqing had never known that Qin Yuqing's mother was so impressive. She had thought she was not an ordinary person, but she didn't expect her to be so extraordinary. She simply said, "Your mom is quite impressive." Shin Yuqing didn't have deep feelings for his mother and calmly said, "My mom's identity is also quite sensitive. My grandfather is a business owner, as you call it. My mom studied abroad, so she has some ideas that are different from most people." Qin Yuqing was shocked by this news. No wonder Qin Shuyao didn't talk about the Shin family after her divorce last time. She was probably afraid of getting involved. Back then, Shin Yuqing's father must have been under a lot of pressure to marry her, but it was true love. It also made sense why Shin Yuqing was different from ordinary people. Having a mother with progressive ideas might influence his genes a little. "So, is your aunt doing well now?" "She's still alive." When Shin Yuqing came, his mother was always locked in her room. If his father hadn't brought her food every day to comfort her, she might have starved. Qin Yuqing could understand. She was probably a proud girl in her youth, went through hardships, and finally felt she had endured enough. Now, being in this situation, she must feel very sad. "It's okay. I believe it will pass soon." In her previous life, Shin Yuqing returning to Beijing meant the matter was resolved. It was just a few years in the countryside. Shin Yuqing sighed bitterly. Now, his work was also affected, and he was almost like a semi-retired person. "Go apply for a marriage license. Let's get married." "No." Shin Yuqing refused without hesitation. No matter what Qin Yuqing's reasons were, whether she liked him or felt sorry for him, he couldn't let innocent people get involved again. "Don't you like me?" Shin Yuqing was silent. He was happily returning home, but was told some bad news. It was the hardest for him to accept. "You don't even want to lie. What's the point of being stubborn?" "I'm not afraid of going to the countryside. I've had enough here, and want to move somewhere else." "You don't have to go to the countryside either." For someone like him, who had been involved in trouble, the places he was sent to were always the harshest and worst. Qin Yuqing stood up, walked over to Shin Yuqing, and gently hugged him. "Because I want to be with you. I think that with you, I won't have to suffer." Shin Yuqing kept his hands by his sides, clenched into fists, trying hard not to reach out. "Life doesn't always go smoothly. You're just going through a rough time now, but it won't last forever. I believe you'll rise again. When I get through this, I'll live freely and enjoy the good things in life." His hands tightened slightly, and Shin Yuqing's voice trembled. "You shouldn't be so kind to me." Giving warmth to his dry heart only made it harder for him to stay detached. "You're too easy to please." Qin Yuqing patted Shin Yuqing's back, signaling him to let go. After walking around outside, she felt dirty and uncomfortable. Instead of loosening his grip, Shin Yuqing held her tighter. Qin Yuqing muttered, "I'm all dirty, I probably smell bad." "No, you don't. You smell nice." Shin Yuqing let go. "Don't be stubborn. Let me hold you a little longer. You just said we should break up and now you're hugging me again. You change your mind too fast. Are you trying to mess with me? I don't want to be apart." Her eyes grew moist. She had finally decided to stay away from him, but now she had stirred his heart again. Qin Yuqing spoke softly. "Shin Yuqing, go submit the marriage application. Do it quickly, and don't let anyone's words shake your decision." Shin Yuqing understood what she meant. Others might not know, but their superiors probably had heard rumors and would investigate. "Don't apply for housing. I already have a place. I just want the marriage certificate." "All right, I'll do as you say." Qin Yuqing pulled herself out of Shin Yuqing's arms. "All right, go back and submit the marriage application. I already wrote it." He had prepared it before returning home, planning to tell his family first and then submit it later. But things had gone wrong during the trip. "Then what are you waiting for? Hand it in today." Still uncertain, Shin Yuqing asked, "You're sure you won't regret it? Maybe we should wait a bit." "Why are you hesitating? Go quickly. I'm still waiting for you to marry into my family." A faint smile appeared in Shin Yuqing's eyes. "All right, I'll hand it in as soon as I get back." Before the photo studio closed, Qin Yuqing pulled him inside to take a wedding photo. The marriage certificate didn't include photos yet, but it was meaningful to her. When she grew old, she wanted to look back at how young they once were. From then on, she decided to take a new photo every year. Shen Yuqing didn't need to change his clothes, but Qin Yuqing did. She changed into the photo studio's outfit. Look at the camera over here. The photographer was pleased with how well the handsome man and beautiful woman looked together in the photos. Please develop them as soon as possible, Qin Yuqing said. You're lucky, the photographer replied. I only have 2 photo plates left. It should take about 10 days. As soon as Qin Yuqing heard that, she said quickly, we'll take the last 2 as well. The photographer was happy. He hadn't expected to get more business so easily. They took 1 full-body photo together, and the last one was of Qin Yuqing alone. She had never taken a solo portrait before. While she was being photographed, Shen Yuqing stood nearby, smiling the whole time. When can we get the photos this time? He asked. In 5 days, the photographer answered. The shorter wait made Qin Yuqing very satisfied. She asked for 2 extra copies of the first photo. Riding her bicycle home, Qin Yuqing began thinking about what to do next. After the performance event, it wouldn't be long before the New Year holiday. Should she leave her job at the art troupe or keep it? If she left, she would need to find someone to take her place. She thought of Zhang Yufei, but Zhang wasn't good at singing or dancing. If she joined, she would have to switch positions, and in a couple of years, the troupe might move again. It could be both a good and a bad thing. Finally, having some free time, Qin Yuqing entered her private space and sighed when she saw a single lonely rabbit. With only one, it couldn't have babies. She would need to find a few more live rabbits later. Suddenly, she heard soft chirping sounds. She quickly realized what she had forgotten. Running to the basket, she saw newly hatched chicks. 3 had fully come out of their shells, while the rest were still struggling. Qin Yuqing carefully prepared another basket and gently moved the chicks that had already hatched. These would be good for food later. She watched the basket closely. 2 eggs had stopped developing, and a few chicks were too weak to break free, so she helped them a little. By the time she finished, it was already late at night. The whole space was filled with the sound of chirping, and since it was always daytime there, the light never dimmed. To keep the chicks warm, Qin Yuqing covered the basket with a piece of cloth. The next morning, she didn't go to Elder Zhao's house. After breakfast, she entered the space again to give the chicks some water and make sure they would grow up healthy. Qin Yuqing added some space water and soaked a little millet in advance, setting it aside for feeding later in the evening. After finishing these tasks, she went to the market, not forgetting about the seeds. She deliberately chose a quiet time. As soon as she entered, she saw the ant buying vegetables, wearing a padded jacket and sitting behind a wooden board. The market was colder and more drafty than outside. Auntie, I'm here. Qin Yuqing said this while lowering her mask and recognizing the person. The ant immediately stood up. Hurry over here, stay out of the wind. Qin Yuqing approached and asked softly, Annie, did you bring the seeds? Yes, I've been carrying them. I'll get them for you. She took a package from a box underneath and pulled out a crumpled paper bag. They're all inside here, about a dozen types. You can sort them out yourself. Just to be clear, I can't guarantee all will sprout. Some were brought back by my brother from outside, and I don't know what they are. No problem. Whatever grows, I'll eat. My family doesn't need too many. Qin Yuqing was easy to talk to and made people feel at ease. She paid 3 yuan, which was not cheap, but she felt it was worth it. No matter what grows, she would profit either way. She also bought some commonly used items at the market, slowly stockpiling supplies in preparation for going to the countryside. Back home, she started sorting the seeds. Based on different types, she identified about 21 kinds, some with only 2 or 3 seeds. With her previous experience, she began germinating the seeds using space water. Halfway through, she heard someone knocking on the door. Qin Yuqing quickly moved everything into the space. She responded first, coming just a moment. After checking to make sure nothing was missed, she started to go outside. You're here, come in. Qin Yuqing stepped into the yard silently. Qin Yuqing glanced at him. Things not going well? Yes, I need to see you. Qin Yuqing had submitted his marriage application, which immediately raised suspicions that he was trying to scam a marriage or avoid responsibilities under the guise of marriage. After all, Qin Yuqing's status as a martyr's family member could help him bypass many issues. Wait a moment, I'll change my clothes. Qin Yuqing had expected this. She understood the situation at this critical moment. Shen Yuqing's brow was always untroubled. Marriage was supposed to be a happy event, but now he felt heavy-hearted inside. Qin Yuqing changed her clothes and came out, pouring a glass of water for Shen Yuqing, adding some spiritual spring water. Drink some, warm up before you leave. Shen Yuqing nodded and sipped the water slowly. Whether it was an illusion or psychological, it seemed like the water was especially tasty here. Every time he came, his mood improved a lot. Shen Yuqing listened carefully. This is my choice. Don't feel pressured. Just think about how to live a good life with me in the future. Let's go. Qin Yuqing stood up and asked, How did you come here? I drove. Qin Yuqing stood up. Then let's go. In the future, you should drive less. Things are not like before, I understand. Now that his identity was sensitive, he was driving around. People with bad intentions might use this against him. Qin Yuqing looked at the route and realized they weren't headed to the police station. Where are we going? Aren't you at the police station? No, that was just temporary help. I requested it. The military district should handle the transfer of my connections. Qin Yuqing understood a little. Ahua's case is over. You shouldn't interfere anymore. Just follow the arrangements from above. Shen Yuqing had already planned this, and Qin Yuqing realized it. He wouldn't act recklessly. The vehicle entered the military district. Qin Yuqing was quite familiar with this place. She had been here a few times before to get her father's pension. Shen Yuqing made a report, and Qin Yuqing followed behind. Song Jianghua looked up and saw the visitors. Qin Yuqing greeted cheerfully. Commissar Song, sorry to trouble you again. Song Jianghua warmly invited Qin Yuqing to sit down and glanced at Shen Yuqing. Shen Yuqing immediately understood. Commissar Song, I'll wait outside. Qin Yuqing's face showed little emotion as she looked at Song Jianghua. Song Jianghua hesitated for a long time, unsure how to speak. Usually, getting married was a good thing. Shen Yuqing's conditions were really excellent, talent and workability, no doubt. But that was in the past. Now, it was something to avoid. If he didn't approve, it wouldn't just be breaking them up, it would be complicated. Qin Yuqing took the initiative to break the silence. Commissar Song, I am the one who applied for the marriage with Shen. You applied? Song Jianghua started to think about how to respond. He heard that it was difficult to deal with the Shen family, and many people in Beijing had already started to distance themselves from them. Many women had previously wanted to marry into the Shen family, but now they had given up. Only Qin Yuqing remained unaware of the situation. The young girl probably didn't think much and didn't consider the risks. Qin Yuqing said calmly, Commander Song, I understand your worries. Comrade Shen didn't hide anything. He told me everything. I have weighed the pros and cons and made this decision, even knowing that you still agree. This time, Song Jianghua was truly surprised. Qin Yuqing was steady and firm, saying, I believe there must be some misunderstanding. The organization will find out the truth and give us justice. Comrade Shen was the first to tell me about everything when the incident happened. I think his honesty shows he has good character. Comrade Shen won't let me suffer. If something really happens, I can support myself. For me, it seems there's no better match than Comrade Shen. Maybe a change of environment would be good for me too. Song Jianghua was silent for a long time. It was clear that young Qin had thought this through carefully. It looks like you've already made up your mind. Song Jianghua felt quite pleased and admired Qin Yuqing for holding firm under pressure and making a strong choice. I have thought it through. Thank you, Commander Song, for your concern. All right, I approve. Song Jianghua reviewed the marriage application and documents sent by Qin Yuqing again, confirming everything was correct before signing. Thank you, Commander Song. Qin Yuqing took a small bag of candies from her bag. Commander Song, please accept these wedding candies. We've decided not to hold a wedding. That's not right. Qin Yuqing had already prepared an explanation. My father passed away not long ago, and it's not suitable to hold a big celebration. We just want to enjoy our days together, and Comrade Shen agreed. There was no need to say more. Song Jianghua understood that the Shen family was not in a position for a big celebration now. It was a bit unfair to young Qin, and he sighed. Then he thought, today is a happy day. He quickly put on a smile. Congratulations on your wedding. Go and call Comrade Shin in. Qin Yuqing went to the door and called him in. Song Jianghua said some polite words. All right, I'll give you half a month off to stay at home and spend time with young Qin. Shin Yuqing showed little emotion. Thank you, Commander Song. After thanking Qin Yuqing, she said goodbye to Song Jianghua. Since it was still early, she took Shin Yuqing to register their marriage. After they left, Song Jianghua and others sat on chairs and took a deep breath. Getting married was good. It solved a big problem for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a reason to let Shin Yuqing rest. He had planned for Shin Yuqing to lead the team. Shin Yuqing was very experienced in leading soldiers and was very capable. He had already thought about his position. When the Shin family had problems, arrangements needed to change. He hadn't decided where to place people yet. Once Song Jianghua handled his important matter, Qin Yuqing and her partner were busy running around. Seeing the red stamp on the document, both of them smiled. They were now legally married. Comrade Shen, please take care of us in the future. Sometimes your wife can be quite temperamental. Of course, if I make you angry, it's probably because I didn't do well. If there are issues, please point them out, Comrade Qin. They looked at each other and smiled. Qin Yuqing carefully kept the document and held hands as they walked back. On the way, she looked up and asked, Will you be sad? Shin Yuqing smiled, understanding that Qin Yuqing was talking about the time off. Normally, he wouldn't get half a month's leave.
This was also marginalizing him. Somewhat.
I expected it, so I can accept it. But I'm happy to be with you. When he heard the news, he was mentally prepared. But actually making it happen was different. There was no way he wouldn't feel some disappointment. Qin Yuqing smiled happily. I'm also happy. Looking at Shin Yuqing, he didn't seem too upset. On such a joyful day, Qin Yuqing didn't want to think about unhappy things. Let's have a good meal today. By the way, did you tell your family? They had made the decision privately and hadn't told their families yet. Should we make a call? Okay. They found a place to make a call. Qin Yuqing stood nearby. After a while, someone finally answered. Who is it? Shin Bingwen frowned as he took the call. Recently, things weren't looking good. It probably wasn't good news for him to receive a call. It was hard to tell if the call was being monitored. Every word had to be carefully considered. Dad, it's me. When he heard it was his son, Shin Bingwen's frown eased a little. What's the matter? I got married.
Huh?
Say that again. Shin Yuqing rarely had the patience to repeat himself. I'm married. Qing and I have already registered our marriage. Qin Yuqing, standing beside him, blushed when she heard him call her Qing. It sounded completely different coming from his lips. He had never spoken to her so affectionately before. You, fool. Shin Bingwen was so angry that his head ached. Everything he had said before seemed to have gone in one ear and out the other. His son had always been slow to understand feelings, and now that he finally did, it was at the worst possible time. Getting married now would only bring trouble to the girl. He thought his son was sensible enough not to do something so reckless. He had been too quick to judge. He forgot that once his son made up his mind, nothing could stop him. As if he could predict what was coming, Shin Yuqing held the phone away from his ear, waiting for his father to finish scolding him before speaking again. I just wanted to let you know. That's all. I'm hanging up. Qin Yuqing gently patted Shin Yuqing's arm, signaling for him to hand her the phone. Dad, this is Qin Yuqing. Shin Yuqing froze, surprised that she would call his father Dad. Shin Bingwen swallowed the words he was about to say, cleared his throat, and tried to sound less harsh. Qing, you're being foolish. He truly didn't know what to say. His family was like a pit of fire right now. Everyone else would try to stay away, but she had walked right in. Her stubbornness matched his son's perfectly. Dad, it was my decision. I believe Yuqing will take good care of me. Standing beside her, Shin Yuqing noticed how gentle her voice had become, so soft he could barely hear it. Qin Yuqing handed the phone back to him. Dad wants to talk to you. Shin Yuqing took it and said directly, go ahead. Find some time to come home. He wanted to say he was busy, but he knew this was important. He simply replied, okay. After hanging up, Shin Bingwen leaned back in his chair, trying to process the news. Getting married at a time like this, there was nothing he could do about it now. He stood up, went upstairs, and looked out the window. The people outside hadn't left. In fact, there were 2 more of them, all watching his house. He opened a drawer, looked at the money inside, then took out a saving slip. His son might have done something foolish, but as a father, he had to make up for it somehow. Thinking about my wife who is staying inside and not coming out, I wonder how to tell her about this, which gives me a headache again. Qin Yuqing took Shen Yuqing to the vegetable market together. Qin Yuqing went ahead to buy the vegetables, while Shen Yuqing paid and carried the bags behind her. Shen Yuqing simply followed Qin Yuqing home. Now they are legally together, walking shoulder to shoulder. Giving him a day off is a good thing. Maybe this is a sign of disappointment in official life, but happiness in love. Once he thought about it, Shen Yuqing felt quite happy. Before work was over, there weren't many people in the alley, but some sharp-eyed folks started whispering gossip. Qin Yuqing smiled slightly, waiting for the right moment to come. Shen Yuqing was lost in his surprise and didn't pay much attention. When they got home, Shen Yuqing felt something different this time, a sense of belonging. What should we do? I'll help. First, put the vegetables down. Tonight, we're having hot pot. In the future, our days will be prosperous. Okay, that's a good meaning. Shen Yuqing quickly tidied up the things. Qin Yuqing pretended to go inside but actually went to the space to get the copper hot pot. It was brought back by her father, but unfortunately, it was only used once. Her mother was reluctant to sell meat and vegetables, so it's been idle. Wash the pot first, then cut the meat into slices. I'll wash the vegetables. Qin Yuqing directed Shen Yuqing to do the chores. She was washing vegetables partly to secretly take some out from the space. Shen Yuqing worked efficiently. As soon as he received the order, he completed it. Qin Yuqing was very satisfied with this. Living together isn't just one person's effort. Both need to contribute. They first boiled some large beef bones to make the base broth, then started preparing the hot pot ingredients. Qin Yuqing pulled out some small pieces of charcoal from the firewood pile behind the wall. She bought these a few days ago. Since she decided to invite Shen Yuqing for hot pot, she had been preparing the ingredients in advance. She had already prepared the sauces, sesame sauce, spicy sauce, and oil dips, for everyone to enjoy. They burned some charcoal on the stove. Shen Yuqing had already placed a wooden board under the table. I'll carry it. You just wait inside. Today, they were lucky to buy fresh mutton, which was rare. The hot pot simmered and rolled with heat. The 2 sat at the table, looking at the spread of dishes, neither making a move, sharing a smile. Shen Yuqing said, "You go first. Okay, from now on you call the shots at home." "You go ahead." Qin Yuqing chuckled softly. "You know quite a lot." "Who taught you?" Shen Yuqing thought for a moment. "I think I heard it from my mom." Qin Yuqing laughed even more happily. Her future mother-in-law, whom she had never met, seemed to have some wisdom. "Let's do it together." Both of them picked up chopsticks at the same time, chatting while enjoying hot pot. They both had holidays, so the timing was perfect. Talking like this could also help them get closer. Qin Yuqing prepared a lot of food, worried that Shen Yuqing might not be full. She wasn't hungry herself. She believed food should at least satisfy her. "I'll clean up." Qin Yuqing didn't refuse. The biggest problem now was where Shen Yuqing would sleep at night. If she made him sleep in another room, it didn't seem right. Sleeping together felt a bit awkward. After some hesitation, she finally decided, just sleep together. It was only a matter of time. They were married, and she was the one who suggested it. If she made Shen Yuqing sleep elsewhere, what would he think? Qin Yuqing had bought new sheets, but they weren't red. She forgot about that detail. They didn't have much time to prepare, worried that the night might be long and full of worries. Shen Yuqing finished washing the dishes and came in, feeling a little nervous too. Do you need help?" "Yes, let's make the bed together. We also need to buy some things tomorrow." Shen Yuqing helped make the bed and saw an extra pillow. His lips curved into a faint smile. They had already accepted the idea of sleeping in separate rooms, but seeing the bed made him feel something stir inside. Qin Yuqing focused on making the bed, not looking up. "Do you have many belongings?" Today was rushed, and Shen Yuqing hadn't brought anything. Qin Yuqing didn't know what else to prepare. Not much. I only have 2 sets of clothes in my dorm. I'll bring them over later. Qin Yuqing straightened up, her gaze drifting. Time is tight. Let's just make do tonight. It's already good enough. These should be mine. I didn't use them. Shen Yuqing felt guilty. Things happened so suddenly, otherwise it wouldn't be so rushed. He also blamed himself for listening to his father's words, always thinking about them being apart. The house and furniture, those were things he should have prepared. Qin Yuqing was just waiting to get married. She shouldn't have to worry about these now. Don't say that. The man I like isn't useless. Qin Yuqing looked at Shen Yuqing and said, I think you will definitely give me twice as much in the future. I feel like I've earned it. Shen Yuqing clenched his fists, his chest filled with strong emotions. He wanted to give everything in the world to Qin Yuqing because she was worth it. He stepped closer to her and pulled her into his arms. I will, and I won't let you suffer anymore. Right now, he didn't have the chance, but he believed things would change in the future. Just as Qin Yuqing said, he wouldn't be without opportunities forever. Qin Yuqing hugged Shen Yuqing and gently patted his back, knowing that this time had been very hard for him. It was like a top talent falling from grace. Such a big change was hard for anyone to handle. Just because he didn't say he was upset didn't mean he wasn't feeling sad inside. It will get better. The Shen family will get through this tough time, she said. Shen Yuqing responded with a soft, feeling uncertain but also hoping for a miracle. He let go of Qin Yuqing and said, wait for me a moment. Qin Yuqing watched Shen Yuqing leave without understanding why. Then he quickly returned with a basin of warm water for foot soaking. Today you're tired too, so soak your feet. Qin Yuqing felt uncomfortable. Shen Yuqing shouldn't be doing this kind of work. I'll do it myself. Shen Yuqing was crouched on the ground, looking hurt, and Qin Yuqing's heart trembled. His expression made her feel like she was a bad person. Are you annoyed with me? It seems like this is all I can do right now. Qin Yuqing dared not refuse. Shen Yuqing might cry if she did. Although it was a bit exaggerated, she knew it would hurt him. Qin Yuqing carefully placed her foot in Shen Yuqing's hand, blushing. It was the first time in her life she had done this. She usually soaked her feet every day, but after walking all day, they would definitely smell. Shen Yuqing didn't mind at all. He slowly took off her sock, moving gently, as if handling a treasure. Qin Yuqing felt uncomfortable all over. His warm hand holding her ankle sent a tingling feeling up her leg. She wanted to bend down and do it herself. She had never thought that taking off a sock could be so torturous. To distract herself, she started talking. Who taught you to do this? In her mind, men didn't usually do these things. A straightforward man didn't need to serve a woman. Even though society promotes gender equality now, many old ideas still linger. People still think men are like the sky, greater than everything. Your equality is only in wages and work. In other aspects, men still hold the power. I learned from my mother. She used to often tell my father what to do because she thought he was too simple-minded, so she had to teach him. This is one of Shen Yuqing's few memories. He has known from a young age that his mother is different from other mothers. Other mothers take care of their children and husbands, but his mother can't even take care of herself, though she dresses beautifully. Qin Yuqing is even more curious about her future mother-in-law, such a remarkable woman. Shen Yuqing was greatly affected by this. No, he was taught very well. What kind of person must Shen Yuqing's father be? How's the water temperature? Qin Yuqing snaps back from her thoughts. Just right. Shen Yuqing holds Qin Yuqing's foot while massaging it. At first, Qin Yuqing was a bit reserved, but gradually she started to enjoy it. Honestly, it feels quite nice. Tell me, what's my mom like? I want to know what kind of person she is. Shen Yuqing's eyes show complicated feelings. He lowers his gaze, and Qin Yuqing doesn't notice.
She
isn't a good mother. Shen Yuqing doesn't know where to start. He has few memories of living with her. He was raised by his sister and grandparents, and they rarely saw each other. When he was older and sent to the military, they hardly met. They rarely talked throughout the year. Qin Yuqing can't see Shen Yuqing's expression, but she can tell from his tone that something's wrong. She can't help but reach out and touch Shen Yuqing's face, lifting him up gently. She wasn't good to you. Not exactly. She only cared about her work. I didn't understand it before, but now I see she was probably feeling wronged. Back then, my grandfather forced my father to marry my mother. Although she agreed, she wasn't happy about it. She was a wealthy young lady who had studied abroad, but she had to marry a rough man like my father. She was unwilling. Her life changed completely overnight. She lost everything. She had to start over, learning to adapt. Her fancy dresses turned into simple clothes, silk replaced by rough fabric. Her beautiful jewelry disappeared. She had to learn to cook herself and live in a small house. She didn't go out in fancy cars. They didn't even have a cart. She had to walk on muddy roads. Since she found a job, she may have discovered her worth through work. She began to pour all her emotions into her job and didn't feel much for them. He was a bit better. His sister suffered even more than he did. According to their grandmother, she only drank milk for 3 days, and their mother refused to feed her. His sister was raised on rice porridge, while he at least drank milk for a month. Qin Yuqing can imagine that the situation back then must have been very difficult. The people forced to stay together had no feelings for each other, and she didn't know how long it took to get used to it. Then what about your grandfather? The elderly must have known something was going to happen, which is why he trusted his daughter to be safe. At that time, Uncle Shin wasn't the best choice. He was probably the safest. He could ensure his daughter would survive and not be bullied. He passed away before my sister was born. Qin Yuqing almost couldn't keep up. You have a sister? I've never heard about her. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize. It's not your fault. Shin Yuqing picked up a towel to wipe Qin Yuqing's feet. She quietly asked, "Can I know what happened?" There was a big flood and she drowned. They didn't even find her body. That year, my sister was 10 and I was sent to the Northwest early, so I was lucky not to be affected. Thinking about this, Shin Yuqing felt regret. He should have asked his sister to go with him to their grandfather's house. I don't believe people really die. I've been holding on all these years, but there's no sign of her. Everyone in our family just accepts that my sister is gone and never mentions her. Not seeing her body gave her hope. She understood that the flood back then could easily have taken a 10-year-old's life. Qin Yuqing really didn't know how to comfort him. No matter who was in his place, it would be hard to bear. After her feet were dried, Qin Yuqing curled her legs and hugged her knees. Shin Yuqing sat across from her, casually took off his shoes, and looked like he was about to soak his feet too. Qin Yuqing wanted to say she had just finished washing her feet and ask if she should change the water, but Shin Yuqing's feet were already in the basin. Alright, being frugal is a good habit. Thinking positively, Shin Yuqing didn't dislike her. Without her telling him, Shin Yuqing went to pour out the foot bath water and tidied up smoothly, moving with practiced ease. Qin Yuqing suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. She seemed to have nothing to do. She looked at the bed, but didn't dare to get on it. She decided to wait until Shin Yuqing came back. I got up and went out, needing to tidy up. I thought for a moment and took some toiletries from the space. Shin Yuqing had just finished tidying up. When he saw Qin Yuqing coming out with some items, he glanced at her and asked, "Did you prepare this for me?" "Yes, I left it for you to use tomorrow." "Put it together." She placed it next to his toothbrush and towel. "Good." Shin Yuqing smiled. Today, their marriage registration was too rushed, and he had just realized he was a bit impulsive. But he didn't regret it. "Go rest now. Tomorrow, I'll go shopping with you, and in a few days, I'll go back for a visit." When it came to sleeping, Qin Yuqing felt a little nervous. She lowered her head and went into the bedroom, not even hearing Shin Yuqing's words clearly. Shin Yuqing stood outside for a long time before going in. Qin Yuqing had already taken off her coat and slipped into the quilt, sitting on the bed and watching him. Shin Yuqing, rarely shy, said, "Today, we just talk." It wasn't that he wasn't ready. He just felt it wasn't fair. To Qin Yuqing, it didn't seem right. If her mother had a deep influence on him, it was probably in respecting women. After all, whenever her mother was at home, she was scolding her father. Hearing that often, he remembered it. Sometimes, when she was annoyed, she would tell him, "You're meat that fell out of my stomach, so don't learn your dad's stubbornness." No emotional intelligence at all. Thinking about it, he realized he had been single all this time largely because of his mother. No, wait, he wasn't single anymore, he had a wife now. Hearing this, Qin Yuqing chuckled softly, and her nervousness disappeared. It seemed she wasn't the only one nervous. She patted the bed. Hurry up and come up. I want to hear your story. No matter how much she tried to avoid it, she knew she would have to meet her in-laws eventually, so it was better to understand them beforehand. Shen Yuqing lowered his head to take off his clothes. After removing his shirt, he turned his back and took off his pants. Qin Yuqing quickly glanced at his back. His muscles looked good, surely from the army. His physique was impressive. Shen Yuqing was glad he was wearing a tank top. It wasn't too embarrassing. He forced himself to stay calm and pulled back the quilt. Turn off the light. Qin Yuqing pressed the switch. Shen Yuqing let out a sigh of relief. Darkness helped hide his shyness and made him feel more comfortable. They lay on the bed in silence, only hearing their own hearts pounding. After a long while, Shen Yuqing spoke first. Today, was it a bit too impulsive? He didn't regret it, but he was afraid Qin Yuqing might. Everything had happened so quickly, like a dream. Sometimes people need to act on impulse, or they'll never make up their minds. It was something destined to happen, yet they had struggled for so long. She had been too cautious before. In the darkness, Shen Yuqing turned to face Qin Yuqing, a faint smile on his lips. He had married a good wife. He believed that their rushed beginning was only the start, and their marriage would be a happy one. His fingers quietly searched for her hand. Qin Yuqing noticed the movement beside her and reached out her index finger. Their hands met and held each other. Qin Yuqing turned slightly, and in the darkness, their eyes met. I want to discuss something with you. Shen Yuqing said gently, go ahead. At that moment, no matter what she asked for, even the stars in the sky, he would find a way to get them for her. Qin Yuqing chose her words carefully. I want to sell my job. Shen Yuqing froze for a moment, then after a long silence asked, is it because of my family? You can still go to work as usual. It won't affect you much. But to say it wouldn't affect her at all would be a lie, and Shen Yuqing didn't intend to hide the truth. No, I have my own reasons. I went to see Commander Qin a few days ago. From what she said, the station here will be moved to another county. I can't go there. Qin Weiqian had found an excuse. She couldn't possibly say she had foreseen the future. Shen Yuqing truly didn't know about this. He hadn't looked into it. If moving to the countryside is unavoidable, I can go with you. It might even give me some peace. Since my parents passed away, many people have been watching me. Shen Yuqing stayed silent. He hadn't thought about that. Are you unhappy there? Is someone giving you trouble? Qin Yuqing laughed softly. Of course not. Who could possibly bully me? But to Shen Yuqing, it sounded like someone had tried, and she had stood up for herself. If you're not happy, then don't do it. I can take care of you. He realized he hadn't handled things well. He thought that once she had a job, everything would be fine, forgetting to step in and help when needed. Now, with his current position, it wasn't convenient for him to interfere. Since Qin Yuqing already had a plan, he decided not to stop her. No matter how hard life got, he would never let her suffer or go hungry. Qin Yuqing smiled slightly, her eyes shining in the dark. How much do you think my job is worth? Shen Yuqing thought for a moment and said, 500 is a fair price. A couple of days ago, my family sold their cotton spinning factory job for 400. Anyone can get a job at the cotton spinning factory, but the performance troupe is different. It requires certain conditions. After setting the price, there will definitely be people who try to bargain. 500 is a reasonable price. Qin Yuqing thought about it. The price is close to what she initially expected, and since she has plenty of time, she can look for something better, maybe even a higher offer. Before she could speak, Shen Yuqing said, I'll help you keep an eye out. That would be great. Qin Yuqing doesn't know many people, so she thought again, if you come across a suitable job, please let me know. I have a friend who is unemployed. Okay. Shen Yuqing held Qin Yuqing's hand. Go to bed early. We'll go out together tomorrow. Suddenly, someone nearby was still adjusting to the new situation, but their presence was comforting. On their first night after getting married, they held hands under the blanket and just slept. Shen Yuqing didn't dare to move. When he heard the steady breathing beside him, He quietly adjusted his sleeping position and looked at the person next to him with a satisfied smile. Qin Yuqing woke up early, but Shen Yuqing was already gone. She didn't even notice he had gotten up. She dressed and went out, seeing Shen Yuqing boiling water in the kitchen. "You're awake. It's a bit cold. Use hot water to wash up." As she spoke, her hands moved to prepare. Seeing the warm water in the basin, she felt a warm feeling inside. "I'll cook later." This time, Shen Yuqing didn't pretend to be strong. He wasn't good at cooking, to be honest. Neither of them in the family was good at it. Qin Yuqing quickly chopped vegetables and asked casually, "Who in your family cooks?" Shen Yuqing cleared his throat. "No one really cooks at home. Mostly, we eat at the cafeteria. My dad probably goes into the kitchen the most." Qin Yuqing paused her chopping, seeming to understand. It might be a bit difficult for a wealthy girl to wash her hands and cook. "Did you also eat at the cafeteria when you were a kid?" Shen Yuqing nodded. "Usually they brought food back from the cafeteria. When my sister was a bit older, she started cooking a little at home. Their kitchen is empty 360 days a year out of 365. It's impressive that you grew so tall." Shen Yuqing chuckled softly. "I'm not picky about food. Then you're pretty easy to take care of." The simplest home-cooked meal is a luxury for Shen Yuqing. During the new year, the kitchen is filled with laughter and joy in other families. Their family usually buys ready-made food, just heating it up. Ironically, those days they eat the worst. Qin Yuqing feels a little sorry for Shen Yuqing. "From now on, with me here, I won't let you go hungry. Just tell me what you want to eat." She is very confident in her cooking skills. "Anything you make, I will love to eat." Qin Yuqing prepares the ingredients to cook. Shen Yuqing approaches, with an apron. "Let me help you tie it." "All right, go outside quickly." Qin Yuqing tells Shen Yuqing to leave because his clinginess affects her focus in the kitchen. "I'll keep you company. Wait outside unless you want to eat undercooked food." She also plans to secretly take some ingredients from her space. Shen Yuqing can't do anything here. In the future, she needs to store more ingredients outside, or it will be hard to explain everything. "Then I'll go tidy up." After seeing him leave, Qin Yuqing quickly takes some eggs from her space. She wants a good breakfast, and also adds some pickled vegetables to the kitchen quietly, adding quite a few things. After breakfast, Shen Yuqing goes to wash the dishes. Qin Yuqing goes inside to tidy up and get ready to go out, as she has many things to buy today. Last night before sleeping, she made a long shopping list in her mind. They leave together. In the alley, some people notice them, and many eyes are on the couple. Shen Yuqing walks calmly ahead. They are now legally married, so no need to hide anymore. Qin Yuqing notices some people whispering and lowers her gaze. Shen Yuqing didn't expect Qin Yuqing to first buy him a bicycle. "I don't need it." Shen Yuqing pulls Qin Yuqing to leave. That's not his main goal. If things are really confirmed, he won't stay here long. For him, going to the military area is just a matter of leaving a little earlier. Seeing Shen Yuqing resist, Qin Yuqing quickly says, "You said you listened to me, right?" Turns out that was all a lie. Shen Yuqing responds gloomily, "No, Qin Yuqing interrupts him. "If not, then forget it." She knows in her heart that Shen Yuqing is reluctant. Looking at the 3 bicycles in front of her, all seem the same. "Pick one." Shen Yuqing obediently stepped forward to check. The saleswoman was a middle-aged woman, and it was the first time he saw a woman so assertive. Surprisingly, the man with her didn't seem angry. Are they siblings? Or a couple? Usually, he saw men making decisions when buying things. Seeing such an obedient man, he couldn't help but glance at the two of them a few more times. Shen Yuqing examined the bicycle, and the saleswoman couldn't help but lean closer to Qin Yuqing. "Girl, who is the person choosing the bike?" "My man." The middle-aged woman asked with curiosity. "So, your family listens to you?" "I decide small things. Big things he decides." Looking at Shen Yuqing choosing a bike, she whispered, "Is buying a bike a big or a small matter?" In her mind, big family decisions were major matters. Qin Yuqing smiled, probably understanding why the saleswoman was surprised. "Probably a small matter." The middle-aged woman took a deep breath and asked, "Girl, what do you consider a big matter?" Qin Yuqing smiled at the saleswoman, seeming to understand why she asked. Thinking carefully, she said, Our family hasn't had any big problems so far. In daily life, there are no big issues, just small trivial matters. The saleswoman was a bit confused, feeling it made sense, but sensing something was off.
Then,
Who handles the money in your family? I do. All his money is in my hands. Shin Yuqing had already chosen a bike and pointed to one on the left. This one. Qin Yuqing quickly took out the invoice and money. Ma'am, please open the receipt. The saleswoman didn't expect to make a sale so early in the morning. She was still dazed, and the excitement of completing the sale was far less than the shock Qin Yuqing's words brought her. After they pushed the bike away, she was still pondering Qin Yuqing's words. This one is for you to ride. I'll use the old one. Shin Yuqing had already decided which bike to buy when he was choosing. Qin Yuqing initially wanted to refuse, but considering Shin Yuqing's situation, she agreed readily. Okay, I'll listen to you this time. Their conversation was quiet, but Shin Yuqing could hear everything clearly. Shin Yuqing smiled silently. She was good at comforting people. She felt a warm happiness she had never experienced before. It was the feeling of being pampered and cared for. Having gained experience in buying bicycles, Shin Yuqing didn't speak much anymore. However, when it came to buying clothes, he said one more thing. Just buy one piece. He wasn't stingy with money. He just wanted to save some to spend more on Qin Yuqing. As a man, he didn't need so many clothes. You don't understand. It's better to prepare early. It's hard to buy things in the countryside. Shin Yuqing was silent, surprised that Qin Yuqing had thought so far ahead. He said he wouldn't let her suffer, but in fact, Qin Yuqing already felt wronged. They spent the whole morning shopping and bought 2 big bags. That was just the tip of the iceberg. There were still many things they hadn't bought. Let's go back home first. The two of them headed home one after the other. When they reached the alley entrance, Shin Yuqing noticed something was wrong and looked around. Qin Yuqing also sensed it and pretended not to understand, asking Shin Yuqing, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. Let's go home." Shin Yuqing didn't understand the meaning of those malicious looks and glanced around. Qin Yuqing knew very well in her heart. If they dared to come to the door, she wouldn't let them go this time. It was better to teach them a lesson so they wouldn't gossip all the time and cause trouble. Shin Yuqing unlocked the door and said to Qin Yuqing, "You go inside first." Qin Yuqing naturally pushed her bicycle into the yard. Shin Yuqing stood outside the door and looked a few more times. Just these few glances made someone start to think the worst. The originally 3 or 4 people standing together suddenly gathered closer. Does that man look like he's up to no good? I think so. Who normally closes the door and looks around nervously? A chubby woman, Aunt Lu, hesitated and said, "What if he's not?" Another woman withdrew her gaze and replied, "What if?" Forget the lesson from Hua's family. People shouldn't just judge by appearances. Her words immediately gained agreement. Exactly. Last night, I heard that old Wang's family lost something. When they left, they only had a bicycle. When they came back, they had big bundles and small luggage. Who would spend so much money on that? Let's go see old Wang's house. If we want a peaceful life, we need to get rid of the pests. A plump Aunt Lu looked conflicted. After a moment of hesitation, she made an excuse. You all go ahead. I still have hot rice on the stove. I'll go back and check. Seeing Aunt Lu run back home, Zhang Aunt sneered. A flip-flopper. Ha, she just wants to hide. If she doesn't go, we'll go. 7 or 8 women marched confidently toward the back street. After returning home, Qin Yuqing acted as if nothing had happened, starting to prepare lunch. Shin Yuqing organized the groceries he bought and put them inside. On the way, he bought some pork and was lucky enough to find pork belly. He took out a clay pot, started slow cooking, and also made steamed buns. He had a feeling today's meal wouldn't go smoothly. He prepared everything in advance. Even if he guessed wrong, it was okay, and he could find a good excuse for the buns later. Should I wash the bed sheets? Shin Yuqing suddenly peeked in. Today, he had just bought a red bed sheet. He knew Qin Yuqing liked to keep things clean, so he wasn't sure whether to spread it out. On the way, Qin Yuqing mentioned that the clothes she bought should be washed first. Just wash them separately. You can soak the colored clothes in salt water first to set the color. Shen Yuqing took out the clothes that needed washing and placed the red bed sheet and cover in a separate basin. Qin Yuqing took the chance to cook in the kitchen and tidy up the groceries she bought. Shen Yuqing also reinforced the clothesline in the yard. He looked down at the basin with the red-tinted water. He agreed with his wife's idea, otherwise, he might sleep with stains all over him. Shen Yuqing kept an eye on the time. When it was time, he quickly rinsed the clothes and hung them out to dry. He stared at the red color on the clothesline. Then he looked at the empty door. Maybe he should put up some festive decorations? They were both preparing things that should be done before marriage. Qin Yuqing looked at the leftover soup from the morning. Just as she was about to put it on the stove, the yard gate was knocked. She put down the pot, picked up the water-filled kettle, and placed it on top. Shen Yuqing moved faster than Qin Yuqing to open the yard gate. Seeing the dozen or so people outside, his expression changed. He asked coldly, "What's the matter with you?" These people didn't seem friendly, so Shen Yuqing naturally didn't want Qin Yuqing to go out. Qin Yuqing wiped her hands and slowly walked out of the kitchen. "Yuqing, who's here?" They had come to her door, so she decided to act a little. She admitted she was using Shen Yuqing a bit, but if she didn't handle this, she'd be upset inside. Shen Yuqing looked back at Qin Yuqing. "There's no one important. You can go back inside." "Why are you talking like that, young man? Are you afraid?" Shen Yuqing's gaze swept over the woman speaking. That single look made people feel uneasy. The unruly crowd was soon subdued. These years of military life have not been wasted. Besides controlling his breath in front of Qin Yuqing, he doesn't care about others, especially those who come to cause trouble. He won't give them a friendly look. Qin Yuqing definitely won't go back inside if she wants to make a big fuss. She walks behind Shen Yuqing and looks at the crowd outside, smiling as she asks, "Ladies, what are you all doing? Uncle Wang, why are you still holding a stick?" At first, some people didn't believe it. They even blocked the door, catching the man red-handed. Seeing Qin Yuqing's expression change, everyone realizes that a single woman hiding a man in her house isn't a good sign. They don't understand the need to avoid suspicion. Truly, children without parents often don't behave well. Uncle Wang chokes, unsure whether to hold or put down the stick. He stammers but can't say anything. Unexpectedly, Qin Yuqing was targeting him from the start. "Oh, you're quite good at pretending. You know what we're here for." Aunt Wang feels very proud. This is basically evidence of guilt. Even if the man isn't a thief, being locked inside a house during the day with a woman isn't a good look. Qin Yuqing scans a crowd and finally spots Wang Chuanmei hiding at the back. She withdraws her gaze and asks with a confused look, "Aunt Wang, what do you mean by that?" Shen Yuqing silently surveys the crowd. His only job is to protect Qin Yuqing. "What do you mean you don't understand? Then tell me, who is this man and why is he at your house?" Qin Yuqing grabbed Shen Yuqing's hand to stop him from speaking. Now that everything is clear, how can she continue the act? How can she vent her anger? Shen Yuqing's throat moves slightly as he takes a step back. It seems his wife has something to do, so he chooses to stay silent and watch quietly. "Aunt Wang, this is a bit too much. This is my business. What does it have to do with you? What do you mean I'm overstepping?" "I'm just worried about the safety of our neighborhood." Aunt Wang looks at Shen Yuqing, who dares not argue and becomes more certain of her thoughts. Not long ago, Ahua's matter was over. Who knows who this person is? Maybe he's a thief again. Qin Yuqing deliberately stays silent, stirring up the crowd. Suddenly, the most discordant voice rings out. I think he's afraid to admit he's been sneaking around with a man. Staying out late at night, who knows what he's been up to outside? Mrs. Zhang had previously introduced a matchmaker to Qin Yuqing, but Qin Yuqing chased her out of the house with a broom and has held a grudge ever since. Now, seeing a strange man appear at Qin Yuqing's home, she feels anxious and jealous. "You little troublemaker. How dare you hit my wife?" Anyway, she didn't start it. This has been talked about openly in the alley for a long time. Shen Yuqing clenched his fists. Do they realize that just a few careless words could lead someone into deep trouble? Especially when it involves a woman who this is pushing her to the edge. Fortunately, they are now officially married. If they weren't, his presence here today could have led to serious consequences, and he doesn't even want to imagine that. No wonder Qin Yuqing didn't want him to speak. She was trying to get them to reveal themselves. Qin Yuqing smiled warmly, but her eyes were cold. Mrs. Zhang, you should be careful with your words and have proof. Otherwise, you're just spreading rumors, and you will be responsible for that. Mrs. Zhang is a troublemaker, stubborn and foul-mouthed, like a hard, smelly stone in a cesspit. Most people can't handle her. When you meet her, you can only accept your bad luck. If you argue with her, she might lie down on the ground and accuse you. Everyone in the alley knows this. Hearing Qin Yuqing's words, she wasn't afraid. She waved her hand and said, "It's not just me saying this. Everyone saw it. I just heard it from others. Isn't that right, everyone?" Qin Yuqing looked at the unreasonable woman, who was full of pride, and thought to herself that Mrs. Zhang knew how to stir up others. Exactly. If you want people not to know, you shouldn't do it. I saw with my own eyes that as soon as this man appeared, our family lost some belongings. This area has no outsiders, so who else could we suspect but him? Let's go check out your house. A few days ago, I saw him acting suspiciously. Yes, if he's innocent, then let us see your house. Qin Yuqing watched the crowd, which was easily swayed by rumors, feeling indifferent, but thinking about other things. Our belongings were stolen again? What is the patrol team even doing? Qin Yuqing leaned against the doorframe, watching Wang Chuanmei's excited face. She clapped her hands and added fuel to the fire, worried she might be doing well. Each person spoke one after another. Some were so emotional that they looked ready to rush into the yard. Qin Yuqing listened to them and, after they had said enough, she pulled out a stick from the doorway. She struck it heavily on the ground and shouted, "Who said what? Who told you that?" Wang Chuanmei was worried they might find out about her, so she hid in the back and shouted. Everyone saw it. If you can't prove it, don't start trouble. Exactly. This man is in your house. We just came in to look around. If nothing's there, we'll leave. Qin Yuqing sneered. If something is stolen, why not report it to the police? Instead, you're causing trouble here. Someone from the crowd interrupted. We already reported it. The police are on their way. Qin Yuqing looked at the speaker and said, "That's perfect. We'll wait for the police. But let me be clear first. If we are innocent, all of you must apologize." The crowd was confident. Even if they weren't thieves, bringing men into her house wasn't a good look. Their behavior made people suspicious. Apologizing was impossible. Even if the police came, they wouldn't side with her. They might even be reprimanded by the authorities. Qin Yuqing stood straight at the door frame, taller than the others. She looked down the alley and saw police officers riding bicycles. The people blocking the door saw them and raised their voices. "Comrades police, you're finally here." Qin Yuqing took a step forward but didn't speak when he saw the visitors. Zhou, who had finally taken a day off, was out shopping when he was pulled into the situation. He looked at Qin Yuqing's house and paused. This was truly a place of trouble. The first police officer to get out of the car asked, "What's going on? Who reported this?" Several people started talking at once, describing the situation to the police. After listening, the police looked at Qin Yuqing. Qin Yuqing felt he recognized her, but couldn't remember where from. Zhou listened quietly, feeling helpless and annoyed. He exchanged a look with Qin Yuqing. "What are you doing? This mess could have been sorted out easily. Why did I have to come here?" Once their identities were clear, these people wouldn't dare to act arrogantly. Qin Yuqing glanced away and followed Qin Yuqing's gaze. Zhou was speechless and thought about how he really wanted to be the secret partner. "Comrade, we need to verify the situation," the police said. Qin Yuqing stepped forward and stood in front of the police. "Comrade officers, I have something to say." After hearing her, the police had a rough idea. They felt this wasn't a matter for them to handle directly. It seemed more like a neighborhood dispute that the neighborhood committee should resolve. But since theft was involved, they still needed to get involved. "They're spreading false accusations and have caused me great emotional harm. I demand they be punished severely." A young man who had just taken on a task felt overwhelmed. He turned to Zhou and asked, "Captain Zhou, maybe you should do it." Zhou sighed deeply. He felt that Qin Yuqing was just here to trouble him. Whenever he saw him, he was busy like a spinning top. Zhou stepped forward and took the notebook. "Let's go one by one." He first looked at the middle-aged man holding a stick. You say something was lost. What was it? Tell us one by one. Wang Yuejin looked a bit embarrassed and finally said, a wash basin. Zhou Ang's face stiffened. He looked at the other two people who also said they lost things. They were all cheap household items. Things like a spatula, a book, or old clothes they didn't want anymore. After hearing this, Zhou Ang felt overwhelmed. He swore he wouldn't go shopping during his rest time, just stay at home and lie down. He asked, are you sure you lost them, or did you just put them somewhere else? The group quickly shook their heads. One of them said, absolutely not. We searched everywhere inside and outside the house. I lost a pot, not anything else. I use it every day, so I wouldn't just leave it lying around. Qin Yuqing smiled slightly. She probably knew where the items they lost were, but she didn't plan to say anything now. After asking, Zhou looked at the gathered people and asked, why did you come here after losing something? Wang Yuejin was pushed forward. His family lost the most. We suspect he stole it. It must be at her house. We just want to go in and take a look. Zhou looked at the speaker with a complicated expression. Why do you suspect him? Who brought it up first? The group looked at each other. They had forgotten. They all said the same thing. Zhou rubbed his forehead. Do you know that this kind of behavior is also illegal? Without evidence, causing trouble and disturbing public order is against the law. When someone heard illegal, they couldn't help but defend themselves. Comrade police, do you remember what happened at Ahua's house a few days ago? This person is a stranger. Recently, he's been appearing in our neighborhood. Every time he comes, something gets lost. Hearing Ahua's name made Zhou Ang's blood pressure rise. He was very familiar with her, so familiar he could recognize her instantly. A wicked, cunning woman with many tricks. Yes, recently he's the only stranger in our area. I saw it with my own eyes. When he closed the door, he was sneaking around. If he's not a thief, what is he? Shen Yuqing laughed in anger. Their unfriendly looks made him wonder, was it wrong for him to glance a few more times while closing the door? Zhou swept his gaze over the crowd. Did any of you actually see him stealing? The few who had lost things shook their heads. If they had seen it with their own eyes, they would have acted already. No evidence, then you're just guessing? Zhou almost slammed his notebook shut, then turned to Shen Yuqing. You, explain yourself. But in his mind, he was thinking, please don't make a scene. I just want a break. Shen Yuqing didn't move. Standing behind Qin Yuqing, he said confidently, is it wrong for me to return to my own home? A faint smile appeared on Qin Yuqing's lips. Shen Yuqing felt a bit disappointed. He had made it so obvious, yet Zhou still didn't get it. Someone in the crowd gasped. Officer, look, he's still lying. I saw him sneaking around the door. If he's not a thief, why act like that?
Exactly.
Everyone in the alley knows this is the Qin family's house. Officer, I think they're working together. Even Zhou, slow as he was, realized something was off. Shen Yuqing was clearly toying with these people. As for why, only Shen Yuqing knew. When the time felt right, Qin Yuqing spoke up. Officer, you see how they're spreading lies? People like this should be properly educated. I request a full investigation. My father was a martyr. I won't let anyone tarnish his name. Zhou began to piece things together. These people were making baseless accusations, while the other two were deliberately cooperating. He looked at Shen Yuqing with a complicated expression. This wasn't the same man he used to know. Shen Yuqing would never have joined in such nonsense before. So he's interested in his colleague Qin, Zhou thought.
No wonder people gossip about them.
When they heard they might be taken for education, the noisy crowd quieted down. Aunt Wang, still unwilling to give up, said, Officer, you should check on the two of them first. We suspect their behavior isn't proper. There was no proof they were thieves, but this accusation might stick. Wang Chuanmei quickly agreed. Yes, her house was empty for a while, and I saw him going out late at night.
What decent person does that?
Qin Yuqing's mouth twitched. They were really making things up. She hadn't gone out late at night in ages. They must truly dislike her, eager to ruin her reputation. Qin Yuqing didn't want to waste more words. She said firmly, remember what you've said. You'll be responsible for it. Comrade Public Security Officer, I want to provide a lead. Zhou Ong replied professionally. What kind of lead? He didn't want to get involved, especially in this neighborly dispute. A few days ago, I saw Uncle Wang's child taking some items to the recycling station. Maybe you should check that. The crowd immediately became chaotic. Could that really be true? The items lost at home being sold by a child at the recycling station? No one had thought of that possibility. Zhou Wang told his colleague nearby, "Go ask at the recycling station." The person who had reported the case quickly turned around and ran home to ask about their kid. Qin Yuqing called out from behind, "Don't run. Haven't you searched my house yet? I'm waiting for an apology." Shen Yuqing stood behind, a faint smile in his eyes. The crowd was restless. Many wanted to leave, but Qin Yuqing wouldn't let them. "Comrade Public Security Officer, they are spreading rumors. You must punish them severely." This time, Shen Yuqing took 2 steps forward. The people around him were intimidated by his gaze and stepped back. Indeed, they should be punished. Spreading rumors about my wife and damaging my reputation. After Shen Yuqing finished speaking, no one responded for a long time. What did he just say? A few gossiping women were stunned, looking confused, as if their ears had failed them. Zhou Ong steadied himself and asked Comrade Shen, "What did you just say?" Shen Yuqing replied seriously, "Punish those who are spreading rumors about my wife. They have caused us a lot of trouble in our lives." "What's your relationship?" Zhou Ong couldn't follow Shen Yuqing's train of thought and subtly hinted that Shen shouldn't say too much. Using a stick as a lover, Qin's reputation was already at risk. Qin Yuqing stepped forward and held Shen Yuqing's hand. "We are married, officially registered." Zhou Ong swallowed hard. He wondered if he was dreaming. A few days ago, they were working on a case together, with no signs of anything unusual. He didn't even have a partner, yet they had a marriage certificate. They had been together for a while. Where did Shen Yuqing find the time to fall in love? People can be so frustrating. He asked instinctively, "How long have you been together?" Shen Yuqing cleared his throat. "Comrade Zhou, you're just checking household records. Right now, the spreading rumors is the main issue." Zhou Ong was just curious, but Aunt Wang was scared. If it was true, they wouldn't have a good outcome. She tilted her head and said, "We have never heard of that. Comrade Police, don't be fooled by her." Sometimes, Qin Yuqing admired these people. They are never satisfied until they see the truth, and they only cry when they face real danger. She turned and entered the yard, took out the marriage certificate from her bag. Standing outside the door, she unfolded it in front of everyone. "This is our marriage certificate." Zhou Ong was the first to come forward and check it carefully. Yes, it was correct. At this moment, he looked at Shen Yuqing with a complicated expression. They got married quietly and efficiently, which was impressive. The crowd was silent, like chickens. What they said these past few days was meaningless. If there was a hole, they would all run away. Shen Yuqing watched the slowly retreating crowd. He glanced at Zhou Ong, who looked distracted. "We have the proof. Let's handle this." He could tell Qin Yuqing didn't want to let these people go easily, so he just went along with her. Zhou Ong snapped back to reality and changed his expression. "Tell me what happened. Why are you spreading rumors?" He pointed at Wang Shunmei. "I remember you said the most. Are you the one spreading the rumors?" Wang Shunmei panicked when she heard this. She waved her hands and explained, "It's not me. I just heard it from others." "Who told you?" "If you can't find the person, then it's you. Come with me to the law enforcement team." After Zhou Ong finished speaking, he looked around at everyone. Qin Yuqing saw Wang Chuanmei, who looked scared and was trying to hide, along with the panicked crowd. Her eyes were cold. Wang Shunmei definitely wouldn't go to the law enforcement team. She pointed at 3 or 4 people in the crowd. "Comrade Police, they told me." "I only heard it from them." The people she pointed at started to panic. They hurriedly tried to shift the blame. In the end, everyone pointed at Wang Chuanmei. "Comrade Police, she told us. We are also innocent." Wang Chuanmei wanted to run, but someone pushed her out. Her face was pale, and she kept protesting. "I didn't say anything. I also heard it from others." Zhou Ong looked serious. "Then tell me who told you." At this point, everyone was united and said in unison that it was Wang Chuanmei. Wang Chuanmei hesitated for a long time, unable to come up with an excuse. She gave up and said, "We all said it together. I just said it casually. Who knew they would spread it around?" Qin Yuqing took the opportunity to complain, saying, "Police officer, you must stand up for me. They are talking nonsense, and I don't know how rumors are spreading in the neighborhood. How can I go out and meet people in the future?" If Zhou wasn't currently not suitable for talking much, he would really want to have a serious talk with the couple. The police officers returning from the scrap yard rode back on their bikes, accompanied by 2 patrol officers behind them, all smiling. Team Zhou has found out the truth. The things you mentioned are all at the scrap yard, sold by children, claiming they are household waste. The case you reported is now resolved. Zhou looked at his excited new colleagues and threw his notebook into his chest. Take these rumormongers back for a good lesson. I am leaving work now. Hearing they would be taken away, Wang Chuanmei became anxious. I can't go. Police officers, we know we were wrong. We apologized to Comrade Qin. Aunt Wang also became scared. Her husband was about to get a promotion, and their family couldn't afford any mistakes. Zhou waved his hand. You do need to apologize and clarify. Yes, yes, yes. Aunt Wang no longer cared about her face. She turned to Qin Yuqing and said, Qing, Annie was wrong. She believed the rumors. Auntie apologizes to you. Can you forgive her? Qin Yuqing didn't smile. She looked at them for a few seconds. Everyone was nervous, and Qin Yuqing finally spoke slowly. I have received your apology. Please clarify this matter. If I hear it again, it won't be so simple. Don't worry, Qing. Auntie will clarify this. We believed the rumors. The others also apologized one after another. Qin Yuqing then said to Zhou, Police officer, I forgive you. Zhou waved his hand. Take them away, and Wang couldn't believe what she heard. She stared and argued, Police officer, we have all apologized. Qing forgave us. Why are you taking them away? We know we were wrong. Zhou received a signal from Qin Yuqing. You spread rumors about the army, incited the crowd to cause trouble. Do you think an apology can fix everything? The husband's matter couldn't be resolved so quickly. He was not just a decoration. His wife was kind-hearted, but he wouldn't show mercy. The evidence and reasons they provided were all self-sent, perfectly reasonable. If he didn't handle it carefully, how could he protect his wife? He wasn't just a man for nothing. The onlookers saw the situation and quickly apologized and dispersed. When Wang Ant was taken away, she was still confused. Why was it the People's Liberation Army? Thinking carefully about Qin Yuqing's face, she remembered that recently he was dressed in uniform. She had thought he looked familiar, but when he was in uniform, they didn't really look at his face. She never expected Qin Yuqing to be able to connect with the military and quietly get married. Why was he suddenly wearing casual clothes instead of his military uniform? This seemed like a trap for them. People who realized what was happening started to curse Wang Chuanmei. Old Zhang's family is all your fault. You stirred things up. You've caused us a lot of trouble. Wang Chuanmei didn't back down. It's not like I told you to spread rumors. You're the ones with loose lips. When things went wrong, you blamed me. You also said a lot during the planning. If you hadn't said everything was clear, how could we have been fooled? The group of people, even as they were taken away, kept arguing and talking loudly, and even the police's warnings couldn't stop them. Qin Yuqing pulled Qin Yuqing back, but Zhou blocked the gate when he tried to close the yard door. Let me in. Get lost, you're not welcome. Qin Yuqing, you're still as annoying as ever. You use people and then discard them. When will you change this bad habit? Zhou pushed his way in confidently, looking at the big red bedsheets and covers drying in the yard, which suited the scene. He turned to smile at Qin Yuqing and said, Girl, you got married without telling us. Happy wedding. Since I came suddenly and didn't know about your marriage, I'll make up for the gift money later. Qin Yuqing smiled but didn't reply before Qin Yuqing said, Sister-in-law. Zhou looked Qin Yuqing up and down. You're not from around here. You should follow local customs. Brother-in-law, you should call me brother. Back in the army, he was always cold-faced, couldn't fight, and kept his feelings inside. Today, he finally found a chance, and he wasn't going to miss it. Qin Yuqing smiled but said nothing, turning to go into the kitchen. The meat was almost done cooking. Once the food was ready, the table was set, and they could eat soon. After Qin Yuqing went inside, Zhou quietly asked, "I overheard some rumors outside. Is it true about you?" "It's true. Stay away from me in the future." Shen Yuqing hung the remaining clothes on the line, naturally grabbing a stool. Zhou sat down and asked, "Is it very serious?" He glanced at Qin Yuqing, who was busy in the kitchen, and asked, "Does my sister know?" Shen Yuqing corrected him, "Sister-in-law." Zhou waved his hand and said, "At this point, you're still arguing about that? Weren't you quite against calling each other brothers before?" "She knows. It was her idea to get married." Shen Yuqing didn't bother arguing with Zhou. He didn't have the time. Zhou patted his thigh and said, "All right, my sister is straightforward and full of spirit." Shen Yuqing glared at him. "Are you done talking? If you're finished, go now. What's there to be afraid of? The official documents haven't come through yet. I'm not worried about being involved. I won't even let you speak." Qin Yuqing was busy in the kitchen, and the two of them whispered in the yard. While cooking, she looked up and made a couple more dishes. When Zhou arrived, she couldn't just chase him away. The first person to come and congratulate her, she naturally couldn't treat poorly. Zhou had helped her before, so inviting him for a meal was only fair. "Dinner is ready. You're such a good cook, sister. I can smell the aroma from the yard." Zhou refused to leave, and Shen Yuqing couldn't do anything about it. After tasting a bite of the food, Zhou praised, "Sister, your braised pork is amazing, better than the state-run restaurant by 100 times." Qin Yuqing smiled and urged him to eat more. Zhou looked at Shen Yuqing, who remained silent, and tried to provoke him. "Sister, you have both talent and looks. Why would you fall for someone like this?" Shen Yuqing's fists itched. He thought about hitting him outside, but he wouldn't be punished for it. Qin Yuqing happily served Shen Yuqing a piece of braised pork. "He's very good, handsome, caring, and family-oriented. I'm just lucky." Shen Yuqing's hidden annoyance instantly eased, and he smiled as he picked up the braised pork. Zhou expression changed from a grin to a forced laugh in an instant. He suddenly felt quite full and decided not to eat anymore. "This world, I shake my head again. Really hope the Shin family can get through this disaster safely." I wandered aimlessly around the street. Seeing the phone booth, I hesitated for a moment and dialed the home number. After the person left, Shen Yuqing tidied up the table on his own. Qin Yuqing sat still, feeling a bit sleepy after eating too much. When Shen Yuqing came out, he saw Qin Yuqing sitting at the table, not moving. "Are you tired? You should rest for a while." "I'm not tired." "What did you guys talk about?" "Just chatting." I told him to meet me less in the future. Shen Yuqing didn't want to involve too many people in the end. Qin Yuqing looked at Shen Yuqing and said, "Thank you today." Shen Yuqing raised an eyebrow at her. "Did you plan this in advance?" Qin Yuqing blinked, knowing he couldn't hide it from him. Shen Yuqing is very clever, otherwise, he wouldn't let Zhou take the person away for education. "Who asked them to bully my people? They deserve it." Shen Yuqing chuckled softly and ruffled her hair. "Little fox. Even he was included in the plan, not the kind to suffer losses." "That's good. I didn't tell you in advance." "Are you angry?" "No, it's because I didn't do well enough. I didn't notice before. Let his wife endure so long alone and have to find ways to get revenge." Qin Yuqing was sure she didn't see anger on Shen Yuqing's face, so she relaxed completely. "It's really good to have you. That should be what I say." Qin Yuqing looked up. "Today, we won't go out." Their original plan was disrupted. If they went out again, they would be seen as fools. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Shen Yuqing then asked, "Are they always like this? Do you always tolerate it?" After such a big fuss, her final choice was just to apologize and forgive. How much hardship has she endured normally? "Not really. With you here, I play the good cop. I believe you won't let them off easily." Qin Yuqing admitted there was some risk involved, but luckily Shen Yuqing understood her meaning. She looked up and said, "It's not realistic for neighbors to tear each other apart. With your cooperation, today's incident will be the last. From now on, they won't spread rumors, and their attitude when we meet won't be casual." She said some things directly. Outsiders wouldn't think much of it. Only by teaching them through actions would they remember. Shin Yuqing felt it was really hard for Qin Yuqing alone. He had never thought about these things at home. After all, he spent most of the year in the army, and his parents both had their own jobs. Even if people gossip, they probably wouldn't hear it, so they had no such worries. When Qin Yuqing asked again, "When do you plan to go back?" "Tomorrow, after you go to work." Shin Yuqing checked and found that the police car would go to the neighboring city tomorrow, and it would pass by the train station on the way. Qin Yuqing felt time was flying and, thinking about Shin Yuqing going back, she stood up to pack her things. Shin Yuqing couldn't help much. He didn't have many things here. Seeing Qin Yuqing want to pack everything, he just watched. A sweet feeling spread inside her, filling her chest, warm and happy. "Don't bring those things. They'll probably check as soon as you enter." Qin Yuqing turned around, looking a bit troubled. "Then what can I bring?" "Bring some food." "Do you still have chili sauce?" At home, her father wouldn't go to the cafeteria either. They could only buy food nearby, and it wouldn't be very good. "Wait for me." Qin Yuqing thought it over. Bringing fancy gifts now would only make things worse. The pickled vegetables she made would come in handy at this time. "What can I do?" "Help chop the chili later." The two worked together. Shin Yuqing chopped chili, Qin Yuqing kneaded dough, and they prepared some other snacks to take with them. "Later, you go buy some pork. If there's beef, buy that too, to make beef sauce. We're steaming buns today. If there's time, we'll steam another batch tomorrow. You'll get tired." "I'm not tired, just an afternoon." Qin Yuqing asked, "Do you still have enough money?" Most of it was given to her, and she didn't have time to ask. Shin Yuqing kept some living expenses. He hadn't spent much these days. He rode his bike to sell meat, quickly bought some pork, and even bought pig's feet. Shin Yuqing wasn't good at cooking, but he could help. Qin Yuqing taught him once, and he almost learned. Washing and chopping meat were easy for him. "That's enough. No need for you to do anything here." Shin Yuqing didn't go out. "I'll stay with you." There wasn't much work at home. If he left, he wouldn't be back for 2 to 3 days, and if other things delayed him, it would be even worse. Qin Yuqing didn't continue to chase people away. Instead, she chatted with them and occasionally asked Shin Yuqing to pass some items. Fresh steamed buns were ready, and the chili sauce was also prepared. In the evening, Qin Yuqing simply made an egg soup. "Let's just eat something simple." Shin Yuqing looked at the table full of food. If this is called simple, then what was the meal he had before? "Try the filling you made." "How does it taste?" Shin Yuqing took a bite of the meat bun. "Delicious. You did a good job teaching me." She told him exactly when and how much seasoning to add. He was like a human mixer following her instructions. All the credit belonged to his wife. "Then you should eat more." At night, after tidying up, Shin Yuqing only took 3 jars of pickles, chili sauce, beef sauce, and kimchi, enough to go with any meal. Qin Yuqing used the car to go to the bathroom, then entered the space to feed the chicks. She checked on the incubating goose and duck eggs, but there was no movement yet. After confirming everything was normal, she quickly left the space. The sheets and blankets were a bit damp, so Shin Yuqing took them inside the house. After a busy day, Qin Yuqing was a little tired and thought she needed to wake up early, so she fell asleep quickly. Later, Shin Yuqing quietly pulled her into his arms. Even though she was his wife, he felt like a thief. When Qin Yuqing opened her eyes, she was a bit confused. She had been sleeping peacefully, so why was she now running out of his arms? Quietly and carefully, she removed Shin Yuqing's hand and slowly got dressed to go out. Throughout, Shin Yuqing pretended to be asleep. He was already awake but didn't dare open his eyes, afraid Qin Yuqing would see through his little secret. Qin Yuqing's mind was full of cooking. She hadn't thought much about these things. Why, when she usually slept without moving, was she now crawling into his arms? While Shin Yuqing was still asleep, she quickly took out the seasoned filling and the risen dough from the space. By the time Shin Yuqing slowly sat up and spat out his sleep, Qin Yuqing had already wrapped up a dozen dumplings. "Why are you so fast?" Shin Yuqing blurted out instinctively, then quickly corrected himself. "I mean, how did you wake up so early?" "I just got up a little while ago. These are from yesterday. If I don't wrap them now, they won't taste good." Both of them felt guilty, but didn't suspect each other. You can sleep a little longer. There's no need to prepare so much. Even if they locked it up, there would still be food. Such a big person wouldn't starve. If they did, it would be their own choice. Take these with you on the road. Shen Yuqing felt a warm feeling inside. This was the warmth of having a wife. Qin Yuqing kept her simple, familiar way of cooking. She thought of it on the spot. She made a bowl of dumplings and brought it to Shen Yuqing. Eat the dumplings. In northern tradition, dumplings are eaten on the way in and noodles on the way out. Shen Yuqing saw only one bowl and didn't think much. He pushed it toward Qin Yuqing. You eat too. After getting in the car, they ate dumplings. After getting out, they ate noodles. It's a northern custom. Shen Yuqing looked at the single bowl and didn't mind. He pushed it to Qin Yuqing. You eat too. Qin Yuqing didn't say much. Seeing that Shen Yuqing didn't seem to care, or didn't know, she didn't insist. I'll eat if you want me to. I'll have a bun. Shen Yuqing listened and did as his wife said. Although he didn't fully understand, he just followed her lead. After they finished eating, Qin Yuqing helped clean up. I didn't bring much. Just enough for my parents to taste. If it's convenient, you can buy some hot food when you get home. Okay, I understand. Buns that are cold don't taste good. Worried they might spoil on the way, Qin Yuqing changed her mind at the last minute. She wanted Shen Yuqing to travel light, especially during these special times. She treated him very carefully. I'll wait for you to come back. Shen Yuqing wasn't in a rush to leave. I'll see you off to work and then go. Qin Yuqing looked at Shen Yuqing. Seeing he insisted, she nodded. All right, I'll go tidy up. Just as they reached the door, Qin Yuqing got off her bike. The new bike was easy to ride. I've arrived. Now you can rest assured, right? Shen Yuqing smiled. Yes, I'm reassured. I'll be back very soon. He watched Qin Yuqing go into the art troupe's gate before riding away. He parked his bike at the police station for peace of mind. He left it at home to avoid Qin Yuqing worrying or the alley being unsafe, which might affect her work. Riding back, Qin Shuyao and others passed by. They turned around in disbelief. Yao Yao, what are you looking at? Qin Shuyao examined carefully. Confirming she hadn't mistaken, she saw the figure of Qin Yuqing going inside. Could it be that they're together? Yao Yao, did you hear what I said? Gao Xianghua looked anxiously at Qin Shuyao. He had made big promises and couldn't afford to fail now. He was also counting on Qin Shuyao to lend him money. Qin Shuyao was overwhelmed by the shock of seeing Shen Yuqing. Was he here to see Qin Yuqing? In this life, he hadn't caused trouble for the Shen family. He definitely wouldn't come looking for her. It's not certain. If this person blames her parents for something, it could affect her job. Qin Shuyao quickly went inside, wanting to ask Qin Yuqing about it. Yao Yao, wait for me. Did you remember what I told you? Qin Shuyao was very annoyed. This man only knew how to call her Yao Yao, Yao Yao, and didn't do anything serious. Thinking about money, he came to find her such a scoundrel. She really couldn't understand how he managed to run that restaurant in his past life. Maybe he was just lucky. All right, I got it. You can go now. Qin Shuyao responded perfunctorily and hurried toward the entrance of the art troupe. Gao Xianghua grabbed her hand. Yao Yao, I'll pick you up after work. Okay. Got it. Gao Xianghua watched Qin Shuyao rush into the troupe, wondering what he saw. But since he promised to treat her, he didn't mind these small things. He adjusted his hair and looked at the beautiful young woman. Qin Shuyao was a step too slow and didn't see Qin Yuqing in the carport. Feeling disappointed, she went back. She had been anxious all morning, afraid someone would call her or kick her out. Recently, she looked for a better job nearby at the Arts Institute. This was the most decent and relaxed position she could find. Until she found a better place, she couldn't lose this job. Meanwhile, Shen Yuqing sat in the car, his expression changing constantly, seeming conflicted. Zhouang was driving and glanced over. Did you make the girl angry? Shen Yuqing looked at Zhouang, thought for a moment, and then spoke. Why do you think she packed me a bowl of dumplings early in the morning and ate a bun herself? Zhouang smacked his lips. He shouldn't have been so blunt. He came here to show off. Don't go too far. I haven't eaten yet. No, I just can't understand. Did he do something wrong? Or was something from the night before discovered? Zhou On carefully checked and confirmed Shen Yuqing wasn't pretending. He burst out laughing. Turns out, this person isn't all-knowing. He has gaps in his knowledge. What are you laughing at? If you know something, tell me. Zhou On was laughing so hard tears came out. You really don't know? I thought everyone from the north knew. Shen Yuqing looked a bit confused. Know what? On the car, dumplings, off the car, noodles, a tradition. It means blessing and safety. The girl knew you were going far away and specially packed dumplings for you. A flicker of surprise flashed in Shen Yuqing's eyes, then the corners of his lips curved higher, his gaze filled with happiness. Zhou On cursed under his breath. Once again, he had to watch Shen show off. If he had known, he wouldn't have said anything and let Shen stay confused. Zhou On still wasn't used to it. After seeing Shen's cold face for so long, this lively version of him felt strange. That's enough. Stop smiling, it's making me sick. Shen Yuqing ignored him, the smile reaching his eyes and forming fine lines. So this was what happiness felt like. Right now, he wanted to tell everyone how wonderful his wife was. As the New Year's performance approached, Shen Yuqing spent the whole day rehearsing, so busy she didn't even have time for small talk. Jiang Lihua was fairly satisfied. She had purposely made the training harder today to help them focus, and it worked well. That's all for today. Don't be late tomorrow. As soon as Jiang Lihua left, everyone relaxed and began whispering complaints. Shen Yuqing went to the side, leaned against the wall to rest, took a few sips of spring water, then went to the changing room. After changing clothes, she headed home. She was tired, but at least she finished early. Riding her bike home, she didn't know that Qin Shuyao had been waiting in the office. When Shuyao heard that the performance group had finished, she hurried out to look for her. Qin Shuyao stopped 3 girls. Excuse me, could you help me find Shen Yuqing? She already left. Disappointed, Qin Shuyao walked away. No one had come to see her all day, so it seemed Shen Yuqing hadn't shown up for her. Thinking about how the Shen family had handled the engagement last time, she guessed it was probably about that matter again, and she couldn't help feeling secretly pleased. If it was true, she would be overjoyed. Just as she stepped out the door with her bag, someone suddenly pulled her back. When Qin Shuyao turned and saw who it was, she grew angry and slapped Gao Xianghua. What's wrong with you? Let go of me. There were people everywhere. If anyone saw them pulling at each other, it would be embarrassing. Yao Yao, why are you out so late? I've been waiting for you. Qin Shuyao straightened her clothes. The director wanted to talk to me about the script. Sometimes a little pretense helped. Gao Xianghua didn't know the truth anyway. When he heard that the director had called her, his expression changed immediately. My Yao Yao is amazing. Did they praise you again? He had already heard that last time. Qin Shuyao had written a short piece and received a 30 yuan reward. They had even said she could earn more in the future. What's it to you? Gao Xianghua puffed out his chest. I'm just worried about you. If anyone bothers our Yao Yao, I'll find a way to stand up for you. He looked at Qin Shuyao's expression as he spoke. I think you should be proud. Are you tired? Find a place to sit. I'll give you a shoulder massage. How about I treat you to some wonton today? Qin Shuyao looked at Gao Xianghua with a proud gaze and finally spared him a little look. Tell me, who do you want to invite this time? What do you want to do? When Gao Xianghua heard the question, he got excited. This isn't the boiler factory job. It's a bit tiring. I want to find a job with less work. He reached out and pointed at his face. I've looked worse these days. You like my face the most, right? I did it all for you. It's gotten uglier. You don't look happy about it. Gao Xianghua smiled playfully, trying to make Qin Shuyao happy. Qin Shuyao glanced at Gao Xianghua. His skin really had gotten worse. But she did it on purpose. The sudden increase in work was also arranged by her. She even put in money. Last time she was robbed. Afterward, Gao Xianghua pretended nothing happened and invited her to eat braised pork. This stingy guy, suddenly bleeding heavily, was either desperate or guilty. He stole nearly 200 yuan and then invited her to eat braised pork. If she hadn't caught his hand, Qin Shuyao wouldn't have swallowed this anger. Especially after waking up and seeing those intimate red marks on his body, she didn't dare to make a scene. If she told anyone, she'd be the one to suffer. She couldn't accept this. Where do you plan to invite me? How much will it cost? Gao Xianghua chuckled. Lamb soup shop, about 5 yuan. State-run restaurants are fancy, but expensive. A small lamb shop, where you can eat your fill, costs about half as much as a state restaurant. Qin Shuyao rolled her eyes. Even if she was a big spender, she knew 5 yuan was a small amount. For their group, even buying a bowl of noodles was too much. 3 yuan is fine. Qin Shuyao thought for a moment. But it'll have to wait 2 days. I'll give you the money after I get paid. If you're in a hurry, borrow some first. No rush, no rush. Though she said she wasn't in a hurry, Gao Xianghua was already planning in his mind who to borrow money from. Anyway, Qin Shuyao would give him the money when the time came. Yao, let's go. I'll treat you to some wonton. Qin Shuyao cursed silently, thinking that drinking wontons was pointless. If she arrived at the destination, whatever was decided would be up to her. She didn't want him to bleed. Otherwise, her effort would be wasted. As she walked, she thought about Qin Yuqing. By the way, you need to pick me up early tomorrow. Come a little earlier. Gao Xianghua's eyes twitched. Okay, I won't delay your plans. In his mind, he planned to make an excuse if he was late, say the traffic was bad or the car broke down. He had plenty of excuses. Qin Shuyao had a way to control him. It's okay if you're late, but if you are, I won't pay for your meal. Gao Xianghua's monthly salary was only a few dozen yuan, barely enough for him to spend. He could only manage until mid-month, which is why he shamelessly asked her for money. Hearing this, Gao Xianghua's face stiffened. Then, he chuckled. Yao, I'll carry your bag. No need, stop fussing. Just go to the state-run restaurant quickly. Qin Yuqing headed straight to the vegetable market, buying some simple ingredients to avoid suspicion. She mainly bought common supplies to prepare for going to the countryside. Finally, she bought some medicinal herbs from the pharmacy. She had learned how to prepare medicines, but hadn't had time to go up the mountain to gather herbs. Some herbs weren't even produced locally, so buying common ones for backup made her feel more secure. On her way through the alley, she saw people either avoiding her or greeting her politely. Ching, you're back from work. There was no longer the playful or mischievous tone she used to have. Qin Yuqing still responded politely. Yes, I finished work. Auntie, you're busy. After she left, most people watched her go. Knowing she was married to a soldier, they thought she might soon follow him to the army. The few women who were taken away said that even the lightest among them would have to study inside for 3 days. Naturally, they didn't dare cause trouble or talk nonsense. Qin Yuqing didn't care what they thought. After returning home, she ate something and entered her space. She hadn't had time to tend to it these days. Lack of time was one reason, but mainly because Shen Yuqing was at home and she didn't want to disappear for too long. She didn't plan to tell Shen Yuqing about her space yet. If he found out later, she would explain. She hadn't decided how to handle it. The vegetable seedlings were growing too fast. Some needed to be transplanted quickly. Most of the seeds bought at the market had sprouted. Some grew vigorously, while others' varieties couldn't be identified yet. They were just waiting to grow up and be opened like surprise boxes later. The little chicks are growing strong, and the millet feed is being used up quickly. If they keep eating like this, I feel a bit sorry for them. Fortunately, in a couple of days, I can add some other food. After this period, they will be easier to take care of. I checked the duck and goose eggs that are hatching. Counting the days, the little ducklings should hatch in the next 2 days. I was busy in the space, then looked at the beef and leftover pork. It still doesn't seem enough, so I plan to visit the black market sometime. I picked out 2 pieces of cured meat to take out, so I can explain later. I took some of the usual food from home. When Shen Yuqing comes back and asks, I'll say I bought it outside. Seeing the house getting more organized makes me feel a little proud. The next morning, I woke up and checked the space for the chicks. I accidentally saw the basket with the duck eggs. It seemed like one egg had cracked. I immediately crouched down to check. The duckling was about to hatch. Qin Yuqing's work time had started, so she hurriedly left the space and rode her bike to the art troupe. Qin Shuyao was furious. Qin Yuqing always seems to go against her. Today, she got up early to block her, but Qin Yuqing didn't show up. If she hadn't asked the performers group and confirmed she wasn't there, she'd think Qin Yuqing was deliberately avoiding her. Qin Yuqing looked at the time and hurriedly stored her bike, not paying attention to Qin Shuyao beside her. Qin Yuqing! Qin Shuyao shouted angrily. She was right there in front of her. Couldn't Qin Yuqing see her? Qin Yuqing recognized her voice and knew it was Qin Shuyao. She hadn't had time to deal with her recently. Was she feeling restless again? What do you want? Qin Shuyao looked at her brand new bike. Are you dating someone? Qin Yuqing suddenly thought and retorted. Only you are allowed to date, not me? You're quite bold. Qin Yuqing left after saying that. If she kept talking, Qin Shuyao would start to suspect. From what she knew about Qin Shuyao, the more she said, the more she'd overthink. It was time for training, and she needed to change into her training clothes. There was no time to waste. Qin Shuyao stood there digesting everything, her eyes full of joy. She was dating someone. Today wasn't a wasted day after all. She was also anxious. When will she get married? She was looking forward to Qin Yuqing learning about the countryside assignment. She wants to help Qin Yuqing. Even if Qin Yuqing doesn't go to the countryside, she will still get a divorce. Then Qin Yuqing will never be able to lift her head in front of her for the rest of her life. She doesn't want others to have a better life than her. She believes it's her turn to enjoy good days. Thinking about this makes her happy. In the future, she plans to follow Qin Yuqing more often and maybe find a way to help the two of them get married quickly. While walking, Qin Yuqing is thinking. She's worried about her work and can't take action now. Qin Shuyao seems like a good choice, so she'll check the situation later. She also wonders how things are going with Gao Xianghua. Both of them have their own thoughts. Qin Yuqing isn't worried that Qin Shuyao will do a good job. As long as Gao Xianghua's family is involved, even the best job can be messed up. The training is still very intense, but the results are starting to show improvement compared to before. Qin Yuqing runs the fastest after work. She notices Jiang Lihua seems busy and doesn't have time to bother her. When Qin Shuyao goes out to block people, she still hears that they left early. This makes her more sure that Qin Yuqing is dating someone. It makes sense. Before Qin Yuqing's situation was clear, he was very tempting. But unfortunately, his good days won't last long. Their family, Qin Yuqing works until 9 p.m., then leaves the space with 2 broken eggs in her hand. She tidies up and decides to go to the black market. When Qin Yuqing returns, he doesn't dare to buy too openly. Qin Yuqing now has plenty of money, enough to spend freely. She sets an alarm, takes a short nap, and when the alarm rings in the middle of the night, she immediately sits up. She dresses warmly, covers herself carefully, and pushes her bicycle out the door. The black market was heavily suppressed some time ago, but now it's starting to recover. Qin Yuqing specifically looks for places selling meat. She sees a freshly slaughtered pig's hind leg, still steaming. She only shows her eyes and approaches, asking, "Just killed. Absolutely fresh. Let's negotiate the price." "I want a lot." "How much?" "Over 100 jin. The meat is good, and I can take more." Wang Wenxin points to an alley behind, where retail sales happen. They don't want others to know the price they agree on. After some bargaining, Qin Yuqing finally agrees to buy over 300 jin of meat. She asks, "Besides pork, what other meat do you have here?" Wang Wenxin didn't doubt him. Since they were preparing for a celebration, it was quite normal. There are 7 or 8 chickens in the cage. "If you want, I can help you kill them. Are they roosters or hens?" "Only 2 old hens. Honestly, they lay an egg every 3 or 5 days. If they laid eggs every day, no one would want to sell them." "Can I see them?" Wang Wenxin hesitated for a long time, worried that Qin Yuqing might be an undercover agent sent by the police. Business has been slow lately, so caution is important. In the end, he didn't dare let anyone check their hideout. "I can have someone catch 2 for you to see." Qin Yuqing thought for a moment and decided not to look. "All right, keep the 2 old hens for me and also keep 2 roosters. The rest, kill them." "Okay, but you'll have to wait a little." Before they finished talking, a young man hurried over, panting. "Brother Wang, come out." Wang Wenxin stopped the young man and stepped aside. The two spoke quietly. Qin Yuqing vaguely heard the word sheep, and she clearly heard about killing chickens afterward. The young man disappeared around a corner in the alley, vanishing into the darkness. Miss, do you want two sheep? They've just arrived. No, they've already been slaughtered. My brother was reported somewhere else. I'm just interested in one fresh. Qin Yuqing needed meat right now. She didn't care what kind it was, she wanted any meat. This is definitely reliable. There's a 200 yuan deposit. First, give me some meat and I'll take it back. All right, I'll have someone deliver it. Wang Wenxin waved his hand, and a kid ran out, gave a few instructions, then disappeared. Qin Yuqing leaned against the alley wall, clutching the tranquilizer. Big brother, do you usually sell things at this black market? Wang Wenxin looked around carefully, making sure no suspicious people were nearby, and spoke cautiously. Sort of, but business has been slow lately. Today's your lucky day. This is the third day. Something was wrong, so they immediately stopped their dealings. Can you get beef? Not easily. It's just luck if we do. Before, some people went to a neighboring province and occasionally brought back some beef. Recently, most of them were caught, so they no longer had a steady supply. Qin Yuqing thought it was about the same. Especially in winter, beef becomes even harder to find. A car quickly appeared, pushing a bag. Qin Yuqing first checked the bag and confirmed the pork was still warm, freshly slaughtered. This bag has 103 jin of meat. Got it. Help me lift it onto the back of my bike. Qin Yuqing had already secured the rack. Placing over 100 jin of pork on it made the bike wobble. I'll come back later. Qin Yuqing pushed her bike into a dark alley, confident no one was inside the space behind her. She went in to check the quality. Apart from some pig hair not being fully cleaned, she was satisfied with everything else. After circling around, she found the two brothers she met earlier. This time, they weren't selling rabbits but wild chickens. 3 dead wild chickens were laid out clearly on the ground. How much for these? 1 yuan 50 per jin, no receipt. Qin Yuqing checked the chickens and found one was too old and not fresh. I'll take these too. 11 yuan, 3 mao. Total, 11 yuan. Qin Yuqing paid quickly. In the black market, it's best not to be recognized. She hung the chickens on her bike handlebar and turned to leave. It was about time. Qin Yuqing went back to the meat stall. The chickens hadn't been slaughtered yet. Bring the sheep over. I'll send it back first. Qin Yuqing made several trips around the black market, moving the meat into her space in 4 batches, costing over 600 yuan. It was a successful haul. She rode her bike home quickly. She sighed in relief when she saw the lock on her door was loose, afraid that if she opened it, she'd see Qin Yuqing inside. Just thinking about it made her nervous. She pushed her bike inside, washed the bloodstains from the seat, and checked for any damage. Her thoughtful partner would probably scold her if he knew she had snuck out to the black market. That night, Qin Yuqing washed her clothes. When she finished and checked the time, it was already 4 a.m. She decided not to sleep and started dividing the meat she bought. This task suited Qin Yuqing, but since her meat source was not legal, she didn't have the courage to buy it openly. She could only do it herself. Before her training, she went to the training hall. Today, she unexpectedly saw Hu Ping, who had been resting in her dorm since she hadn't come out for a while. Qin Yuqing only glanced at her. Hu Ping was sitting on the substitute bench, staring at the trainees. Qin Yuqing always felt Hu Ping's eyes looked darker and gloomier. During their break, Qin Yuqing pulled aside some team members to ask about Hu Ping's situation in the dormitory. Wang Longjin whispered, "She's been very moody in the dorm lately. We don't dare to talk to her." Originally, they took turns helping her, like fetching water or bringing her meals, but because she kept losing her temper randomly, no one wanted to help anymore. Qin Yuqing nodded, understanding her feelings. She guessed Hu Ping couldn't perform on stage and was having a hard time accepting it. In her previous life, she was the one admired from below the stage, so she truly understood that feeling. Worried that Hu Ping might have some malicious thoughts against the members of the Seven Flowers performance team, she kept silent. Now, if she spoke out, others might not believe her. If someone tried to stir trouble, they might even blame her unfairly. Anyway, she already had a backup plan for her performance, so she decided not to interfere. In the afternoon, Qin Yuqing didn't see Hu Ping at the training hall. She heard that Hu Ping went to the hospital for a checkup. Jiang Lihua stopped Qin Yuqing and asked, "Can you free up a morning this weekend?" Qin Yuqing really wanted to say no, but thinking about the upcoming performance, maybe this was her last chance to perform on stage. Yes, I can. All right, wait for my notice. Qin Yuqing nodded and said she understood, acting a bit mysteriously, but she didn't dare ask more. After training, she changed clothes and, feeling tired from lack of sleep, pushed her bicycle out the door. Qin girl. Qin Yuqing looked up and smiled at Lu Jigang. Uncle, have you finished the chili sauce? No. Why are you so distracted? Look ahead quickly. Qin Yuqing looked up and immediately saw that tall figure. But at this moment, he was surrounded by someone, ignoring the passing pedestrians, smiling and talking to Qin Yuqing. It wasn't Hu Ping or someone else, but Qin Yuqing still felt inexplicably annoyed by Qin Yuqing's presence, even from afar. Lu Jigang watched Qin Yuqing, who seemed unconcerned, and felt worried for her. Girl, go over quickly. Someone's trying to take her away. Qin Yuqing had come a few times, always to pick up Qin Yuqing. They were probably a couple, and he had a good impression of Qin Yuqing. He kept watching from the door as that woman tangled with Qin Yuqing for over half an hour, constantly talking behind him. It was getting on his nerves just to watch. Uncle, no one can really take her away. Even if they do, she's not mine to begin with. Uncle, I'm going back now. Lu Jigang waved his hand, signaling Qin Yuqing to hurry up. Qin Yuqing slowly pushed her bicycle forward. Qin Yuqing seemed to notice and immediately focused on her. Comrade, our people have appeared. You can go back now. Hu Ping was happily talking when her smile suddenly froze on her face. Qin Yuqing had already pushed his bicycle away from her. Hu Ping turned her head and saw Qin Yuqing walking toward Qin Yuqing. Not happy? Is the training tiring? Qin Yuqing regained his sharpness and noticed the tired look in Qin Yuqing's eyes. Qin Yuqing's smile was stiff. Was her smile really that fake? She couldn't say she went to the black market at night and barely slept, so she could only blame the training. Yes, the performance is coming soon and the training is a bit intense. Qin Yuqing remembered what the doctor had said earlier. She shouldn't overexert herself. It seems this job isn't very good. He slightly frowned. I'll find someone to help as soon as possible. Hurry up and sell the work. The money in hand is enough for Qin Yuqing to rest for a few years.
Norus.
I want to finish the performance. After all, I've trained for so long. Qin Yuqing smiled and said, Yes, I will definitely come to watch. Hu Ping was left standing on the street, watching the two talk and laugh as they walked past her. No matter what she said, Qin Yuqing didn't really agree and kept a cold face. When Qin Yuqing appeared, he actually smiled. Smiled? How ironic. It was true, someone had indeed been taken away by Qin Yuqing. You scoundrel, scoundrel, why? She was the one who met him first. Clenching her fists tightly, her head hurt, and her medicine bag was torn, but she didn't notice. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she stared at Qin Yuqing. Qin Yuqing caught a glimpse of Hu Ping's twisted face and didn't bother with her. Did everything go smoothly at home? Yeah, still alive. Qin Yuqing. Their way of showing affection was very special. Qin Yuqing said, My dad really likes the chili sauce you made. He didn't say that his dad liked all the pickled vegetables she brought, whether with noodles, steamed buns, or rice. They all matched well, saving him a lot of trouble. While making beef sauce, Qin Yuqing was in the kitchen the whole time, knowing how troublesome it was. So, he decided not to bother, not wanting his wife to suffer. Whoever's wife, he loved her. Qin Yuqing looked at Qin Yuqing with suspicion. Are you lying to me? No, Qin Yuqing said firmly, with a determined look in his eyes. I'll make more next time. No need to make too much. In the future, when we are apart or going to the countryside, there won't be many conditions. In places with few people, the two of them get on bicycles, talking and laughing as they head home. Are you going home? Or coming straight here? I went home briefly, brought some things back. Qin Yuqing paused. You should buy some meat. Qin Yuqing guessed he probably wanted to cook something nice after seeing her go home. He wanted to refuse, but seeing his wife so tired, he knew she needed to rest. How about going to the state-run restaurant? They don't cook often, so his wife wouldn't have to work so hard. Qin Yuqing chuckled. Is that him being considerate? She teased him on purpose. Is my cooking bad? Shen Yuqing looked visibly nervous and explained, "No, I just don't want you to tire yourself. Cooking isn't tiring. Wait here a moment, I'll go buy some." He was a bit worried about her skill in choosing meat. Shen Yuqing stood beside his bike and soon saw his wife carrying out a big piece of meat. "Do you need to buy anything else?" Shen Yuqing asked as he watched Qin Yuqing carry only the meat. "No need. You're not home, so I bought quite a few things." After returning home and parking the bike, Shen Yuqing quickly took the meat from her. "How should we cook it? You tell me." Qin Yuqing wiped her hands and went into the kitchen, explaining her request. She turned to knead dough nearby. Shen Yuqing saw her and asked, "What are you making with the dough?" "Tonight, I want to make some noodles." Thinking of Zhou Eng's words, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His voice was low. "Got it. Thanks for the dumplings you made for me." "No need to make noodles." Qin Yuqing took a moment to react, a smile flashing in her eyes. "It's no trouble. Has no one ever cooked for you before?" He only learned about this custom after eating the dumplings. In their family, they probably didn't even know how to make noodles, let alone fold dumplings. His mother could cook a pot of batter, but expecting her to make dumplings was just a dream. "I'll do it for you from now on." If Shen Yuqing wasn't holding a knife, he really wanted to hug her. Qin Yuqing cracked another egg into the dough. When the chicks grow up, she won't lack eggs. Their roles were clear. Qin Yuqing directed Shen Yuqing in cooking, and she realized that Shen Yuqing didn't know how to cook because no one had taught him. Over the past 2 days, he has learned well. Anyone he has spoken to once, he can remember. "Comrade Shen, you are very talented. When I learn this, you won't need to cook anymore." Qin Yuqing smiled and replied, "I look forward to that day." Shen Yuqing thought simply, her mother doesn't cook at home, and his wife is the same. Cooking doesn't seem that hard. It's quite interesting and gives a sense of achievement. Working together as a couple isn't tiring. A meal ends with chatting and laughing. Qin Yuqing asked about his family situation. "What do you think about this? Do you think someone is deliberately causing trouble?" Based on Shen Yuqing's words, Qin Yuqing guessed that perhaps his mother had unintentionally offended someone at work. "That's possible. My dad can't figure out the reason either. The investigation is very secretive. They don't know where the problem lies, and there's no chance to fix it. Now, his father has been mostly suspended and stays at home all day." After tidying up, Shen Yuqing still prepared a basin of foot wash water and naturally brought it to Qin Yuqing. This time, Qin Yuqing didn't refuse. She was a bit tired and, after eating, felt sleepy and just wanted to sleep quickly. While Qin Yuqing was soaking her feet, Shen Yuqing went inside and took out a small bundle. "Here, this is for you." He paused. "My dad said this is your bride price. Sorry to trouble you for now. If we get through this difficult time, I will make it up to you later." Qin Yuqing felt the weight in her hand, heavy and substantial on her lap. She was very curious about what it was. When she opened it, she was shocked to look at Shen Yuqing.
"How?
How did you bring this back?" Inside, the money wasn't the main thing. It was the 2 gold bars, not big fish, but heavier, larger gold bars. All her drowsiness was scared away by the gold bars. Shen Yuqing looked a bit awkward and said, "My grandfather left these. With his father's salary, he could never afford these 2 gold bars in his lifetime, but his grandfather was different. Their family was not short of money. Although the factory was eventually taken by the state, everyone has their own private interests." Qin Yuqing's mind suddenly cleared. "Does our mom know about this?" Shen Yuqing lowered his head and said, "Maybe I know." Qin Yuqing was worried and asked, "What do you mean maybe? You need to tell me clearly today." If he didn't know and secretly gave her the item, it could cause problems between her and her future mother-in-law. "My dad told my mom, but she's not in a good mental state." Shen Yuqing couldn't guarantee if she would listen. Whenever he entered the house, his mother would scold him to leave quickly. Later, she even locked herself in her bedroom, refusing to see him. His father was often chased out when he tried to go in. In her emotional state, Shen Yuqing wasn't sure how much she remembered. Qin Yuqing asked for more details, noting that the gold bar felt hot in her hand. "Has this gold bar always been hidden in your house?" Shen Yuqing nodded. His father gave it to him at home. It couldn't be hidden outside, especially with so many people watching recently. He wouldn't risk bringing it into the house. The only possibility was that the gold bar was originally inside their home. Qin Yuqing was anxious. How many more do you have? I don't know exactly. My dad only gave me 2. Qin Yuqing was overwhelmed. Are you sure your family hid it securely? I mean, what if someone checks your house? Could they find it? Shun Yuqing was silent. He couldn't guarantee that. He had participated in similar operations before and knew the methods used. They would dig up every inch of the yard if needed. He listened to the crying, pleading, and the sounds of people coming and going with items. That was the first time he empathized with his mother and grandfather. As a child, he had also blamed his mother, thinking they were greedy. But these family assets were earned through hard work, not by luck. What had they done wrong? Nothing, just different perspectives. It was just the changing times. They were bound to be affected by the waves of progress. Seeing Shun Yuqing's expression, Qin Yuqing understood everything. It was clear there was no certainty. If the items weren't at home, it was fine. But if they were and were found, it would be proof of guilt. Tell me, how did you take it out? I climbed over the wall at night and took it out. He couldn't carry it openly as everything was checked when entering or leaving his home. When his father gave him the gold bar, he was shocked. He didn't know such things existed at home. He was rarely there and didn't know the full situation. His father is the kind of person he still understands. Since it was said to be left by his grandfather, it must be true. Qin Yuqing took out the money separately and counted it. It was exactly 5,000, no more, no less. What about this money? It can also be something your grandfather left. Shun Yuqing looked into Qin Yuqing's eyes and calmly said, No, it's my father's salary and bonuses over the years. This money is clean. I have reported it. Now their family is under surveillance, and anyone taking out such a large amount would be checked. Before he went home, his father had already reported it. His mother didn't touch her salary for the bride price, worried that if it was discovered later, it would be taken back. Shun Yuqing hesitated for a long time. Do you think Qin Yuqing covered Shun Yuqing's mouth. It's not your fault. You're not wrong. This incident probably hit Shun Yuqing even harder, and his mood must be more complicated. There's no point blaming him now. Qin Yuqing could see the sadness in his eyes, and he must be the most upset. Bringing back the gold bars must have been a struggle for him, and he probably prepared himself mentally for it. I'm afraid that if the family finds out about these things and can't explain them, it might harm my parents. I'll keep the gold bars for my mom first. Once the situation calms down, I'll return them. This was a token of love from her father, something to keep close. She didn't have the face to accept such a precious gift. Shun Yuqing's father probably knew this was his way of caring for his daughter and accepted it under pressure. Qin Yuqing regretted not finding out what happened in her past life. Now, she could only take things step by step and try to prevent the situation from worsening. Qin Yuqing took a towel from nearby. Shun Yuqing quickly grabbed it and carefully dried Qin Yuqing's feet, even cleaning between her toes. Qin Yuqing thought for a moment. Once you're done, let's talk. Shun Yuqing nodded, feeling nervous. Qin Yuqing didn't mind these things. She went back inside the room and, while Shun Yuqing didn't follow, threw the gold bars and money into her space. Her mind was full of questions. Does Shun Yuqing's family have anything else? Did his grandfather really donate all their belongings? If not, where are they hidden? Did someone target this wealth this time? In her past life, Shun Yuqing's parents died in the countryside. Could that be related? Looking at Shun Yuqing, he seems unsure about the details of his family situation. If I imagine myself in Shun Yuqing's grandfather's position, being able to arrange his daughter properly, he would definitely have known the news in advance. If it were me, I would try to protect some of the family's wealth. As for whether Shun Yuqing's father knew, that's hard to say. After Shun Yuqing entered the room, he saw Qin Yuqing sitting on the bed, deep in thought, and slowed his steps. Shun Yuqing, do you think I would lie to you? Then I ask you, are you sure you didn't know about the gold bars before? Yes, I didn't know. He was surprised when his father took out the gold bars. Then I ask you, do you think a grandfather would leave some property behind? Shun Yuqing was silent for a long time. Although he wanted to say no, after years of dealing with many cases outside, he understood human nature a little. He couldn't fool himself. I think he would. Anyone would try to keep some of the family's wealth if they had the chance. He used to think his family was clean, but the appearance of the gold bars made him suspect there might be other hidden things in the house. What about your dad? What does he say? He said there are only these 2 pieces left, nothing else. They were left by my grandfather for my mother, so he never reported them. Seeing that the gold bars couldn't stay silent, Shin Yuqing immediately asked more questions, but his father simply said there were only these 2 pieces, which his grandfather begged to keep. Where do you think the remaining property might be hidden? Shin Yuqing thought for a long time. Maybe at my grandfather's house. They lived in a family compound, so it wasn't possible to move too many things. Even if his grandfather really left something behind, his mother wouldn't be foolish enough to carry it openly back to the family compound. Where is that? An old courtyard in the suburbs of Beijing. My dad told me that my grandfather handed over the factory, farmland, and shops, leaving only an old house for retirement. Someone checked it out, but they didn't find anything. My mother goes back there 2 or 3 times a year. I went once when I was a child. He only went once, but he remembers it very clearly. That day, his mother was especially gentle, bought him new clothes, and dressed beautifully. She also bought several kinds of pastries. They sat inside the dilapidated house, drinking tea and eating snacks. His mother pointed to the old, broken-down courtyard and kept talking to him. Shin Yuqing was happy for a long time, looking forward to his mother taking him there again, because she was gentle there. But after that, she never took him back. As he grew older, the gap between him and his mother widened, and they hardly spoke. Do you remember that place? Do you still remember that place? Shin Yuqing didn't answer right away. He first recalled the map in his mind. I think I remember. I need to find out the exact address. Even with a good memory, so much time had passed, and he needed to verify. When he was a child, he didn't remember everything clearly. Of course, he couldn't ask his parents directly. He had to have someone investigate or go there himself. When talking about relaxing places, the 2 of them got closer. Shin Yuqing naturally put his arm around Shin Yuqing. Shin Yuqing leaned into Shin Yuqing's chest. Can you describe what that place was like? What did your mom tell you about it? Shin Yuqing slowly spoke, recalling a rare moment of warmth in his memory. They started sitting, then gradually lay down together. Shin Yuqing looked at Shin Yuqing, who was sleeping peacefully in his arms. He didn't feel sleepy at all. His wife's words reminded him that sometimes he needed to think differently about things. Now, they were using his mother's identity and work to question her. Their goal might not be to fight against her. Why did Grandpa insist on keeping that yard? And why are so many people watching their family now? Early in the morning, Shin Yuqing saw Shin Yuqing in the kitchen making soup. What are you cooking? I'll go wash up. He had already learned how to make simple soup, but he wasn't good at stir-frying yet. Let me do it. Shin Yuqing hesitated. I want to go back there again in the next couple of days. He didn't want to tell his wife the truth at first, worried she'd worry. But seeing her face, he decided to be honest. He had promised not to lie to her when they got married. When will you leave? Just in the next couple of days. Today, I'll ask Zhou for some information. He wasn't sure if he was being watched. Since he had a holiday, no one was paying attention. Quietly, he planned to go back there again. Who would think he just came back and is leaving again? Decide and tell me. Sorry, I should have spent more time with you. What nonsense. If everything at home is fine, we'll have plenty of time in the future. Shin Yuqing peeled off the bad outer leaves of the cabbage without wasting them, saving them to feed the chickens later. You're not here, which is good. I plan to visit Teacher Xiao in the next couple of days, since I haven't had time recently. Be careful and come home early, she said. If Shin Yuqing weren't so rational and aware of how serious things are, he wouldn't want to leave the house at all. All right, you don't need to see me off today. I'll go by myself, Shin Yuqing said. She knows Shin Yuqing well. Given the current situation, he probably wouldn't openly go to the police station to find Zhou. Instead, he would just block him or find a chance to call him out. Shin Yuqing really wanted to confront Zhou quickly, and he didn't refuse. He left without eating his meal. Shin Yuqing left some food for Shin Yuqing. When he got back, he could heat it up and eat. On her bicycle, she hadn't yet reached the arts troupe when she saw Gao Xianghua riding by with a serious face, accompanied by Qin Shuyao. Cousin. What a coincidence, Qin Yuqing thought to herself, feeling no politeness for someone who came right to her. You came quite early, she said. Gao Xianghua's stern face softened when he saw Qin Yuqing. She was indeed beautiful and pleasing to look at. Despite being relatives, why was there such a big difference? But, remembering how he was embarrassed at the state-run restaurant last time, he felt annoyed. Seeing that man wasn't with her, his eyes flicked around. Qin Shuyao looked at Qin Yuqing's new bicycle, feeling a bit jealous. To find out more, she asked, Cousin, is this a new bicycle? Qin Yuqing glanced at Gao Xianghua's restless eyes and replied smoothly, Yes, my boyfriend bought it for me. We've only been dating for a month, and he's willing to spend money on me. It's been about a month since they met at the state-run restaurant. Shuyao, haven't you bought a bicycle yet? She asked. Qin Shuyao's face stiffened. Gao Xianghua couldn't compare to Qin Yuqing. Qin Yuqing, feeling the situation wasn't dramatic enough, continued to hurt her further. You're his girlfriend, right? Gao Xianghua couldn't deny it at this moment, so he reluctantly admitted yes. It seemed Qin Yuqing wouldn't say anything nice. Qin Yuqing didn't disappoint. She looked at Qin Shuyao with sympathy, and then at Gao Xianghua. Cousin, you've been together for so long, and he hasn't given you anything. Men who are too stingy aren't good, she said. Gao Xianghua, seeing they had already reached the arts troupe's entrance, really wanted to act. A mean woman, she always finds trouble every time they meet. Qin Shuyao has a bad temper and likes to cause trouble. If she didn't have a little money to help him, he wouldn't bother with her. Since he couldn't find a better option, he wouldn't serve her. But compared to Qin Yuqing, Qin Shuyao is much more patient. In this life, Gao Xianghua isn't afraid of Qin Yuqing. If he's unhappy, she's happy. Shuyao, I tell you, you need to be careful when choosing a man. Gao Xianghua couldn't hold back. What do you mean? Qin Shuyao, worried about making a scene at the art troupe, now isn't even a full-time worker, just a temporary hire. Making a fuss would be embarrassing. She quickly grabbed Gao Xianghua and looked at Qin Yuqing with resentment. Elder sister, what do you mean? Are you jealous of my relationship with Xianghua? Xianghua always takes me to work and is very caring. Can your partner do that? If you're jealous, just say so. Why stir up trouble between me and Xianghua? With just a few words, she calmed Gao Xianghua down. Qin Yuqing left a hurtful remark. You have no money anyway, just a freeloader. After saying that, she rode her bike into the house. Qin Shuyao held back Gao Xianghua, who was furious. She thought to herself, it's the truth, and she shouldn't be allowed to say it. Xianghua, don't mind my cousin. She's unhappy and just can't stand seeing others happy. You're the best in my heart. She's jealous because I found someone like you. She's not happy inside. Look at how she keeps to herself. If you get angry, you'll fall for her tricks. Gao Xianghua felt a bit better, but was still angry, glaring darkly at Qin Yuqing's back. He would deal with that little troublemaker sooner or later. At noon, Qin Yuqing came to see Qin Yuqing. I'm leaving this afternoon. I already bought the train ticket. Okay, stay safe. I'll wait for you to come back. You're at home too. Qin Yuqing didn't take the train. He hitched a ride, probably in a truck, since trains can be tracked. Since Qin Yuqing wasn't home, Qin Yuqing didn't need to rush back after work. She went to see teacher Xiao. She hadn't been there in a while. Xiao Ringji understood but still felt uneasy, worried that Qin Yuqing might give up learning. After some assessments, they found Qin Yuqing hadn't given up, which eased their worries a little. When explaining medicinal herbs and their properties, Xiao Ringji's words gave Qin Yuqing an idea. This medicine shouldn't be used too often, as it can affect a person's mind. Qin Yuqing felt very happy inside. Could she develop a drug that makes people tell the truth? She had heard of truth-telling pills before, but she didn't have the skill yet. She needed to find the right formula. What if she succeeded? Qin Yuqing studied until after 9 at night, but she wasn't hungry or tired. She felt very excited. This time, she was smarter and didn't ask those questions in front of Xiao Ringji. Near her home, she didn't notice a man crouching in the alley. Gao Xianghua smiled slyly. Next time, he could block her. When Qin Yuqing got home, She hurried to check all the formulas. She looked through the books Xiao Laosher gave her, but they were all worn out. She sighed deeply. It seemed Xiao Laosher is cautious. Unbeknownst to her, someone had previously learned about the secret formulas and used them for bad purposes. Since then, Xiao Renji stopped sharing those formulas. The ones he provided were all copied and carefully selected by him. Qin Yuqing could only try a different approach. There are many old books now, so she planned to visit the scrapyard to find more. Training continued. Jiang Lihua also told Qin Yuqing the schedule. On weekends, they would practice together again. 3 days passed, and Shun Yuqing hadn't come home. Qin Yuqing spent almost all her free time collecting books, buying a large pile of old books to bring home. Gao Xianghua was furious inside. He had planned everything carefully, but Qin Yuqing didn't follow the usual route. Could she have been discovered? Gao Xianghua noticed Gao Xianghua also looked distracted. He tapped her hand with chopsticks. Thinking about that little fox again, Gao Xianghua chuckled. Thinking of you. Yao Yao, I want to meet your mom. When do you think is a good time? Qin Yao Yao hesitated, unsure. Being nice to Gao Xianghua was her way to earn money later. But she didn't want to serve the lazy people in Gao's family. Was it really a meeting? Or just throwing money inside? Xianghua, I've been busy with my creative work. Once I finish and get the prize money, I'll visit your mom, Qin Yao Yao said convincingly. I don't have much money now. I want to leave a good impression on my aunt. I need some time to prepare a gift. That's fine. You're always thoughtful, Yao Yao. To distract Gao Xianghua, Qin Shuyao specially gave him a piece of braised pork. You're so thin from not eating enough lately. Eat more. Gao Xianghua lowered his head and ate, muttering, This scoundrel ate my food and is messing with me. He was given a new, dirtier, and more tiring job. Qin Shuyao then offered another piece of meat. Don't be angry. Maybe this is just experience. If you work hard now, you'll get a different job later, and others won't say anything. He won't die from exhaustion. To bother him, she spent 8 yuan and her money wasn't wasted. You're right, Gao Xianghua said. He spoke while glancing at Qin Shuyao, and when she wasn't paying attention, he quickly reached for a piece of meat with his chopsticks, stuffing it into his mouth. His hand kept repeating the motion. A bit of soup dripped from his mouth, and his face was full of meat. He chuckled and smiled at Qin Shuyao. Qin Shuyao felt disgusted and cursed silently at his uselessness. He was a glutton who would never change. Seeing the braised pork in the plate quickly decrease, Qin Shuyao also sped up, grabbing 2 pieces into her bowl. If she was any slower, she wouldn't get any. She paid for this food. Meanwhile, Qin Yuqing was busier. Since Shun Yuqing was home, she didn't cook and just ate some stored food from the space. She focused all her energy on finding the medicine formula, collecting many medical books, but few were truly useful. She read through them slowly, growing more disappointed. As expected, the formula she wanted wasn't easy to get. She muttered to herself, There's still a pile left. If not, I'll go out and look again. If nothing else worked, she would study it herself. Her eyes hurt from reading, so she stretched lazily. Looking at the time, it was already past 11. Outside was very cold. Qin Yuqing clenched her teeth, put on a thick coat, and went back to the black market. She headed straight to Wang Wenxin's stall, which was still there. Any goods today? Wang Wenxin looked a bit familiar, and looked up to see it was a regular customer from a while ago. He made a gesture, and the two moved to a quiet place. You're lucky to come today. There are still over 70 gene of beef. Do you want some? Yes, I want to see the meat. No problem. This cow was slaughtered early yesterday morning. It's cold now, so the meat definitely hasn't spoiled. Are there any other items? There's pork too, slaughtered this afternoon, but only about 100 pounds left along with a pig's head. As long as it's suitable, I'll take it. Wang Wenxin didn't expect the customer to be such a big client. He had underestimated this woman before. There wasn't much meat left on the stall. Wang Wenxin waved his hand, and his 2 assistants understood immediately, quickly packing up since there weren't many people around. Wait here for a moment, Wang Wenxin said in a different tone because of the big client. Qin Yuqing nodded and looked at the person staying with him, still feeling cautious. There was cooperation, but he had to be careful. Fortunately, Wang Wenxin just wanted to sell the meat and not cause trouble. He pushed the cart back with the meat, and Qin Yuqing checked it. Everything was fine. Wait for me here for 10 minutes. I'll deliver half of the meat first. Qin Yuqing paid half the money, pushed the meat around in a circle, twisting and turning until he almost felt dizzy. After Qin Yuqing left, a helper asked, "Big brother, why don't we deliver it now? Don't ask so many questions. They didn't tell us to deliver it." Wang Wenxin was also curious but more afraid of being pressured if they went along. This way, he could exchange money for goods without much effort and wait for the customer to come. When Qin Yuqing finished transporting the last of the meat, Wang Wenxin also ended his black market business early. Qin Yuqing wandered around the black market again, bought some peanuts, but didn't see anything else he liked, and left early. Just as he was about to leave the black market, he ran into someone pushing a basket, carrying a fishy smell. "Wait, are you a fish seller? Let me see." Qin Yuqing looked at the basket freshly caught, with some fish still breathing. "Name a price." "I want to buy the whole basket of fish." Qin Yuqing bought the full basket of fish, including the basket itself. He pushed his bike forward, and once he found a quiet place, he quickly took out a large basin, putting the live fish into water. Only 7 or 8 fish were alive. The rest had died. He hurried home, and when he reached the door, he found it unlocked. Oh no, Qin Yuqing was back. Qin Yuqing thought for a moment, then took 2 dead fish and hung them on the bike handle, slowly pushing open the gate. Only the kitchen light was on. Qin Yuqing heard the noise and came out. Without saying a word, he took the fish. Qin Yuqing put his bike down and followed into the kitchen. "Are you angry? I'm worried about you. In the future, wait for me to come back. I can't sleep out of boredom, so I decided to go for a walk." Qin Yuqing looked at her with strange eyes. His wife's hobbies were really unusual. She often went to explore black markets. It seemed she was starting to relax now that he wasn't watching her closely. Qin Yuqing looked at Qin Yuqing, who was already handling the task, and cleared her throat. "Leave it be. It won't cause any harm. I'm not sleepy." These days, Qin Yuqing didn't have to go to work, so he seemed to have nothing to do. Qin Yuqing asked seriously, "Did everything go smoothly at home?" "Yes, I checked the house thoroughly inside and out. I didn't find anything." Did he look in the wrong place? Or had everything really been donated, leaving only those 2 gold bars? Fearing he might have missed something, Qin Yuqing searched for 2 nights in a row, but found nothing. Qin Yuqing felt a little more at ease. She still trusted Qin Yuqing's carefulness. "That's good." Qin Yuqing agreed with a nod, but he felt uneasy inside. Sometimes his instincts were right, but he didn't know where this feeling of unease came from. He searched everywhere in the house, even looked at the ceiling beams. The entire home had been checked, but he couldn't find a single yuan. "Wait, first, remove the fishy smell from the line." Qin Yuqing's eyes were clear. He didn't understand this part. Qin Yuqing was about to give instructions when she suddenly asked, "How long have you been back? Are you hungry?" Seeing Qin Yuqing looked a bit tired. "I ate a little this afternoon." "Forget it. I've been out too, and I'm a bit hungry. Let's order dinner tonight." Qin Yuqing knew it was because of him. "No need, we can eat in the morning. After midnight is a new day." "I'm not sleepy either." Qin Yuqing could only speed up. "Where is this line you mentioned?" "Let me handle it." "You're not good at slicing fish." Qin Yuqing didn't mind the fishy smell on her clothes. She took the knife from Qin Yuqing, made a cut about 2 centimeters below the fish's head, and gently sliced at the tail. She tapped the fish with the back of the knife, and a white line quickly appeared. Qin Yuqing slowly pulled out a complete white line. This is the line of the fish's scent. Afterward, she skillfully separated the fish meat, slicing thin, transparent pieces. Qin Yuqing watched in amazement. This didn't look like cooking, it was more like performing art. No wonder his wife said he couldn't do it. He really couldn't. He only knew how to chop things. "There are bean sprouts in that bucket by the corner. Grab a handful and also bring a piece of cabbage." Qin Yuqing snapped out of his daze and started working. Watching his wife perform magic-like skills, a plate of food was quickly prepared, and the aroma was very tempting. Boiled fish.
Try it.
The steamed buns are ready too. Let's keep it simple tonight. His wife's idea of simple was different from most people's. He was very curious now. If she said it was complicated, the meal might be a full banquet. In the past few days, Qin Yuqing hadn't cooked, not even leftover soup. Drinking plain water wasn't simple. After tasting just one bite, Qin Yuqing was amazed by the flavor. Before, he only cared about not starving. As long as the food tasted okay, he would eat it. Being picky meant going hungry, and no one was cooking for him. Seeing Qin Yuqing's expression, Qin Yuqing smiled. Her cooking skills had been recognized. The two of them, regardless of the late hour, finished a bowl of boiled fish completely. Having someone with you made everything feel normal. To save time, Qin Yuqing poured some water from the thermos to wash up, leaving the cleaning to Qin Yuqing. Men should do more chores. Qin Yuqing urged, hurry up and sleep. You have to work tomorrow. It was already past 2 a.m., so she could still sleep for about 4 more hours. Qin Yuqing felt both happy and regretful about his earlier enjoyment. He thought if only he hadn't agreed. After tidying everything up, he turned off the kitchen light, took off his coat outside, and made sure he didn't smell anything before quietly entering the bedroom. He carefully pulled back the blanket and lay down. Qin Yuqing was still semi-conscious and moved slightly. The morning alarm woke Qin Yuqing. Although her deep sleep was short, it was effective. Qin Yuqing had already prepared porridge, sliced some small salted vegetables, and brought out boiled eggs. I can only make these. Comrade Qin, you're already very good. Qin Yuqing quickly rolled up her sleeves and went to the kitchen to cook 2 dishes. Qin Yuqing couldn't go hungry at home. No need to bother. I'll just eat something simple, with salted vegetables and chili sauce at home. That was enough. I still have plenty of time before work. Going early won't hurt. During her cooking, Qin Yuqing had already peeled the eggs for her. I'll take you there later. You're resting at home, and it's safe on the road now, Qin Yuqing said after finishing her eggs. Tonight, I need to visit Teacher Zhao's house. I'll go pick you up. Qin Yuqing had already planned to tidy up the yard while Qin Yuqing was away. He had time now, and in a few days, he would go to the military headquarters. His schedule was not up to him. When Qin Yuqing changed into her training clothes and entered, she saw Hu Ping talking to the team members. She nodded and greeted her. Her unusual attitude made Qin Yuqing alert, so she only responded with a small smile. During practice, Hu Ping also trained for a while, mainly focusing on voice exercises. She didn't dare do stretching, and her eyes kept flickering to Qin Yuqing. Hu Ping stayed in the training hall all afternoon. When she wasn't training, she sat nearby watching. Qin Yuqing finished work as usual, but on her way out, she ran into Qin Shuyao. Qin Shuyao didn't want to get too close to Qin Yuqing, but when she saw Qin Yuqing, she immediately followed happily, hoping to help them get along. Cousin, won't you introduce us? Qin Yuqing knew Qin Shuyao but didn't speak, instead looking at his wife. Qin Yuqing smiled and said, You already know he's my partner. We won't be long before we get our marriage certificate. Qin Shuyao had been waiting for this and exclaimed happily, That's wonderful news. Congratulations, cousin. Getting married was great. She watched to see how Shin's family would react and what Qin Yuqing would choose. Cousin, you'll give a wedding gift, right? Qin Shuyao was still excited about their upcoming wedding but was hit with a shock when Qin Yuqing said the next sentence. She had to grit her teeth and accept it. Yes, I will. Qin Yuqing's eyes were full of smiles, just standing there and cooperating. Qin Yuqing stretched out her hand. We don't plan to hold a wedding ceremony. Why not just give the gift now? Just between us, 66 is a good number. It's quite lucky. Qin Shuyao's smile almost couldn't hold. It was too much. Who gives 66 as a wedding gift? That's almost like a betrothal gift. Her family's highest gift was only 5 yuan. Qin Shuyao forced out a stiff smile. That's too high for a gift. I don't have that much. Qin Yuqing put away her smile and whispered into Qin Shuyao's ear, You don't want me to complain to Shin's family, do you? Qin Yuqing was there, and Qin Shuyao didn't dare to argue with Qin Yuqing in front of him, especially with people around getting off work. I didn't bring that much money today. I'll give it to you another day after I withdraw some. It's fine. Just give me whatever you have now. Since Qin Shuyao had been robbed once before, she usually carried most of her money with her. Qin Yuqing looked disappointed. So your good wishes were fake after all. You're just someone who only says nice things but never means them. Her voice wasn't quiet, and several people nearby slowed down to watch. Shen Yuqing added calmly, Qing, are you sure she's really your relative? Qin Shuyao felt humiliated. She wasn't afraid of Qin Yuqing, but she was afraid of Shen Yuqing. The Shen family could easily make her life difficult if they wanted to. She quickly pulled some money from her pocket, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. Here. This is all I have with me today. My dear cousin, I'm really happy for your wedding. It just came so suddenly that I wasn't prepared. Qin Yuqing counted the money. 43 yuan and 80 cents. Remember to make up the rest next time. I won't bother you and your friend anymore. We'll go first. Her tone didn't sound like someone receiving a gift, more like someone collecting a debt. Gao Xianghua was about 5 or 6 meters away. He had been walking toward them cheerfully, but when he heard the words pretty boy, he froze on the spot. People nearby also heard and turned to look. Gao Xianghua already looked like a delicate young man, and next to Shen Yuqing, the difference was even clearer. Shen Yuqing had spent years in the army. Even with naturally fair skin, his complexion was a healthy bronze. When people compared them, they had to admit Gao Xianghua really did look like a pretty boy. His eyes turned red with anger. That woman. Why does she always target me? Did I offend her in a past life? Yuqing, let's go, Qin Yuqing said. Shen Yuqing smiled, pushed the cart, and walked past Gao Xianghua. You should work out more. You really do look like a pretty boy. His voice wasn't loud, but to Gao Xianghua, it was pure humiliation. What kind of couple are these two? Gao Xianghua only dared glare at Qin Yuqing. When Shen Yuqing stood beside her, his calm but commanding presence made Gao Xianghua instantly quiet. Stepping far away, Qin Yuqing finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Comrade Shen, you've also learned bad habits. It's because my wife taught me well. He disliked Gao Xianghua's gaze, especially when it fell on his wife. Such a person, if sent to the army, he would make him kneel and beg for mercy. Not taking action is already his bottom line. Qin Yuqing waved the money in her hand. Let's go. I'll treat you to something good. Shen Yuqing knew what Qin Xiangdong's family was up to. He didn't think it was wrong to take the money, as long as his wife was happy. He unconditionally supported his wife. Qin Yuqing, after eating her fill, went to visit old Zhao's house. Shen Yuqing saw her off to the door. I'll come pick you up later. I need to meet Zhou. Okay, you can also knock on the door if you come early. Since they were married, Qin Yuqing felt there was no need to hide anything. She would be open and straightforward. It was Zhou who arranged for Shen Yuqing to come. Shen Yuqing didn't know what was going on. He was acting very mysteriously. When Qin Yuqing came out, she saw Shen Yuqing standing outside, leaning against the wall. Let's go back. Shen Yuqing didn't speak the whole way. Qin Yuqing felt something was wrong. Did Zhou tell you anything? Yes, we'll talk about it at home. Qin Yuqing also said nothing, feeling it must be very important. As soon as she entered the house, Qin Yuqing closed the door behind her. What did he say? My mom's situation. He told me someone is studying her manuscripts, which contain many foreign languages. They might have some inappropriate content, and they are analyzing it. They also found 2 letters exchanged with foreigners. Zhou concern about the manuscripts wasn't too serious. Mainly, her mother's casual poems and writings expressed extreme ideas. The 2 letters with international friends were a bigger problem. They discussed topics like national development, which made the situation different. Do you know what's in the manuscripts? Shen Yuqing shook his head. He rarely entered his mother's study at home. Her casual writings were probably just her way of venting. But if someone was digging into it, it wasn't just about venting emotions. Qin Yuqing was puzzled. You said you couldn't find out anything, so how does Zhou know? His father is a division commander from the headquarters. Qin Yuqing fell silent. She hadn't realized Zhou had such a strong background. So, what do we do now? Wait for the results. There is no point in explaining. After a period of peaceful days, she forgot to be cautious. She probably didn't think her notes would harm her. Her mother has a bad temper, but She really doesn't have the courage to be a spy. Now she's worried about finding something inappropriate inside, which would make explanations even harder. Qin Yuqing also understands that this is like what people call talking nonsense later on, saying things they shouldn't when they're happy or upset. Alright, don't think too much. Does Dad know about this news? Probably not yet. Qin Yuqing looked at Shen Yuqing. Maybe you should go check on him again. Shen Yuqing was silent for a moment. No need. We've reached this point. Telling him now won't help. He might find out in the next couple of days anyway. His holiday was almost over and things were already decided. Changing them was very difficult. Qin Yuqing didn't know how to comfort him. I believe we will get through this. Policies will change in the future. Saying everything is fine is not true. In her past life, she was sent to the countryside. She knew well that those 2 letters were enough to cause trouble. I'll stay with you. Shen Yuqing clenched his fists tightly. Qing, if something really happens, you stay here. He knew better than anyone how serious this was. Maybe it wouldn't be over in a few years, and it would be hard to come back. Perhaps she would never have the chance again. He didn't want his wife to spend her best years in the countryside with him. Stop talking nonsense. We promised to face difficulties together. Maybe things weren't as bad as they seemed. The organization wouldn't be full of blind and heartless people. Qin Yuqing stepped forward and hugged Shen Yuqing. Let's go home together for the new year. Only after seeing each other could they be sure. Okay, let's go home together. Maybe this would be the last New Year they spent together. The next day, Qin Yuqing woke up to find that Shen Yuqing had tidied the yard quite a bit. The toilet wall had been raised, and the barriers on top were repaired. The ventilation opening was moved to the side. You did this. You're so good. Shen Yuqing smiled. That was enough to make him happy. He really enjoyed having such a wife. 10 wives like her couldn't compare to his mother's fussing. He felt very lucky. In the days that followed, they returned to normal life, going to work, coming home, and cooking together. The only difference was that Hu Ping often appeared in the training hall, and later it was discovered that Shen Yuqing would come to pick up Qin Yuqing. She would always leave early, and Shen Yuqing seemed to anticipate her plans. Sometimes he would wait in Lu Jigang's small room or arrive at a specific time. When she saw him, she would turn around and leave. Hu Ping left early several times, but when she didn't see anyone, she didn't bother to block her. Occasionally, Qin Yuqing could feel Hu Ping's resentful gaze, but she didn't bother to respond. The more she paid attention, the more Hu Ping seemed to get excited. Your holiday ends tomorrow. Half a month had passed, and Shen Yuqing thought he was starting to get used to this kind of life. Qin Yuqing didn't tell Shen Yuqing about their recent interactions, but she realized that Shen Yuqing was really different from most men. Maybe she just hadn't seen enough. He handled some small details of life very well, like never washing his feet before bed, always cleaning off mud from his shoes outside the door after coming back from outside. He wouldn't get into bed without taking off his coat, and he washed his socks every day. He paid attention to small details in daily life without needing Qin Yuqing to remind him. Living with him was very comfortable. Just a look from her was enough for him to understand her thoughts. Since Shen Yuqing moved in, the house was spotless, saving Qin Yuqing a lot of free time. Will you come back tonight? Shen Yuqing couldn't say for sure. Although they lived nearby, he didn't know how arrangements were made upstairs. The day after tomorrow is the New Year's Eve performance. The captain said they will perform at the auditorium, so I might come back late. Got it. Shen Yuqing wasn't sure if they would go or if he would have time to pick her up later. Early in the morning, Qin Yuqing cooked noodles, added freshly stewed meat, and specially stir-fried a cabbage heart. Hope your work today goes smoothly and without worries. Shen Yuqing's eyes were full of smiles. Having a wife who was always ready to surprise him was a happiness only he knew. You don't need to see me off. To avoid delaying Shen Yuqing's work, Qin Yuqing didn't ask him to see her off. The military department and the cultural troop were in different directions. Shen Yuqing locked the door and rode his bike to the military department. Today might be a tough day. Qin Yuqing was quite busy. During the final preparation stage, the 3 guiding teachers did their best to help. This time, although it was for preparing the New Year performance, everyone must not take it lightly. The success of this event is a key part of the assessment for the New Year show. Do you understand? A lively, energetic voice responded in unison. Yes, very good. Listen to my instructions. Let's practice once more, starting from entering the stage and keeping our formation. The atmosphere was unusually lively, and Qin Yuqing was also caught up in it. Even on the way to the cafeteria, the team's lively discussion could be heard. When she looked up, she saw Qin Shuyao. Qin Shuyao quickly dodged and ran off holding her lunchbox. Qin Yuqing chuckled, worried she might ask for money. After the New Year performance, there would be 2 days of rest. Qin Yuqing planned to visit Qin Shuyao during that time. When she finished work, she didn't see Qin Yuqing's figure. On her way home, she met an elderly man collecting recyclables. Recently, Qin Yuqing had become quite familiar with the recycling man. "Grandpa, are you going home?" "Just you wait a moment," the recycling man called out to her. Qin Yuqing jumped off her bike. The recycling man whispered, "Yesterday, I received a batch of books. Do you want to come and take a look?" Qin Yuqing followed the recycling man back to his place. Her eyes immediately caught sight of a cabinet filled with books.
"So many?"
The recycling man pointed inside the house. "Those boxes over there are full too.
"Take a look and see if you want them."
If not, I'll handle everything myself." Selling so many items at once probably means the owner has passed away, and the house has been inherited by their children, who cleared out everything inside. The recycling man sat on a small stool at the door, smoking a pipe. "I heard that this person was a cultured person when alive. Now that they're gone, it's all the same." Qin Yuqing casually looked through the books. Many old books, but it was too troublesome to pick through each one. She opened a few boxes inside the house and found a scroll of calligraphy and paintings. She casually unrolled one, and it turned out to be a Tang Dynasty painting. Selling such treasures as trash was truly a waste. Qin Yuqing steadied her mind. "Grandpa, there are too many books here. It's too much trouble to pick through them all. I don't have that much time." "Then I'll take them all. I'll bring them home and sort through them. I'll sell the ones I don't want. Is that okay?" The recycling man was surprised and asked immediately, "Just the books? Don't need those boxes?" Qin Yuqing checked the box. It was just a normal box. "Don't want the box. All right, these books, give me 10 yuan in total." The books he took were not worth much, practically free. He could sell them for 10 yuan, and later, if the girl brought more unwanted books, he would buy them at a low price. With each exchange, he could earn at least 6 or 7 yuan. It was really a good deal. Qin Yuqing paid the money and packed a sack of books. "Sir, I'll go home and find a cart. Go ahead, I'll wait here." The scrap collection spot was in a quiet area with few pedestrians. Qin Yuqing turned a corner to make sure no one was around, then started collecting the books. She took out a rural handcart from her space, a single-wheel cart her mother almost sold before. It was brought from the countryside. Her mother had always said that she relied on this small cart to bring her here. Because of her feelings, she was reluctant to sell it, so she kept it in a corner at home. Now, it was useful. Thinking about the box of paintings that couldn't be pressed, she found a basket and tied it to the cart. After finishing everything, she pushed the cart to collect more books. "Can you push it?" The old man collecting scrap looked at the full cart of books, worried because books are heavy. "Grandpa, it's okay." Qin Yuqing pushed the cart slowly forward, touching the space to collect more books as she walked. When she reached the corner, she stopped, wiped the sweat from her forehead, looked around at the passing pedestrians. Pretending to organize the items on the cart, she kept tossing things into her space. Someone kept passing by, so she didn't want to leave the cart unattended. She only left the basket and pushed the cart to the market to buy some groceries. When she returned with the cart, Qin Yuqing was also back. Judging by his coat, he had just arrived. Qin Yuqing paused, surprised. "Why are you pushing the cart back? Where's your bike? Did something happen?" Qin Yuqing sighed inwardly. People really couldn't lie. They needed many lies to cover the truth. "My bike is at the office. This cart, Teacher Xiao needed it. A colleague had one, so I pushed it home. Just tell me next time something like this happens. I'll handle it. Hee, it's not tiring." Qin Yuqing didn't want to continue this topic. The more she spoke, the more flaws she revealed. "How was your day?" Qin Yuqing poured her a glass of water first. Pretty normal. I might need to go on a long trip to assist with an investigation. Qin Yuqing just took a sip of water and spat it out. Is that normal? Shin Yuqing turned to grab a handkerchief. It's not what you think. There's a case that needs extra help, and it will take about 7 or 8 days. Even before leaving, Shin Yuqing had a feeling about this, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon and so urgently. Song Jianghua thought for a long time. Many people knew Shin Yuqing's situation and believed he wasn't suitable for leadership roles. They worried he might access sensitive information and felt he was wasting his talent being just an ordinary soldier. Sending him on a mission was the best option. It allowed him to use his strengths without risking him learning too much. Is it dangerous? Shin Yuqing hesitated. There is some risk. Anytime someone goes out on a mission, there's some danger, just to different degrees. When will you leave? Tonight. Qin Yuqing stopped drinking water. Should I prepare something for you? No need, Shin Yuqing said, looking into her eyes. Just bring a bottle of chili sauce. This time, he might have to camp outdoors again. There will be dry food, but not enough seasoning. Eating some spicy chili outdoors can help boost energy. Qin Yuqing knew he had a mission. Too much baggage would be a burden. The bottle he brought isn't big, doesn't take up much space, and will last him 2 or 3 days. He wouldn't go hungry during the mission. After hesitating for a long time, Qin Yuqing went back to her room. She poured a small bottle of space water from her space, adding a drop of concentrated essence and a slice of ginseng. She also took out the sleeping and hemostatic medicines she made a few days ago. Take this with you. The red pouch contains the hemostatic medicine. Inside, I've combined some herbs I learned to extract, which can strengthen the body and relieve fatigue. Drink a little when you're tired, but don't overdo it. Whenever she said this, Shin Yuqing's heart was overwhelmed with emotion, and his guilt toward his wife grew. Qin Yuqing felt a bit upset. I won't help you pack your luggage. I'm going to cook. Shin Yuqing also felt uneasy. Their relationship had just started to warm up recently. They didn't have much time left to be together. Only 4 or 5 hours. Qin Yuqing started making dumplings again. Luckily, her space already had some prepared semi-finished ingredients, so she just needed to assemble them. Shin Yuqing was not very familiar with preparing food, but Qin Yuqing told him she had already prepared everything in the morning, and he believed her completely. Shin Yuqing mixed the filling while Qin Yuqing kneaded the dough. Eat more. I don't know when you'll get to eat again, she said. Qin Yuqing felt worried inside. She was anxious because Shin Yuqing might leave suddenly in the middle of the night. The task he was about to undertake probably wasn't easy. It felt like she was being put in a difficult position. Thinking about Shin Yuqing breaking his leg in a past life made her feel strangely sad. Everyone loved their family members. People said Shin Yuqing earned a high salary because he worked very hard. His father also sacrificed a lot. After he died, he was honored, and he left her some money. But she didn't want that money. She wanted the person, the living person. If her father hadn't had an accident, her mother wouldn't have gone out late at night and had an accident. Now, whenever she heard about Shin Yuqing going on a mission, she felt nervous. Shin Yuqing looked up and saw the panic in Qin Yuqing's eyes. He stopped eating and took her hand. I promise you, I will come back safely, he said. I'll wait for you, she replied. Qin Yuqing held back tears and urged him, hurry up and eat. Shin Yuqing was leaving for her. Before 10 o'clock, he stood up and said, I should go now. At the door, he turned back and hugged Qin Yuqing. His warm lips kissed her lips gently. After the kiss, Shin Yuqing looked down at Qin Yuqing. I will come back. Qin Yuqing stood at the door. Shin Yuqing kept telling her to go inside and close the door, but she stubbornly watched him leave. He sighed and said, All right, I'll go now. He stared at his disappearing figure until he couldn't see him anymore, then closed the door. When he returned to the house, tears started to fall uncontrollably. Qin Yuqing didn't know why, but her heart felt tight and sour. Shin Yuqing came back again, walked around the area to make sure Qin Yuqing was home and everything was safe, then rode away on his bicycle. That night, Qin Yuqing couldn't sleep. She decided not to sleep and started organizing the books she bought from the trash station earlier that day. There were books on literature, architecture, and repairs. She sorted them into categories. In the end, she found about 7 or 8 medical books, some complete sets. Although she didn't understand much, she looked at the packaging and thought they might be useful someday. She looked at the calligraphy. Not all of the pieces were ancient paintings. She selected 5 that looked quite like old paintings and set the rest aside. Later, if she had the chance, she would find someone to praise them. There was no rush. After Shen Yuqing left, Qin Yuqing had nothing else to do and threw herself into her work. The performance was scheduled for the evening. Jiang Lihua wanted to make a good impression on the leaders, so she arranged her duet with Qin Yuqing to be the third act. Compared to the large group performance, their stage was more creative, especially the special effects they designed, which impressed everyone. When they left the stage, Jiang Lihua's heart was pounding, and the applause from the audience was the best proof of their success. Maybe this time, she could succeed. As long as she maintained steady progress in the New Year performance, she felt she had a 70% chance. Captain Jiang, you sang really well just now. You too. Hurry back and rest a bit. You'll be on stage again soon. Qin Yuqing nodded. Jiang Lihua was quite considerate. The 7 of them performed 7th. The backstage was crowded with performers. Qin Yuqing sang a song, but her throat felt dry. She took a sip from her water cup and immediately spat it out. Her throat was burning painfully. Someone had tampered with her water. She didn't have time to check who might be suspicious. She quickly grabbed her cup and ran to the bathroom. She slipped into a space, rinsed her mouth with some spiritual spring water, and spat it out. There was a trace of blood. She took a sip of concentrated spiritual spring water from the stone platform. Her throat still burned, but the pain gradually eased.
Who was it?
Someone wanted to ruin her voice. Without the spiritual spring water, her voice would have been completely damaged, and she wouldn't be able to sing anymore. Qin Yuqing immediately left the space and saw a female teammate about to drink water. She suddenly rushed forward and snatched the cup away. What are you doing? Seeing Qin Yuqing's strange expression, she asked, Why can't I drink water? I'm about to go on stage, and my throat is dry. Qin Yuqing slowly opened her mouth. The spiritual spring water was repairing her throat. She spoke less to speed up the healing process. There's a problem with the water. Her voice was very soft, but those nearby still heard her. They looked at the cup in horror. Her voice was hoarse, and they sensed something was wrong. Comrade Qin, are you okay? They were genuinely scared now. They didn't even dare to touch the cup. The most important qualities for artists and performers are a good voice and strong legs. Qin Yuqing shook her head. There are 2 more performances, plus the host's announcements and leadership speeches, which should take about 20 minutes. This time is enough. Qin Yuqing looked around at everyone nearby. She remembered someone saying that criminals often return to the scene because they want to see the results of their work. The people who envy her are only a few. The other art groups didn't know her before, and even if they wanted to cause trouble, they wouldn't be so precise. Someone has already gone to find Jiang Lihua. Those who use harsh methods to ruin voices must not be forgiven. Qin Yuqing's gaze swept over the stage props corner and then looked away. She saw Hu Ping's figure. How did she also come here? If her suspicion was 5 or 6 parts before, seeing Hu Ping confirmed it was her. She is really malicious. Qin Yuqing had suspected Hu Ping was acting strangely lately. She would rather tire herself out than train, just waiting here for her. Since she came here on purpose, Hu Ping wants to cause trouble. Qin Yuqing will help her do that. Jiang Lihua hurried over, panicked, and grabbed Qin Yuqing. How's your voice? Qin Yuqing didn't speak. She took out her notebook and wrote 2 lines. Nothing serious, just took some medicine. Rest a bit, and it will be fine. Don't let anyone drink water. Take it back for inspection. Jiang Lihua looked worried. Your performance is cancelled. I'll take you to the hospital. The other girls looked at her with patience and understanding. Qin Yuqing knew how hard they had worked recently. She didn't want Hu Ping to succeed either. She lowered her head and wrote, Captain Jiang, I'm fine. Maybe you can move our performance to later. The more rest she got, the better her voice would recover. Jiang Lihua confirmed again, Okay, I'll talk to them. The remaining 6 girls looked at Qin Yuqing with gratitude. They stayed close to her, afraid something else might happen. Zhang Lihua quickly returned. We've moved your performance to the second last. You probably have about 40 minutes left. If not, tell me immediately. Qin Yuqing held up her pre-written note. Thank you, Captain Zhang. I will try my voice in half an hour. Zhang Lihua ordered everyone to take away all the water bottles, especially those with Qin Yuqing, and kept them separate. I will look into this matter and give you a clear explanation.